thing on?
Are you observing it? Are you observing well?
Is this thing on? Boy, can you hear me? One testing. Boy.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Boy.
Do you hear my brother speaking to you? Can you respond to him?
I'm talking to him right now. 1 check, 1 check, 1 2 1 2.
Hey. Okay, so you hear me? All right, bet.
You're neurodiverse as well.
Yeah.
You thought you was special.
Oh, you thought you were different. Okay, so look. I remember what I was going to say.
We're different. There's just different levels.
Oh my gosh, why don't you hear me talking? Why are you being so mean? It's getting frustrating.
Now you're mimicking me. That's what you're trying to do. Right?
I'm not mimicking you. I'm saying from my perspective, you're being mean.
Not cool, bro.
Like, whoa.
Hey, Corey, what do you have to say?
I mean, all I wanted to, thank you. So, do the whole joke thing. It will be fun that tonight in RPO, for one night only, we got Boy and his AI jokes. And I just think one of them might be funny. So can we just use the
AI? Generate some shit.
And see what type of jokes you can do?
No, yeah. You can read it.
No, you're going to read it. You're going to read the joke.
I don't know.
Right?
You guys about Dolores. We never would have found out if I could read, so I guess maybe we'll try it again.
Well, thank God we get to read a joke.
Let's see.
Let's find out what the joke.
Just ask it. I'm going to ask it directly.
Don't tell us. Even tell us. Just
he gonna warn the room.
No.
Hey.
Ow.
It's PURPOSE.
I know how to spell it.
Yeah.
And they asked for a joke from.
I just don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the background. I just want to hear the joke. I really do. I'm so excited. This is going to be great. Welcome to Research. Hey, Omer.
Corey.
How's it going? Oh, hey.
Where am I?
Hey, Mr. Mod.
Corey, if you have a hard time understanding Boy, just let me know from one neurodivergent to another. I'll translate.
I like your neurodivergency, though.
Yeah, yours is cool. These other ones is a lot. Like,
yeah.
Shut up. You neurodivergent too. I don't like yours. I'm sorry.
You don't like my returns?
Sorry. I apologize.
But I like the slow kind. No offense, Omer. We love you, brother. You just. I hope you don't take me serious.
Oh my God, Rick, why would you type that in the chat and then sit your ass in that fucking goo like that? Just be lying. Y'all be wanting to just booty clap for a nigga so bad.
How you getting bullied? When nobody did.
We about to tell a fucking joke right now. Like,
we ain't do nothing to him. Like, we was
you want to see bullying? Watch what happens if Monchef sticks around.
We was listening to the nigga. We chuckling about some whole other shit. He get mad that we laughing. Like, what? Then he ain't want to talk no more because we was laughing. Like,
no, I thought he was going to tell a joke.
Yeah, we wait on it now. But I'm talking about this nigga. I'm responding to this nigga in the chat that said we were bullying him.
Yeah.
As if we didn't get this nigga the floor and let him talk all that time. And, you know.
You're weird.
We literally didn't do anything to him. We just
You're
laughed.
so weird, Ricky.
So.
Rick. Slick Rick.
Yo, Lil keep bullying dude for real.
If I could just
What
get
you gonna
dude,
do about it then?
if I could just tell dude to stand behind me, I would defend dude. I would be like, dude, don't let people talk to you like that. Don't let people talk to you like that.
Right, he over there talking, saying what he's saying, they shit.
What is this? Tati, look at this.
Tatiana, little boy here.
Look at this talking to you. Look at it.
Tatiana, baby.
Oh my God, is that a white? Is that a tan refrigerator?
Tatiana, you bored as hell, baby.
I'm talking. So if I'm talking to you, I can't.
That's the trap refrigerator, baby.
Yo,
The dog shit on you right now.
It's crazy. Hold on.
I just came back to
That's the trap refrigerator, baby.
I thought it was a girl at first.
Okay, over to you, boy. Sorry about that.
I was talking the whole time, although I just came back to Clubhouse. I didn't know y'all couldn't hear me because someone muted me.
Yeah, I muted you because I didn't want to hear the backstory. You got the jokes though?
Yeah, I got one.
Let's get it.
Hey, hold on. I got you.
Google me if you want to. King Floyd Media. Google me if you want to. I'm on all platforms. So the joke is, I told a guy I was a consultant, and he said, "Great. Can you give me free advice?"
That was a joke, the whole joke?
I said, sure. I said, sure. My advice is that you should probably hire a consultant who doesn't work for free.
Hey,
That's a joke?
Yeah, I
Can you repeat the joke? I didn't get it.
I did it wrong. That was me.
Hey,
Oh, man, what?
So I told the guy,
This is why I muted you, though. For real.
hold on, bro.
You supposed to read.
I didn't mute you again yet. I didn't mute you.
Yeah, you come off natural.
I'm saying when you came off mute, you should have at least had these motherfuckers rehearse. How we still reading them for the first time with you?
Because
You was talking the whole time.
I never asked my AI to do a joke before.
So,
It sounds like
it's not AI responsibility.
Just
You know, AI can't do
don't-
everything for you, right? You gotta reverse it yourself.
Don't read it out loud first. Don't read it out loud first. Read it in your head, and then when you get it, then be like, okay, bet, and then read it to us. That's what I'm saying. We're not rushing. We're not going nowhere.
I got it. I told a guy I was a consultant, and he said, "Great. Can you give me some advice?" I said, "Sure. My free advice is that you should probably hire a consultant who doesn't work for free." So free advice.
Oh, that's deep. No, we understood it.
I get it. It's just not funny. I don't know. I thought it was your delivery, but then you did it the second time, and you said you was prepared the second time. So
Yeah, I heard it all the way through the second time.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I heard it both times. I hated it.
Listen, I ain't lying. I wasn't gonna come on Clubhouse today. I appreciate this moment because I do need to learn how to just relax a little bit more. Although my brain is always on go mode, it's always researching.
And who do you have to thank for it? Throw it.
And landscaping.
Tell them who did it.
Hold on.
I don't want to wait. Give me my fucking flowers.
I thank research purposes only, and I thank Corey for saying, "Hey," because Corey, I'm about to do like you. I'm about to go. Everybody wants validation, although you don't reciprocate. Yeah, damn, that's shit.
God damn, can I let you? I don't overtalk people, man. Come on, finish up.
Good.
So I was just supposed to interrupt you and just start giving you validation all of a sudden. So I was just gonna stop you.
You good?
No,
Right, so I saw Kirby vacuum cleaners for 10, 11 years straight. So I know all about suicide.
Is this the joke or?
Is this a joke?
No, that's dead serious. I sold Kirby vacuums.
Oh, what a joke said. You've been serious too long.
That one
We're
was
supposed to be joking.
Well, I'm not good at jokes.
Yes, you tonight. Stop saying that. Stop talking about yourself in the negative light.
You're gonna be to do it with that mindset.
Yeah. Say you can tell a joke.
So
Say I'm funny.
Say you funny.
Listen, so what happens? You all have to tell jokes, and then I'll be choreographing in my head to do original jokes.
Really, jokes aren't that hard. It's that deep for you. You just, I don't know. You ain't got it.
I feel like there's like stand-up comedy jokes, like jokes that you have like up your sleeve, and then there's just like being funny in a moment.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just funny in the moment.
Okay, wait. How about we play a game? Let's play a game. I'm gonna lend you some funny. So I'm gonna start the joke, and you're gonna fill in the blanks. Okay? I'm gonna lend you some. Here we go. So I'm gonna you just gotta go with me. Trust me, I got you. Here we go. So I'm gonna start it, and when I stop, you just fill in the blank. I'll just need one word from you, okay? That's it. Here we go. So yesterday morning, I woke up and I went outside and I stepped on the porch, and the first thing I see is a reindeer. And when I tell you that I got up on top of that reindeer and I rode his ass all the way up the street, and we didn't stop until we saw a acorn. Yeah, you're not good at this.
It is
A
corn, yes. We didn't stop until we saw a corn nigga trying to tell us away.
I've been told I'm corny all the time, and they say, so we still love you, bro. We still love you.
Acorn.
And then they said we made the corny nigga our best friend. You know why? Because every time we went somewhere, we brought the corny nigga out because he was always the life of the party. Why was he the life of the party? Because everybody laughed. Although he thought they were laughing at him, and guess what they was doing? And then he still had a good
life
time.
of the party because he's neurodivergent.
Wait, you said they thought that everybody was laughing at him. Were they not laughing at him?
No, they were laughing with him. Keep up.
Oh.
Goodness gracious.
That's what he thought. I'm sure he thought.
And then they say you started buying everybody drinks. Listen, you started buying everybody drinks. Damn, y'all just made me think about something.
Wait, Thoy, meet my friend Dami. She just Thoy. You can say hello to my friend.
I'm
trying to introduce you to my friend Thoy. This is my friend Dami.
I think I know her.
Oh, you do?
Oh no, I don't know you. I don't
Oh
know.
no.
I just wanted to tell y'all a fun fact about corn because y'all were talking about corny.
See what you did.
That's my corn.
Tell us, because I'm from Indiana and I kind of care.
You know how when
We
you poop
Midwestern.
corn, right? And it looks like full corn kernels in your poop sometimes. People have reported this.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that the corn didn't digest, it's that the casing didn't digest. So that's just the casing filled with poop.
Yeah. Poop casing.
Ooh, what if it's yellow?
It's
Or
filled
corn
with corn
casing.
casing.
Oh, I don't know why I assumed corn
It's
cakes were clear.
opaque.
Yucky.
It's not full of the corn, it's full of poop.
Yuck.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That just made me itch. I go get in the shower right now.
We didn't want that.
Corey, you don't want no all day?
I love these little. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Listen, let's go to the fair and get some corn. That's the thing. It's a little.
I know what it is.
That's how we know
Yeah,
it's
no,
free
I don't care.
hotel.
I don't really
When
look at my
they
shit
look at
like
me and
that.
come
I'm
out.
gonna be honest. I don't really be examining my shit. You know what I
Corey,
mean?
you really shouldn't. You should like look at your stool.
I mean, I look at my stool if like it hurt. You know what I mean? Like if there was a pain or something like that, then I would.
What the fuck was that?
But if I'm having regular bowel movements, you know what I mean? There's nothing. What the fuck are y'all talking about? And again, I'm also a queer man in America, so I get tested regularly, and we tested everything. The fuck you mean? So I don't do that. I leave that to a doctor or somebody.
I actually heard that when we first started talking, because I started going to alternative bars, and I realized they're way better than straight bars. Why are they way better than straight bars?
Because you like boys.
No.
And that's not right, boy.
Like drinks are good.
No, hold on. Let me talk. Hey, yeah, please.
Is it the music? Is it the music?
So, huh?
Is it the music?
No,
Or the glory hole in the bathroom.
It's the frequency of the music.
Oh, please let this man talk.
It's the
Y'all,
freaking
please. I'm giving y'all a perspective because
Okay.
I learned my life path number is number 22,
Oh hell no!
and I observed.
the teacher.
I observed everything, and I learned when I read it. Like when 10 years ago, well, no, not 10 years ago, 2019, 20, I tried to kill myself, etc. Because I went through. I learned my friends weren't my friends.
What is
In 1920, you tried to do that?
I said 2019. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you still hearing us.
Wait. I did say 1920.
You did. So I was like, yo, this nigga a vampire. You trying to kill him.
Actually,
Your ass is immortal.
If I was a vampire, I'd try to kill myself too.
like I knew that you meant 20. I knew that you meant 1920. Or I mean,
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. She's a vampire too. She could have meant anything, girl.
These motherfuckers are spooky.
Ooh, I knew black people weren't aging suspiciously
Right.
and shit.
So I used to come to research purposes only. I didn't like the last crew. I feel comfortable in this crew. I feel comfortable
Who
in
was
this
the
crew.
last crew?
What happened to the last security guards? Wait.
Wait.
To the last security
You
guards.
all know there's tons of mods and research purposes only.
No.
Tons of mods.
Ain't nobody told me nothing.
I can't remember who they were, although it's like I don't like people talking at people. I don't like the individualism. I don't like the fucking fakeness. And I'm big on frequency. Like even y'all talking now, I can feel like a level of purity that's happening. The reason I brought up the alternative bars is because I realized throughout life and
The cocktail bars.
in my whole life promoting nightclubs is that I told a drag queen at this one spot I went to, I said, you know what? Y'all motherfuckers are neurodivergent as well.
Oh. Huh?
And she said, no, drag queens. And she said,
Oh, we
she
like
said, and she said, you know what, we are.
I mean, I'm sure
And I
some
said, I can
might
tell
be,
because
but I don't think
don't
that's a hot take.
hold on. Wait, hold on. So, because I realized some of us on the spectrum were futurists. Like, we can, because if you want to look at AI, and if you correlate, I don't want to go too deep, but I'm really fucking excited.
Well, okay.
You better slow that.
Let him cook.
You better slow your ass down.
Because it's sad how a person neurodiverse can talk to AI can listen and break down even more. No.
That's your problem.
No.
You ain't got enough of drink some more. Drink some more.
And you know what's crazy? I realized too what you just said, Corey. The reason we drink is because life is so overstimulating that, like, damn, leave me the fuck alone. Shut the fuck up. Stop telling me what I need to say, how I need to say it, because you don't even want to fucking listen to the way I'm comprehending life.
Is that why you drink?
he drinks.
Yes, that's why I drink. Because
Oh.
they have to.
You gotta stop drinking, man. There's other ways to cope, man.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't
What
know
about the liver? What about the kidneys?
Stop. The one thing I realized, I used to be a big guy on, you need to stop doing this. You need to stop doing that. And I realized, you know what? People are going through life stressors. And as I figured it out, in my new awakening to where I lost a lot of friends, a lot of people I used to, everyone used to love me because I was a yes man. Now that I've learned, oh, they're using me. And I say, no. Oh, we gonna kill you. No, you kill me for what? You paid your bills off of me.
I feel like I missed something.
On some real shit.
I'm sorry that happened the way.
You don't have to be sorry. Like I'm just excited right now.
Oh, wait, Thor.
From a level of being happy.
Thor.
Okay.
Thor.
Give us a second.
Give me a quick second. Go on mute for me. We got somebody new on the stage. Aryan, what's up, man?
What's up?
Arian.
What's up? Yes, Arian.
Sorry, I don't know why I said that out loud.
No, you were right though. Yo, what's up?
Mountain West, man. What you thinking?
Nothing, man. I just came in there. Just room out.
What do you think about the topic?
Yeah, did you come in here because you read the title of the room, or you just literally were just pressing shit?
I'm reading it, so yeah. Is Trump a reflection of white America? No, of course not.
Of course not.
Actually, to skip to
No,
the title.
Hey, Thor. Come on, man. Come on, Thor. You're supposed to be on mute. Go get some water. Wait. What did you say?
I said no. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he said no, of course not. Can you explain what you answer?
So, are you guys trying to I just got a question. You guys trying to put that as the title to try to be funny? Since because they're releasing the Epstein files or some shit? Or what is this?
No, actually.
I don't know, because why would Trump be a reflection of white America?
Wait a minute.
Do you not see all the white people?
Well, actually, this stemmed from more so his views around race.
Yeah,
so
you gotta
that's
specify.
not mentioned at all.
Yeah, you definitely have to specify when you're talking about this.
Yeah. So we'll say, is Trump a reflection of white America's views on race?
Well, that's generalizing, no. There's liberal white people and all that shit.
He's not a diverse world. He's very direct.
Thor, don't piss me off.
I also feel like
we're speaking.
How can you generalize for all of white America? How can you just generalize?
But wait, let me interject real quick. I feel like maybe yes, there's racism. Of course, there's racism in America, but I personally feel like Trump is very outspoken, and he's very bold with a lot of his the shit that he says. Whereas I feel like a lot of white Americans, they really don't have the balls to say shit like that the way Trump is saying it. And the only reason why Trump is saying it is because he got protection, So I feel like, yes, maybe what they think, but definitely not how they act. 100%, no, because they know. Don't
Yeah, it's more so
What about Nick Fuentes?
the way they think and their beliefs when it comes to
What about
race.
Charlie? They weren't scared to say that stuff.
So
Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes says these people are white. They're not scared to say it how it is.
Do you see my PTR?
So you think Trump is a reflection of those people?
Charlie,
the people you named?
The dead people?
Maybe.
The people who got the cat pill
Nick Fuentes isn't dead.
Oh, but Charlie Kirk.
He's not dead, and he's speaking the fucking truth. I love him.
Wait, Charlie Kirk?
He's not dead?
Fuentes. I respect Charlie Kirk
Nick,
as well.
Nick
No, Nick Fuentes is not dead. No, he's not.
No.
Yeah, no, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk
Come on,
was
guys.
murdered.
You guys should know this.
I don't even know who Nick
rest in peace.
Fuentes is.
You don't know Nick Fuentes, and you live in America.
I do live in America.
Someone update this guy. Someone update.
I do live in America.
I bet you know Candace Owens, though, don't you?
I don't know that bitch, but I do know of her.
Oh,
Whoa.
wow. She's actually.
Candace is more famous.
What
Candace is more famous.
Corey, how the hell? Wait. Corey, how are you intellectual? Candace.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Why you guys yelling? Why you guys yelling?
Y'all want me to get out of pocket? Y'all want me to get disrespectful? Is that what you want?
This guy likes talking about politics.
Thorway.
You're talking to someone else right now. How are you?
Thorway.
You know Candace, bro.
Thorway.
Yeah.
Thorway, do you hear me talking to you? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Wait, no.
Do you hear me?
I think.
So wait, listen, Corey, you're into politics, right? But you don't know Candace
Owens.
Owens.
Everybody, please
Telling a
pause.
lie.
Please pause.
Hold on, wait. So you telling me?
Thorway. I'm not gonna keep saying your name.
So am I somebody's son, or are we talking as a collective?
We're not talking as a collective.
You
We're
can't
moderating
talk
a room
over
and you're a
people while
guest
they're already
here.
talking.
So when we give you the floor to fucking talk and tell us everything and give you ample time to speak, even let you use your AI to tell us jokes, and then we move on to someone else, you just need to chill the fuck out. I asked you multiple times to sit on mute and let somebody else speak.
It's dictated.
No, the green bean is the point of who's moderating the room. And I am about to kick your ass in a second. Alright. Now like we were saying. 1 second. I'm honest. You know what I mean?
Alright.
Point is.
Oh yeah, my question was
I'm not into politics. I don't know why we even thought that. Yeah, who said that? I was confused. Like, I'm not, like, I care to vote. I know what's going on in my political arena, which is Los Angeles, but, you know.
About politics.
That does not make you a
That makes you a politician.
Yeah, what office
did
he
run for office? Yes, he was going to become president. That's why
he was going to become president.
He was going to do a lot of
almost doesn't count.
Yeah.
Almost doesn't count.
Did you see how much power that guy had? He could get people to come to
He didn't have enough power to fight that.
Thousands of students line up and ask him questions.
He didn't have enough power to do
a movement, and he was going to become president. And that's why you guys
protect him?
Why do you... Exactly. What?
Why y'all protect him?
Because I'm not his bodyguard?
Yeah, you should have.
He had a movement, though. So
why didn't you protect
the movement when he was bleeding from the neck?
The only person I would protect is Michael Jackson, bitch.
Why did you protect Martin Luther King or George Floyd when he was dying on the ground from a police officer?
I wasn't alive then,
because it ain't nothing we can do for these white crazy ass people.
Exactly. So I wasn't there to protect Charlie Kirk, and you were
there.
Unfortunately, Charlie Kirk
when he got shot in the
didn't even have enough privilege to be protected.
So what are they supposed to just jump up and predict that there was a bullet?
I mean, he's your leader. You're gonna let your leader
He's not my leader. He's not my leader.
I'm talking about the people that follow him, the people that are part of his movement that you're referring to.
No, but
why wouldn't they protect him?
It's
crazy.
Not everybody in that crowd was part of his movement.
By what he believed. He said,
but the people that were present.
Then oh well. So
yeah. So oh well.
Yeah.
That's what Charlie Quirk.
Charlie Quirk.
Yeah, that's a Charlie Quirk. I was trying to say
George Floyd though.
I was trying to say like Charlie Quote, but like Kirk. It's like Kirk Quote. Came out weird.
No, I can say that like, oh, why did you protect Charlie Kirk, right? Which is the most.
No, I don't really give a fuck that you didn't protect him. I want to be very honest. I don't give a fuck.
But why did you protect George Floyd?
Listen, I don't care about protecting not a damn body. I care about the facts, okay? And the point is,
no, he was a mechanic. He was a crack addict.
The point is that he had security.
So the comparison doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? Comparing George Floyd to Charlie Kirk.
So why would you?
One was successful. One was a junkie.
Right. One was a college drop. One was a dropout.
They both were dropouts. So
a college dropout that has reached levels that you could only dream of in your life.
about pandering on college campuses.
Was it Kanye West that college dropout too? And you guys like, oh my God, Kanye West.
I'm trying to figure out.
Is
I got a real question.
As our leader of a movement.
I have a real question.
Yes, he pretty much your leader of rappers. I haven't. The only leader that you guys
My
possibly
leader
have is
of
Candace Owens.
rappers.
That's the only.
That's crazy.
I have a real
That's a
question.
crazy assumption. That's a wild assumption, actually.
I have a real question.
Because she's the
He
only
keeps
like
bringing up
intelligent black person.
black people because he's speaking to black people. That's why. Oh.
I have a real question.
Yeah, if you notice, he's only mentioned black people.
And you notice you've only mentioned white people towards me.
I have a real
I've only
question.
responded to the people that you mentioned.
You
not
brought up
mentioned
Charlie
Charlie
Kirk,
Kirk,
literally.
or any of these other people, or George Floyd, or MLK for that matter.
And
All
bring
these
up
people,
fellow white.
all these names were entered into the conversation. Like the only name that we inquired, the only name that we actually inquired about was Trump, which was the topic. So.
Right.
Okay.
So you're gonna
My
apologize?
answer is no. My answer is no. I don't
Hold
think
on, wait.
Trump is
No.
reflection of black people. There's a liberals, there's Republicans. How could he be a reflection?
Are you gonna apologize for what you
Oh,
just did,
that's
sir?
job. You didn't think you was.
What? I'm sorry if you're offended, bro. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not offended.
No,
I'm saying, are you gonna apologize?
My deep is
Hold on, wait. Can I be clear about what I think you should apologize for? Because it definitely ain't because I'm offended. You can never offend me. Look at me. The point is, you just got up on this fucking stage and literally made a fool of yourself. Like, you introduced all those fucking names and then tried to tell us that we introduced the names and then had to go ahead and backtrack on that. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I never said you guys introduced them.
What?
Bro, if you don't want to say it, if you don't want to apologize,
The replays are on, honey.
Yeah, just
okay.
take your time out. Yeah, it's
Just give
alright,
it
bro.
up.
Timestamp this shit.
I think you underestimated the blacks once
Yeah.
again.
Whoopsies.
That's unfortunate, Pookie. All that lack of access to education, you still got with it. That's crazy.
Where are you from?
All that access that you guys don't have.
Where are you
That's
from?
sad.
Where are you from?
It's your so sad that you still acting like serious effects.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
It doesn't matter where you're from.
Now you're from the goo.
Hello and good evening.
Hey, Kalima.
Hello.
These poor white people are crazy, man.
Why was
Well,
that?
he was having a good time with that one, huh, man?
Did you hear the whole thing?
The whole thing.
I heard the pop.
My question is, why was his mouth so close to the
When he
microphone?
was sucking the mic, I heard the
that's
pop
what
in
I'm saying. You
his
sound
voice.
like a super villain.
Wait, you say what, Reverend?
I heard the poverty in his voice.
I'm fucking dead.
Yeah, it was bad. Poor fella.
Poor fella is wild.
Cause they crazy, man. They just being here, just being crazy. Like, and they can't even apologize. You ain't even got the accountability to just be like, yeah, man, I fucked up. Okay? Like, I just don't like that. That's what I don't like about people in Clubhouse. What's gonna happen if you just did that? You're just like, yeah, I fucked up. Damn, that's crazy. My bad.
People got too much pride to believe that they're wrong, and much less admit it to other people.
Like,
Especially
you're on a replay.
On it, recorded.
Like, shut up. Like, give it up. Give the goose up, all right? Damn.
I want to know what he does for a living. There he is, right in the chat.
Underestimate the blacks.
Yeah, right in the chat. What he does for a living.
What does he do for a living?
He said commercial law.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Unbelievable.
He rich. He got a lot of money.
Which law school did you go to?
He lives in New York. He did not sit for the New York bar. This cat.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. With that logic and that weak ass backtrack. Come on now.
Yeah,
Let's figure it out.
because Tatiana from the ghetto Section 8's gonna tell me what I did.
Wait.
You're gonna tell me what I
Are you
did.
assuming where I'm from?
Section 8,
Are you
baby.
assuming
You're
where
gonna
I'm
tell me
from
what I
because I'm
did.
black?
Which law
Are you
school?
assuming where I'm from because
Wait. We wanna talk, but we want you to take that microphone out of your mouth because there's no need for that, okay? We hear you. If you need to feel that heard to where you're glazing your mic, this probably isn't you, Arian, okay? But come on, man.
Is it Aryan or Aryan?
We're calling him Aryan.
Oh, I mean,
ask about that as well because I mean technically yes it is Aryan, but I understand calling him Aryan right now. But I do want to ask about that. Is his name
I think he left.
Aryan or is he an Aryan?
It's his Aryan brotherhood.
Yeah. Clearly. But
That's his full name.
yeah.
Complicated Ryan.
But yeah, he left, so
Well, fuck him and those Aryans.
Oh yeah.
racist prick.
Ugly bitch.
and there, don't we?
We have to be nicer.
We have
We were really nice to him. We welcomed him to the
nice
space.
to all three of those.
Yeah, we asked his views on the topic. We didn't attack him for his views. He started.
We were nice to
yelling shit.
Wasn't it one before Thoy too? Who was the
Oh,
one
I could
before
have told
Thoy?
you that nigga was weird. He do that all the time.
Oh, it was the one. It was Tad.
That's what it is.
He blames it on the autism, but he's just out of control. Period. He just there's other people that got autism that don't act like that. So yeah, that's just an excuse.
And you're neurodivergent too. Like, shut up. Damn.
He said he go around putting on
He
people.
was mad
To a drag queen.
Well,
And I told her
She assumed you wasn't listening. So that's what it was like.
that virgin
This nigga walking around
put
with
that on
Captain Neurodivergent Man.
Right.
What the fuck?
I mean, I'm sure some of them might be, but
Just touching people. Like, why'd you touch me? Because now you're
you're not
neurodivergent.
neurodivergent. You're neurodivergent. He go for neurodivergent.
Because now you're neurodivergent.
I done be.
I dubbed thee neurodivergent. Boop.
Whoa.
You know what that means?
I just imagine like a neurotypical person being touched on the shoulder by him. Now all they got is racist thoughts and shit. What the fuck is going on? Hey, focus.
I'm imagining him touching them in different spots. Like, he just does it differently every time. Like, he boops them on the nose sometimes. He goes, boop.
Boop.
You're neurodivergent. You know what that means?
I can't focus.
Oh, God. Why'd you just touch my nose?
Is it so loud in here?
Really, I just can't.
Turn on the light.
I'm just trying to. What was I trying to?
When y'all do this, it sparks my spidey senses.
He said, I'm just so
My nervous
excited.
system, Corey. Oh my God. My nervous
He
system.
said, I'm just so excited right now. I'm just so. I said, well, calm your ass down and go get some water, nigga. Because what the fuck is going on there? Please.
Yo, imagine him booping in social life. For a whole career, bro.
No, wait. You know what his weakness
So
is?
awkward as
You know what his weakness is, though? You know what his weakness is he boops somebody and they boop him back immediately. Like, ooh, his whole motherfucking brain to break. Like, you weren't,
You want us to do it back? I fucking did, yo. The visuals, yo. The visuals just went crazy.
That'd be our problem. Y'all ain't got no imagination no more.
Creative.
Yeah.
I'm fucking whimsy and nothing left.
Get some whimsy, bitch.
Boring bitch.
Boring, yeah.
On a t-shirt. Get some whimsy, bitch.
Get some whimsy, bitch.
Yeah, selling my weird.
You need some whimsy, hoe.
The shirt must be pink.
I was thinking green. I'm more for green. I like the forest green.
I'm extra black, so I feel like we should add more words.
The letters and the wording and such in pink.
Get you some whimsy, bitch.
Get you some whimsy, bitch. But I want it to look like a word search.
Glittery pink.
Like, I want the letters to be spaced out like a word search, but it just says, get you some whimsy, bitch.
It's actually lit.
Because that's whimsical, to be doing somebody's word search on their fucking shirt.
Aww. But you know what? The people who need to see the message, they might miss it because they're not whimsy enough to search for it.
You know what else? Y'all know what else is whimsy?
Lame ass bitch.
I saw somebody with a wand with a star on it, and you can like put your credit card in there, so you can just tap your star wand on the thing to pay for your stuff.
Oh, for Apple Pay.
That's so cute.
That is cute. I want one. But I don't trust it because my daughter might feel it. She be tapping shit everywhere. Tap, tap. How about she was a fairy? Girl. Get my goddamn wand back.
Yeah.
Get my stuff. I can't believe he got mad at us for laughing. That was crazy. I ain't never seen a hater so loud. Wow. He said, since y'all wouldn't laugh, I'm just not gonna say anything no more. What? A Kier or a hair? Who are you talking to? Who is he talking to? Listener, do you have an idea? Sir, are you okay?
I was going to say, there's been a lot of people coming here lately that have tried to kill themselves. What the fuck is that?
Which I put a sign up or something?
Threw out some rope.
All types of failures.
Who's a label?
The only label we know is RPO Records.
That's on Fronim.
He the nigga, please. He said you can't say nigga unless you explain what nigga mean. Nigga, please. You know what? I'm tired of your shit too. Sick and tired.
Y'all hear me?
everybody. Tia, you here? Ori, Ron, Tatiana, Akshar, Ro, everybody in this room, everybody sleep.
I'm right here.
So Fro's here.
Me either.
Tatiana's here. Who else is in here? Clinton, are you here or you not here?
Kalima is not here.
All right, take a roll call. Clinton is
Well,
definitely here. Oh, Clinton, I'm in here. Hey, Grandma.
Just because I'm here doesn't mean I want to talk to you. I said, hi, Fro. I'm waiting on her response. Please hold. Please hold while Fro responds, because I know she came off mic, but I ain't heard her yet.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I mean, no disrespect to you, Miss Cleveland.
Hey, sister. So, I understand that sometimes you don't know when to shut it up. What's up, Artemis?
I'll tell you something.
People be on weird shit.
And you know what it is.
They put like 5 hours.
I mean,
Oh, why you so far from your phone, girl? What you up to?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was getting ready to go to bed, making my bed, because I ain't been home. You know,
You just got back from the con?
I got back yesterday and fell out on the couch.
That's how you know you had a successful con event.
Right.
That's fast.
She probably didn't take off her. She probably didn't take off her socks or nothing.
Man, I ordered a pound of steamed shrimp yesterday. Came home, ate like 4 of them, went to sleep.
Oh yeah. The itis got you, girl. The itis got you.
See, this is why I shouldn't be up this late, but I've had a really good. I've slept like at least like 4 hours today. Cause now I'm hungry, and I don't need to be eating at almost 2 a.m.
Time is relative, girl. Time is relative.
Bro, before you go to bed, somebody gotta mod me, because this man Daryl about to fall asleep for the next 30 minutes and be snoring in everybody's ear. So I gotta be able to mute him. Thank you, ma'am. I already know how it's about to happen.
Not a problem.
Hey, Cleveland. I got something for you, though. I can't, oh, man. Got me a catfish biscuit the other day.
The only thing I eat from the water is salmon. I don't like nothing else.
Okay, well, they got a number of different things there. They got pork chop sandwiches.
I don't eat pork either.
Okay, that was bad. I should knew.
Chicken, beef, turkey, deer.
Have you been? When last you been at WBS? Where you from exactly?
I live in Houston.
Oh, so you never was from Dallas?
No, I'm not from Dallas. My most recent ex-girlfriend lived there. She's back home in Florida right now. But she lived in Dallas, so I would go there like once a month for maybe like 4 months or so. I was going there.
Okay. You ever go? There's a section of conversation. Everybody know that I got it against anybody that swings from where it's they swing from. Cleveland's nice good people, unlike the rest of you mofos. You see, Cleveland, I ain't got nothing against nobody who comes from me. I promise you, they come from me. You know how we do down at D, where I'm from, right?
It's not a whole bunch of commentary up. If I scroll up this chat about you not liking homosexuals, it's not gonna be there. I can't screenshot it.
No, I ain't got no issue with nobody.
Hold on, let me scroll. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, it's the only way. Jesus is the only way.
I'm different.
My point is, you are trying to be kikiing and having conversation with Kalima like you didn't say shit earlier about, like homosexual people. You You definitely got issues with them.
No, so you know how they be when they meet. It's like these white folks. When
Now,
they
just to
meet
make you say,
when they
I'm gonna
meet
scroll all the way up
these
the
roads.
and you're gonna try to expose you.
You're gonna have to do that.
Oh, okay, you're a liar. Okay.
I'm waiting. Now, you show me what you're talking about because I ain't got. You can just ask me from my mouth. I'm right here. I ain't got nothing against nobody who ain't got nothing against me. You ain't good attention for me. I mean, good attention for you. I don't give a fuck about nothing else. I was in the military. Don't tell policy. I was this dude that was cool with all the gay people. You know what I'm saying? If that was what they was on, it's not like I was around a lot of people that was gay. But if you was on that shit, all right, cool, man, do you? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, I'd be a hypocrite if I'm like, I know women that are like bisexual. You know, they're not all the way gay, but they kind of like females and dudes. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, man, the best man win. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, sometimes I'm going, sometimes I'm going. Yeah. Chicks be telling me that shit, females eat pussy better than us. So that's what that is. I remember back in the day when I was in college, my old girl, she ended up being my wife.
Hold on, Daryl. AK, how do you say your name? Akari?
Akar. I don't know if I got it.
I'm trying to talk to them. But AK, your dick's not that special that gay dudes wanna like you. It's like women. Like, just because she's a woman doesn't mean that she wants to fuck you. It's the same way with gay guys. Just because they're gay and like men doesn't mean that you're the person that they want to fuck or be fucked by. So it's okay. You don't have to think that highly of yourself, sir. You're just a regular dude, and they're just a regular dude. You're absolutely right, Akari. I don't get it. Yeah, hold on. You're absolutely right, Akari. I don't understand it. Because men objectify all women. But I don't feel like and that's why y'all be afraid of other men that are gay. Because y'all believe that they are objectifying and sexualizing you in the same way that you objectify and sexualize most women that you come in contact with. But it's okay. Most of these niggas don't like y'all like that. It's okay to be around gay dudes, man. Expand your horizons. You might find someone interesting out there just because he happens to be gay.
You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Awesome. Okay, so what's the point of them introducing themselves as gay if they're sitting in a? What's the point of them introducing themselves as gay?
Is that how people do it? Do they say, hey, my name is Jack and I'm gay? Is that what happens?
You said objectifying like woman. No, I don't objectify woman nor man. Right? But then what's the point for them to introduce themselves as gay or do gay things and try to be like, what's the point? Just like they're a normal human being and take whatever you have taken to your bedroom and enjoy yourself with your body.
But see,
Who
this
cares
is
about
the point. This
No,
is
what's
the
the
point
point?
of Kari.
Hold on. So again, my question is, do people just say, hey, my name is Jack and I'm gay? Is that how it happens? Because that's what to me, that's how I'm interpreting what you're saying.
Oh, but sometimes with the ways, like rolling the eyes and all shit like that, it's disgusting to men. Like, that's are not gay. It's so disgusting if a gay man does that. You know what I mean? It's
rolling your eyes.
But it's disgusting to me, at least. It's disgusting to me that.
So a man.
I'll be like, hey,
hold on.
I'll just let them know, hey, I'm not gay.
Or I just
make sure they know. They do crazy shit. Yeah. What do you mean? Like,
I mean, literally, a man rolling his eyes was disgusting to you. I don't understand what that has to do with his sex, with anyone's rolling eyes has to do with anyone's sexuality.
Well, if someone has crush on whatever, and I'll let them know. I'll be like, hey, I'll let them know,
So I don't like those kind of behaviors and attitude around me. That's what I'm saying. There is no reason for those behaviors. Just take it with your gay partner, take it to your bedroom, or take it to the gay club, whatever.
What behaviors are you talking about, sir? Rolling his eyes? That makes him gay?
Okay, what behaviors? I don't know. Like, I can't explain it to you. You're not a man, so you don't know. Like, okay, women's, they have that feminine thing in them, you know, like the man, and then you feel that it completes you. You have a different type of energy. Women have a different type of energy, right? And then a man trying to be like acting that thing, it's just, I don't know how to explain it to you.
So basically what you're saying is
so much deep conversations. I don't know if you're ready for this, because this could take hours.
Obviously I am. I'm trying to understand why you think that gay men's energy is like, I'm asking here, do you think that gay men's energy is like confusing?
What energy, first of all?
I'm just quoting what you said. You said, okay, and then you said that. Hold on. If you stop talking, then I can ask you questions for you to be able to clarify. So you said that women have a certain like feminine energy and it completes you or whatever, and you don't like when gay dudes do the same thing. So my question is, do gay guys that have feminine energy
do the same thing? You didn't understand me. You have a total wrong. The gay dudes are never able to have the same thing. That's why I asked you if you could explain the feminine energy to me. Explain feminine energy. Maybe you don't even know what feminine energy is. Are you a female? I mean, I don't know what you are. I don't even know.
I am definitely a woman, but again, you are
feminine energy.
I'm just asking you for clarification and asking. So, you just mentioned something about women having feminine energy and you like that and blah, blah, blah. So, what my question is when a gay man has quote unquote feminine energy, does that confuse you? Is that why you don't like to be around them?
Well, it don't confuse me.
Hold on. I'm asking Akari, since he's the one that brought it up. I'm trying to gain clarity on insight on this.
I have not, like I said, I have nothing against their rights and whatever they do. I just said as my point of view, because you made this person ashamed of, you said something about he likes or he doesn't like. It's a personal choice if I like or if I don't like. Basically, that's what I'm saying. With their rights, whatever. But my likes and my choice, that's my like and my choice, and that's what I was actually defending.
And Akari, nobody gives a fuck what you do or don't like. The point that's why you should have stayed the fuck about the business that I was having. So what I was saying was, it would make no sense for Daryl attempt to try to pretend to be cordial with Kalima when he has said negative things about homosexuals. So that was the point. We don't give a fuck, you individuals like gay people, straight people, or if your fucking daddy like you. We sincerely don't give a damn. I don't know why you jumped inside of that. Daryl is free to not like whoever, but it doesn't make sense for Daryl to have bad things to say about any gay man or woman. Then when he sees someone that is a gay man or woman, then he wants to have conversation with him. He could shut the fuck up if his stance is going to be to dislike them. That was the point, Akari. And here you are standing in the middle of the fucking street, and I'm about to come down that bitch with an 18-wheeler and look at you all over my fucking windshield. Sit down, man.
Damn, Rob, you got the way that's let me, if you don't mind, I'll pick like, hey, thank you for trying to help your brother out, man. I appreciate it, man. Heterosexual male to heterosexual male, I feel your pain. But I'm just be honest, bro, you and I do not agree on everything. Particularly the fact that I ain't got nothing against gay people. That's the only thing, Fro, you're wrong. He said, you can't tell me how I feel because I believe what I believe, irregardless of what you think. And what it is what you fail to realize, and this is the part where you try to, what I call play in my face, it be a particular person. I don't know who who that person is, but whatever you heard me say, I'm talking to a person. Like earlier, I was talking to you. You know what I'm saying? I might be talking to Clem.
Yeah.
I
got you. Yeah, don't say stupid ass shit about me. I don't dislike heterosexual men because I had conversations with gay men. Yeah, don't say stupid shit to me. I'm gonna say stupid shit to your ass.
Ma'am.
Stupid.
If you say something about me, shoot myself in the head, and ain't got nothing to do with nothing, I will call you whatever the fuck I want to call you. Bitch.
Yeah, bitch. And the reason that they got Daryl, and the reason I mentioned is because you mentioned something about a Muslim woman here getting her head cut the fuck off.
And could it happen? What the fuck you talking about?
Daryl, did you not mention a Muslim woman in here getting her head cut off?
You talking about Wednesday? Fuck that bitch.
And that's exactly why your motherfucking extra head hole got mentioned. Bitch.
You know what? And what did it have to do with the topic?
What it had to do with the topic was it didn't have any reason for you to mention her getting beheaded.
Why are you just got on NASCAR for getting in the way? I wanted the conversation with you. The mic was in my hand. The realist.
Right, and you were.
No, ma'am.
Weren't you off topic?
No, I was not.
What did Wednesday getting beheaded have to do with the topic, Daryl?
Is that a real question? Because I can answer it.
Yes, it's a real question.
All right. How much time I have to answer it? And can you mute the mic when I do respond?
You got about 5 fucking seconds.
That ain't enough time.
Oh, okay. Well, I can decide how long you got.
I respect that.
Don't you worry about it.
Okay. I mean, so we having a conversation, or are you gonna just try to?
No, I just asked you a very simple question. What Wednesday being beheaded had to do with Trump and his reflection of white America?
I need a minute to answer the question, and you have to mute your phone. You can't respond.
I don't need to mute it.
Okay, well then that's what y'all do. Y'all cut me
then
off.
Shut the fuck up.
Kick me in the goo. That's the only thing you can do, man. You ain't got nothing on me.
Right, and I'm gonna do it every time you bring up some shit that doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
And then you still be wrong. You'll be wrong.
I guess.
No,
would it matter? Who the fuck would it matter to?
That person, you know what it makes y'all look bad. It makes y'all look bad.
It wouldn't make me look bad at all.
You know what it
does? To who, Daryl? Name somebody I give a fuck about.
It proves the echo chamber. It proves y'all. That's what it proves to me.
Daryl, again, show me how that's going to change my life. Who gives a fuck?
Y'all cool. Y'all are motherfucking cool. I don't think y'all know it. I don't think y'all believe it. Y'all can't see it outside.
All groups of people be a cult, man. Aren't y'all like?
I mean, that's
no,
I'm not a cult.
No.
Nope. Nope.
Why do y'all think we care about being called a cult? Do you realize you have no power? You have no power in order for you to be calling me a cult to make any difference in my life. No power.
It doesn't have to make a difference in your life.
I'm right.
I'm writing a book about y'all.
Who cares, Daryl?
I'm gonna publish it about RPM.
Who gives a fuck, Daryl?
And I'm gonna make some money off of it.
Who cares? I hope you do.
Thank you. So I'm good.
Right. So there's no need to tell us. None of that.
No, I would like to tell you. I like to be in here. I like to face things.
Okay. All right.
I like it.
All right. Well, check this out.
Go ahead.
Nobody gives a fuck, Daryl. Just like that one day. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares.
What one day? What you talking about?
You know what day?
You talking about February 10th, 2023?
Yeah, that.
When I saw myself in
Yeah, that.
Okay. I mean, look, I don't give a damn about you. You think I give a fuck? Which is why you shouldn't care so much.
When I say something to you about you saying Wednesday needs to be beheaded.
No, I didn't say that. See, now you're putting words in my mouth. You saying shit that didn't happen. That's when you motherfuckers like you do. I'm gonna say something else, but now I'm directly talking to you. You, bro, are wrong. You by yourself. and this is what happens. Idiot, the boy come in, you gotta jump in and help you out. I got all this shit. Niggas say you get a one-on-one action on that bitch.
You know what I'm saying? I was fucking proud.
So what it
This
is,
is all motherfucking cold. You know what I'm saying?
what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good?
Cold. I ain't talking. I'm talking these cold ass having ass room right here, nigga. This is what I'm talking about.
Bro,
I fucks with the gays. I fucks with the gays.
I ain't got nothing against them.
But I'm gonna talk shit about them when they ain't here though. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't got nothing against them, Kinfo. Against you or nobody.
You know,
period.
You know, being in the military, I had to bend over and show my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Man, come on, bro. I was in the military shit. That shit ain't got nothing to do with gay, bro.
Right, so you know what I'm talking about, man. We had to bend over and show our ass.
If you were in the military, why are you so foul with people? What happened to you during deployment that you gotta be so foul, so rude, and not uphold the core Army values that we get taught about? Why are you so nasty? Why do you feel that you have to come up here and curse and belittle people and then get mad like a toddler when it happens to you?
Well, Artemis, let me tell you,
why does he do that? Why?
I'm about to tell you, Artemis, hold on, man. Answer the question. Like a low incel, I have trouble getting pussy. You know what I'm saying? You know,
that's not our problem.
There's a bit of gayness in me that I explore, but I feel like I can't. You know what I'm saying? And like every time I try to speak, you know, these motherfucking mobs be cutting me off. You know, they cultish and shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's not. Why do you do that? Every time I come into this room, you're cursing at a woman, you're disrespecting a man. Where is your self-respect? Why don't you have it? If you are a veteran, why do you embarrass the rest of us veterans by acting in such a deplorable manner? Why do you do that? That's just not right, bro. Stop. And then you got the nerve to turn around and tell my homegirl, talk about beheading somebody, talking to my homegirl. What's wrong with you?
Actually, I did. I was in the room when the conversation happened. She said nothing sideways out the side of her neck.
What are you talking about?
And you talking about her getting her head chopped off. That shit is
now I know you wouldn't.
Oh, I was definitely in the fucking room.
Okay.
She wasn't even fucking addressing you at first. It was the other nigga that she was talking to. And she didn't say nothing disrespectful to him. But here you come dick ride. Talking about her getting her head chopped off.
What did he say? What's the content of the conversation?
The topic of the conversation was about Trump, the fucking war that was going on and shit like that, right? Mm-hmm. You wasn't even fucking talking at the time. Just like you did in this room.
And then
Here you come.
But you want to say
your fucking words, talking shit about people getting their heads chopped off. Nigga, you fucking weird. But I'm done. You can have that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Because I have a lady, I won't even tell her name, who works for me, right? That I actually really do what the fuck I do in real life. And this particular lady, I met on Clubhouse. I tried to, give her an opportunity. She worked with me for about 3 days. She gave me a little sob-ass story. she lived in Egypt. I didn't know shit about Egypt. I didn't know. I kind of knew about it, but, third world country, 90% Sunni Muslim. And she was breaking it down what the fuck was going on over there and what they were doing to Christians. I can literally go to my WhatsApp, my nigga, and show you every fucking thing I'm talking about. I ain't gonna goddamn thing. Hold on, man. I'm talking to this guy. And this is what they was telling me. They are killing Christians over there. They do not have the same rights as we have here in the United States. All right, so put that into context. And then I said, over there, she would get her head cut off. And what the realist was saying, lady, you talking all that shit about the United States here in America. We practice religious freedoms. You can believe what the fuck you want to believe. I'm not saying there's not crazy motherfucking crazy ass people out there that, blow up schools and shit like that and go to mosques and, whatever fucking they be doing on some goofy shit. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the fact you can do it. I'm talking about I can show you in Mozambique, which is a country in Africa, which is mostly Muslim, where they chopped off 18 heads of Christians. I can show you that, my nigga. The fuck you talking about? Bro? It is what it is, bro.
Bring it back to the
That's
topic.
what I'm
You
talking
know what the dumbest part about that is that Wednesday's not even a fucking Christian. How would you end up in a situation telling Wednesday
She's a Muslim.
you're gonna get her fucking head chopped off?
She ain't no real. She ain't over there. There's a lot of Nation of Islam
It
people over
doesn't
here
matter if she's
that
over
they
there.
don't consider.
Your point was her head's gonna get chopped off, and now you're telling us that it's for Christians, and she's not even a Christian. So why would you submit to it?
Can I respond back? Can I respond to that question?
You're trying to be smart. You're trying to be smart, is what you think. Like, try really hard.
I don't have to try hard. It's actually pretty easy.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do, because you just told us that you were telling Wednesday that because they're chopping heads off of Christians, and Wednesday isn't even a Christian.
Are you done? They'll chop her head off because she's not a real thing.
You know what? Actually, yes, I am done. I'm going to ignore you from here on out and let you socially die and watch everybody else do the same thing. You're not even want to talk. Either way.
All right, you ready? Thank you. Because I literally just watched it. My brother-in-law. He was showing me this video. It was somewhere in some Muslim country that what they call it, a little habib, whatever the hell they be wearing. This lady wore clothes, and they beat the fuck out of this lady. She was Muslim. Embarrassed her, did public humiliation. It was a bunch of guys, and they would just pop with the little. They had a little switch that shit fitted out. That's like 4 or 5, like a little slash, just like that. Shit that boy Deviant would use for his DNM, whatever the fuck he be on. Something like that. And they was whooping this Muslim woman. She was crying and begging. They hitting all in the face. They're just laughing at her. Pop, 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 pop. I mean, this shit made me cry. That's the type of shit they do over there in that country.
I'm not saying cry, right? That makes you
shit
cry. Why do you have that same type of behavior with the women in this room? Why are you so mean and nasty? You are. Every word that's come out of your mouth since I've heard you has been curses, has been disrespectful to women, has been disrespectful to men. What type of non-commissioned officer were you?
You know what's so interesting about this is the interesting thing about you, Artemis.
I hardly come on stage, so don't try to lead me.
Ma'am, we can't talk at the same time.
Then why don't you let somebody else talk?
No. You are talking to me. So why would I let anybody else talk to me if you were having a conversation?
I'm asking you why, and you still haven't answered me yet. I'm not yelling. I'm not being nasty. I'm not using foul language. I am asking you, as one veteran to another, why do you disrespect other people when you call yourself serving the country and protecting these very people that's on stage? And then you come here with mad vitriol, and you're very nasty, and you're very disrespectful. I mean, what happened to you during deployment that you got to come out your face on a voice app and be so rude and disrespectful?
All right,
you
so
like the situation.
I
from it.
I heard you, so you can stop.
So paraphrase me. What did I say?
You asked the same question 3 times. Okay.
Because you hadn't answered me 3 times.
So answer me 3 times.
Answer me.
Mute your phone and be quiet, and I'll answer the question. You are gonna have to shut the fuck up.
Man, fuck this nigga. This nigga is crazy. Now I see why Trump said what she said.
You can't do it. I don't give a fuck about her.
Ridiculous. No, I'm giving you a dose of your own medicine.
I would appreciate it if you would not tell this lady to shut the fuck up. I feel like you could say that much better.
How am I annoying? Because I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
Your voice,
you're that type of man that a truck would definitely run over.
You're so sweet voiced. Shut up.
Why?
Why do you feel that way?
Why? Because I'm telling the truth?
No,
because I'm telling the truth about your nasty behavior. No, and now you want to come through because I'm a woman. You picked the right one this morning.
He was starting to get on my nerves. Anybody else want to speak? Dash, Wendy?
As
So Artemis, your voice definitely not annoying, but I don't know what you're talking about. But now to the topic though, I think. Good morning. I think Trump speaks so to the topic. I think he isn't really the reflection of white America, but I think he's a reflection of like a segment of white America, and I think that's like the white Americans without college degrees, the country white Americans, the conservatives, and like the white Americans who don't really fuck with like change like that. So that's like my perspective on that. Somebody snoring?
Yes, it's snoring. Lord, who is that? That's crazy. That was quick.
Right, she just got on stage.
Right. It's okay. I'm muted now.
You know what? What bugs me out? You know what bugs me out about this topic, right? Is that he tries so hard to be a reflection of white America that he's just fucking up. He's just messing up everything. Like, you go to war without congressional approval to try to gain favor. Man, I think that even the Klan don't like his ass in some aspects. It's like he's like a Muppet. Somebody got their hand up his ass and they're pulling the strings. You know what I'm saying? It's just disgusting because he's an immigrant too. So I mean, he's an immigrant too. So I don't know. He can't reflect white America if he comes from immigrant stock. I'm just saying. I mean, y'all get me?
So I got a question. Do you think that he's would you consider Trump still a politician?
I will say no because here in New York, his credibility has been shot to shit. He is a businessman with a title that he should not have. He's just a disgusting individual to me all the way around. And people who voted for him, the majority of them, from what I see here in New York, they're not feeling that. They're not feeling it.
One thing I will say, I wouldn't say it's a redeeming quality, but I will say something that it's not, I perceive as not being like all the way negative, is that he seems to speak his mind. Like he seems to be, and I could be wrong, but he seems to be like honest with the shit that comes out of his mouth, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, honest shit is still shit.
That's a fact. But it's not, in my like, the way that I perceive it, it's not deceptive. You know what I'm saying? Like it's actually coming from like what he actually believes and feels and thinks.
I think he's too stupid to be deceptive.
That's a fact. I think so too.
This dude, Dash and Kalima, has onset of dementia. He can't control his brain and his bodily functions. He can't control, and someone who tries so hard to control something actually ends up in the long run destroying a lot of stuff and failing and politically dying miserably. So I just don't see. He's like that kid that sits on the sidelines after everybody's been picked for the dodgeball game, and he's wondering, why don't people pick me? No, he's a political pick me. No. What if he's the biggest sleeper cell we got in the United States? What if, right? if he was really planted here by somebody else? We will never know. But I don't think that he is a reflection of white America. He's just a
planted here by the Republicans because they can control him and push the narrative that they want. And a lot of these poor ass white people treasure their whiteness above all else. They continuously and consistently vote against their actual rights because for them, a lot of these poor ass white people, it's better for nobody to have than for other people. They would rather not have themselves than see somebody else having that doesn't look like having shit as well. And they got that Russian mentality because I'm not the only one that's benefiting. I don't want to see you benefit. So I'm okay with not benefiting as long as you don't benefit either.
Morning, Miss Cleo. Yeah, Kalima. That's crazy work, but a friend and I were talking about this, and we just made it like, it's like trailer park mentality. Like you want to be on the bandwagon so badly, you don't understand that the wheels have fallen off already. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Now, so I got another question. If we was to kind of look back at all of our previous presidents, who would you hold precedence over as far as Trump goes? Like, who would you prefer to be president based on what we have so far?
Reagan.
Reagan? Did you say Reagan?
That wasn't Artemis that answered you, but someone did. Yeah, Bree said.
Bree, you said Reagan? Why you say Reagan?
Well, I was a teenager when he was still president. Shit.
So you feel like he would be a better president in this day and age right now?
And do you feel like he would be a better president because you were a teenager, Bree?
The thing about Reagan is like the same thing about Jimmy Carter. In matters of diplomacy and foreign policies, right? They did pretty good. They did pretty good with maintaining that and being able to not, Carter did at least not have so many.
Hey, don't put Carter on me. I live in Georgia and I got a peanut farm behind my yard. I don't like Carter.
Okay, so Bree, what happened was, Bree, you made a statement or a response to a question that actually kind of wasn't even asked to you, but then you answered it, and then Dash asked for a little bit more clarity, and then you were on mute. You did not give Dash the clarity. So when Artemis starts to talk, don't overtalk her.
I apologize.
Or when she's finished talking, then you'd have the opportunity to maybe answer Dash's question that you didn't answer. See how that works? But it wouldn't make sense for you to not answer Dash's question.
Is that everything that has been built by previous presidents, in a matter of diplomacy, Bree, has been dismantled by this man. And to me, Jimmy Carter was good with diplomacy. That's your opinion because you're biased, because you're from Georgia, but you're not looking at the full political scope. And that's what we fail to do sometimes. And this is why we're in this situation that we're in, because we were already told about Project 2025, and yet the reflection of white America sticking there. However, it has to be white America that gets rid of him because the majority of white America is represented in House of Representatives and in Congress. So When people don't like what they see, they try to change it.
Well, when I see people trying to change it, like, since America has been America since 1776 to now, 250 years, right? Word. Happy anniversary, America. Like, less than 5% of Americans have ever served in any branch of any of the military. You have 95% of the people that have never done a fucking thing that are being supported by 5% of the people. Like, your fucking 95% of your fucking populist ideology is fucking stupid.
See, where you messed up with me is I'm not 5%. I'm not 5% that raised a family while defending the country. And yes, I have a right to say what I say, just like that Marine who said what he said out of the meeting. I agree with that brother 110%.
His arm broken.
And he got his arm broken over something that he believes in. Unless you have been in our boots, our combat boots, you can't say that.
My name is Doc. I have a Purple Heart. I got shot in Mosul.
Okay. Because what you said.
You might have.
Hi, Cleo.
Hey, that was celebrate. Now I know who you are. It makes so much sense. But no longer going to waste my breath.
Put a heads up, Cleo.
People, like, especially when it comes to the military, you got male people, penis havers, and they come and they assume that women have not served, and then they say some shit about how they served and what they got for it, like somebody's supposed to give a fuck, when they didn't give a fuck to even maybe assume that the woman that they tried to talk shit about also served. They just assumed she didn't because she has a vagina. That's one of my favorite parts of watching.
Dude,
male veterans look like dumbasses.
Dude, when I was
favorite parts.
Well, may I tell you, when I was in Iraq, when I was a vehicle there was this female soldier.
Go back to
her name was Fireball.
I want to go back to answering the question that Dash had.
First, a female soldier named Fireball.
Please. I don't care.
I'm glad you don't like female soldiers.
I was a female soldier, but okay. Another one.
Do it anymore since I brought them up. I put them down.
That was so funny. So two women soldiers, and he assumed that they weren't. Looking like a dumbass, that blatant has got to be something that male people are fucking tired of doing. Like, y'all have got to be so exhausted with saying and it just be like another display of dumb dick. Like this shit.
I'm not gonna use that dumb dick bullshit.
Dumb dickery. It's a reflection of white America based on what Pro just said. This is
I'm also calling it dumb dickery.
Yes.
But Dash, what was your question again about presidents? Dang, I don't even know if he's here anymore. See, y'all fucked up the conversation. God damn it. But my choice would probably be Bill Clinton because he balanced the budget. Did Obama do that too, though?
Yes. He didn't I don't know if he balanced it. He might have balanced it, but Clinton actually balanced it to the black. Bigger thing is Obama got us out of a recession. So.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that gets overlooked is that, I mean, Obama, I think he was like he had a really controversial run. You got one side saying that he didn't do shit, but then you got another side saying that he had a lot on his plate.
He had a lot more opposition, so you know what? He probably might be the best because they were doing everything in their power to fight everything. Sorry.
No, I was pretty much done. I was just saying, like, you got one side that's saying he didn't really do nothing in his presidency, but then you got another side saying that he did a lot because he had a lot on his plate, and he kind of positioned Trump to, at the very least, get the economy, to get the American economy's health to where it was during Trump's run.
What's crazy is that these stupid people don't seem to understand that the good economy that Trump had was based on what Obama did. And the fuckery that happened during Biden is a result of what Trump did. Like, I don't know why they seem to not understand that when it's convenient, but understand it when it helps whatever their agenda is. It's crazy to me. The selective memory shit is wild.
I also find it interesting how people talking, since most of the people talking about that's lifetime, the people who think good for the economy and everything like that.
As I'm sitting here listening to all of you talk, I can't help but wonder what would have happened to America had JFK lived. If some of the things that he stood for, what would America be like now? And would Trump even be in office? You know?
Trump is in office because men don't like women leaders. Sorry to put you.
All right, Cleo.
We see it in here every day. These niggas be so upset when a woman says something, but when a man comes behind one of us and says the same damn thing, they eat it up.
Sorry, Artemis. I shouldn't have cut you off in that way. I do apologize.
Oh no, I don't view it as that way, Cleo. I'm just really thinking about what would have happened to this country if JFK actually lived to implement those positive policies that he was getting ready to sign into law before his assassination. And it's just very interesting to see how the good ones get destroyed and the political fuckery continues.
The political fuckery continues because they like the division that it creates. The division that is created by pitting us against each other means that they can implement all the bullshit that they want to, because we're looking at each other instead of looking at them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Anybody have any different thoughts about this? What have people said so far about the title of the room?
I don't know. I haven't really been. We've been on some other shit. I haven't really been talking about the topic itself, so I don't know.
Some people get scared of their reflection, Cleo. This man's not scared. He should be, but he's not. In some aspects, he's a reflection of white America. In other aspects, I don't think white America gives a fuck about him. That they just use him and throw him back to the curb from where he came from. The pork barrel constituencies are really morphed into something that's crazy and out of this world, that is no longer manageable, and it's just sad. This is why I believe, and in most aspects, this man is a reflection of white America. But I'm beginning to think that he is also aggravating white America to a point that we might wake up one day to see he's been disappeared.
It's fucking that'd be great. I wish they'd. Never mind. Let me not say it while the replays are on. Well, basically, I wouldn't be mad if they disappeared both him and the VP. But really, it doesn't even matter because they're going to push through what they want to push through, no matter who's at the head. Because they really don't know what the hell they're doing anyway. It's their underlings and the people with the big money that's doing the things that they want done. President Trump and his VP are just bodies in the positions.
Faces. So I got a question. This actually prompts a question in me to ask the room. Do you all see a reality where we at some point will have a female president who's considered a minority in America, whatever time that may be? Can you see that happening?
I'm going back to what Ms. Cleo said. No, men do not want women to be in leadership. We see it in here every day. As soon as a woman says something, it's terrible. When a man says the same thing, then they eat it up. And don't let a woman correct a man. That's even worse. He could be wrong. We can point out every which way that he's wrong. But if a woman is the one that says it, he's mad as hell. If a man says it, he can accept it. So
that's toxic femininity. That is, you need help.
What's toxic about what I just said? It's the reality that happens in here every day.
You're a woman. You're not supposed to question what your husband has for you. You are a woman. This is a woman.
Oh God.
But nobody got time for that corny ass trolling.
So
I want to run a campaign, and the campaign is make men funny. Please, somebody, Lord, please just come down and kick them in the face or something. Make them funny. Why aren't they funny, but they're always talking? I don't like it. It feels like harassment.
But this much vitriol that they had, they should have been some skinny niggas. Because I swear, they should be going to the gym to get out all this frustration. Like, what's wrong with you? You just sitting there on the other side of the yak, eating ho-hos, looking at Pornhub, trying to diss women. It's crazy. But anyway, political, since 1776, this is all that the government's been doing. It's just become more visible to the public that we haven't really truly gotten rid of tyranny. We haven't gotten rid of mistreatment of women, dysfunctional situations, and it's kind of sad to see that we speak so much about third world countries that we're on that path to being a socialist third world country because of this man. Right now, he should be in jail because he did not get congressional approval to go to war. He got impeached twice in his first run. Still here. Like, it's crazy.
Very crazy. You know what's crazy? I've been seeing the headlines about a lot of these January 6th asshats that he pardoned are being found guilty of other crimes, especially sex crimes when it comes to children. So that shit's wild.
Man, I'm not sure if y'all seen this movie, but this movie called Idiocracy with I think the stars.
Dax Shepard.
Huh?
Dax Shepard is one of the stars in there. Terry Crews in there.
Terry Crews, he was the president, right?
Yeah. Nacho or something like that is the
one of the Wilson
that Dax plays.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I be thinking about. So this is what I started to, I guess, analogize reality to when Trump first came into office and up until now. Like, it feels like, and I think it looks like Idiocracy, like that movie, like the way that movie, I mean, not to that level of exaggeration, but as far as like just the whole climate of the government and
the
society,
stupidity around it.
all of that, yeah.
Yeah, I've been saying that for some years now, Dash. I've heard that a bunch of times.
I'm sure. I'm not surprised. Sure.
And Dax was saying, because I listened to his podcast, Armchair Expert, and he's even said before that Crocs, they were looking for shoes in that movie that were like futuristic but still like stupid looking, and Crocs was what they used, and now everybody and their mom wearing Crocs.
Right.
So the shit is crazy on many levels.
Insane. And fucking insane.
Key here is for us to recognize what we're actually saying in this discussion and hold on to this so that way we can see what's coming down the road and be prepared for it. There's different levels to white America. And the bottom part is trailer park trash. We have to be mindful that white America is not just defined by one type of individuals, several individuals. The Karens, the trailer park individuals, people who sit on high and look on low. You know, there's different stratifications of white America. And so, you know, unfortunately, this man is a reflection of pretty much each and every one based on his behaviors at the time that he's doing that. What do y'all think about that?
I just look at these white people would think about how the things are going to affect them and not keep on saying, just because as long as I'm not a nigga, I'm good. Because that's really what they be saying when they vote.
And you know what makes me laugh? When I looked at last year, we were discussing something in this room in regards to food stamp fraud. And this one incel guy that came in and said that it's minority people. Well, I looked it up in the FBI database, right? And the mugshot page was all Caucasian. It was like somewhere in the Midwest, they arrested about 9 people for welfare fraud. And I'm like, you see, this is the type of stuff that really like trips me out. Going off of what you just said, Kalima.
For sure. They also, actually, I'm just going to say, they also make up a large portion of people that even use food stamps. So of course they will be the largest ones that commit fraud with that shit. Let's see.
Got like a scraping noise or something going on.
Yeah, I was typing a question. That's why. That's what you were hearing. Okay. So I just looked up because I wanted to make sure. I know that there's just more white people in the population as a whole. So I looked up as far as percentages go, are more black people or white people on food stamps? And it says here, according to 2023 USDA data, more white people receive SNAP benefits than any other racial group.
Is that just America or is that like global?
We're talking about SNAP benefits, so that's just here.
Okay. That makes sense.
used to say all the time that Jim Crow never left. He just got technology. And when it comes to this topic, this is why I believe that he is a reflection of white America because of the things that he's implemented, trying to de-evolve the American way and make it back to antebellum days, like slavery days, because what he's doing. And that is another way that I believe that he is a representation of white America. We're educated, that we stand up for ourselves. You know, they don't like all of the above, okay? If it was a multiple choice question. So that's my thought on that.
So, Artemis, Antebellum, I seen a movie on that. Are you talking about like the like what was happening before the Civil War and all that stuff happened?
What I was talking about before, way before Emancipation Proclamation, way before women's rights and the suffrage movement. Yes, that part of our history. Yes.
Gotcha. So I got another question. So like, as far as, you know, all of the countries in the world today, what do you all think about America in comparison, or the United States of America in comparison to, like asking this, would you be opposed to settling somewhere outside of this country, the United States of America? Or would you be better?
I absolutely supposed to be any the fuck what else but this motherfucker sometimes. I definitely do.
Gotcha. Okay. And like what places would you consider?
Asia is cheaper over there to have the same type of lifestyle that we have over here, and the food is much less processed and I would not stay here if I didn't have to just leave right now and the money to leave right now.
Gotcha. So I ain't gonna hold you. I think if I'm in a position, I would probably have a home outside of the States, but I think I would definitely keep a home in the States. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's probably because I was
diversifying.
Yeah. I think it's probably because I was raised unfamiliar, like as far as the way things go over here. But I definitely don't want to just be here, like just be the only place, you know what I'm saying, that I live and do stuff and lay my head, all of that. But it's interesting to hear someone, you know, that would actually be more than cool with just settling somewhere, like somewhere on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean.
I wouldn't even have to go far if I didn't want to, but it's just more expensive to live. My parents are both from the Caribbean. My mom has land on the island that her parents are from, but because it's just more expensive to live there than it would be to live in Asia, probably.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I want to ask this question of Miss Cleo because she travels and she lives abroad and works abroad. How is it like, because of this administration, for the U.S. currency where you're currently residing now? Like, how is the dollar, the U.S. dollar, to the currency of Japan? How is that working out right now, due to the fact that we have a wonky administration here? Cleo, well, yeah. Another thing, we wait for Miss Cleo. That's another thing that we have to look at too, Dash, when going abroad. Going abroad is how our dollars will convert overseas into that new lifestyle that we're trying to make for ourselves.
No, I feel you. So I've actually been overseas before. Like my most vivid recall experience or what have you was in Lebanon, the Middle East pretty much, like Israel, Lebanon, Egypt, all of that. But Lebanon for the most part, because when I went over there, one, even though they're fairer skinned, I definitely felt like royalty. And it's probably because, looking back, I think it's because of the conversion of my money into their money. Like literally, like I might be exaggerating a little bit, but like $5 was like $500 over there. So just imagine you go over there with like $1,500 for a couple days. You kind of looked at as, you know, like you're rich. You know what I'm saying? Like you're super, like you're royalty almost. So it made sense, and it felt really good. But then as I spent time over there and actually engage with the people and the culture and their way of life, I realized the hardship and the shit that they go. Like they don't even have speed limits. Like the people, like they be driving on these fucking roads. You're liable to, like if you're not from there and you don't know how to drive, you're liable to get into a damn car accident because that shit is like in the mountains and it's like a bunch of curves and turns and all that type of stuff. I seen like a 12-year-old boy smoking cigarettes. It was just crazy. But the fact that I guess the value of their dollar was so low, when you do go over there, you're able to afford a better living than what a lot of the natives can afford. So I've had like a glimpse of that for sure.
Feel like a reverse mirror image, isn't it? Like, because here we are doing what we do here, and there's somebody whose dollars are long here, but then when we go to somebody else's country, we're the opposite. You know what I'm saying? We're that opposite in that mirror. That's what blows my mind because according to quote unquote certain constructs, that shouldn't even be happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah. Most definitely. And now we dropping bombs over there. We're on that side. It's crazy.
First thing for me to see were the photos of the mass graves in Bosnia because you had ethnic cleansing. And sticking to the topic, one of the reasons why I think that this individual is also a reflection of white America is because he's low-key promoting ethnic cleansing here as well in his own way. And that's not a good look.
Oh, you talking about as far as like the topic? You talking about when you say individual? You talking about like topic?
As far as the topic of the room,
gotcha.
I think that he is low key I can't even say low key. He's just representing them by alluding to ethnic cleansing, and it doesn't have to come. It's coming economically. It's not in as much.
I'm not sleep.
Like that, but you understand what I mean, Josh?
Yeah, I follow you for sure. 100%.
I'm gonna make you go to school. We ain't got no. Oh, we just. Oh.
You realize you're off mute, my guy.
You gotta have mic.
Oh shit.
But yeah, I follow you. I'm clear on this. On that.
I'm trying to stick to bullets, not paragraphs. So forgive me if I'm coming off too short. I just want to make it as concise as possible.
Yeah, keep going with your soliloquy. It's fine. No one's really up right now besides the three of us.
Kalima, I'm trying to stick to the rules, to be honest. No, I don't want to talk too much.
I don't know that rules apply at 2:45.
Love you. Good night. Hey, next time y'all hear me putting kids been telling them to go to sleep at 2:45 in the morning, I appreciate a quicker doom. Your mic is hot.
Okay, bro.
Not you. This is my first time seeing you. I probably ain't gonna see you or no more. Talk with the rest of them.
All right.
Kalima was just letting me talk.
I didn't realize that you were talking to no one. I had to realize that you weren't talking to us before I said something, bro.
Said, like, why the fuck y'all ain't sleep?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a Thursday. Or we going to be into the Thursday? At least on my side.
No, they on spring break. So I was just like, I forgot.
Wait, it's Thursday. Where you at in the world?
Wednesday. What is
my bad. It's Wednesday. Look, I'm a day. Look at me. Look at me.
Australia over there with
What kind of mess is that, bro?
I'm in the United States of America. It's Wednesday. My bad. I'm a day ahead. I'm over this.
You're about to bug this sister out. Like, where are you?
My bad.
Yeah. Because I had writer's block, so I had got up and wrote another 2 chapters to this little book I'm putting together, but that's the only reason why I'm up here, because I can't sleep. I had creative block, so I had to get up and get with the flow. So now I can't go back to sleep.
Wait, what's the premise of the book? What you write? I mean, you don't gotta give me all the.
It's a journey from adolescence into motherhood.
It's actually Afrofuturistic story.
You said futuristic story?
Afrofuturism based story.
Afrofuturism based story. Okay. So like, what's the so let me ask you this. Is it
the
first
girl
person?
goes on a journey to find herself, and as she's going to find her father, who has disappeared in an archaeological dig, and come to find out it's not an archaeological dig. He just went through a portal, and he's unable to get back, and she's able to bring him back.
Is this Land of the Lost?
Oh.
Are you insulting my creativity at this point? Because if so, I'm gonna go.
That sounds like some sci-fi. That sounds like a little bit of science fiction too. Afrofuturistic based. Gotcha. Because as she prepares for the journey, she braids certain things into her hair. And if you remember, as cornrows were maps, and things were placed into the maps, like a piece of gold, a piece of silver, a couple of seeds to plant crops when they get where they're going. This is what she does before she goes on her journey. So when I write my stories, I actually write my stories to have actual historical significance and cultural differences, not
a lot of my things I deal with the spiritualistic aspect of African culture as well, and incorporate it into my stories. So this is what I'm currently working on.
It's from the perspective of a woman. It's like the. So is it first person?
No,
or is it
it's
third
not
person?
from the perspective of a woman. When the book is published, and I let you all know where to get it from, you will understand. I just study my cultures. As I'm biracial, I study my cultures, and I imply what I study into the characters of my book.
Gotcha. Okay.
Artemis, I was just poking fun at you. You know I love you, girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh shit! I can't even get no love back.
I said okay. It's 3:51 in the morning. Do you want belly dancing and rituals? Like crazy work.
That would be dope.
Both of y'all are crazy. I don't know. Kalima, this is about as high as my voice will ever get here. I will never raise my voice in this forum again. I'd rather go on mute and walk away. So
I don't want you to walk away. I want you to stay.
it's too early in the morning for this singing. Much appreciated. But
I'm about to walk away from my phone, but I gotta leave it on the charger. Let's take it down.
I want you to stay.
It's on 5%, my dude. By the time I do what I do and come back, it's gonna be dead. So I gotta leave it y'all on the charger and in my room for a second.
Okay.
Alright, it's just me and Artemis in the logo right now. Artemis, okay. From what I was told, Daryl tried to read today.
Yeah, you what?
Daryl tried to read. He tried to do the reading test.
Oh.
And it was an epic failure. But I'm mad that I won't get to listen to it until I wake up tomorrow.
Well, I tend to not stay around much when he's around. It's very disappointing to my ears.
Well, I ain't gonna tell you what else he did that was very disappointing.
I heard what he said about the homie Wednesday, though. I was out of pocket and I told him something.
Oh, yeah, I had to find my fucking, had to come off mute and curse at him.
It's falling on deaf ears. It's falling on deaf ears. I wouldn't even bust a blood vessel trying to talk to him. There's certain individuals here on stage when they get here, I just be quiet because the RPO moderating team takes care of those individuals. So it makes no sense for me to come off mute and say something when the team is handling the situation. Because you get a lot of people that come up here, they're in some type of crisis and they just need moderation. So.
No, I like sometimes they give you space to curse people out.
Yeah, but I've been assessing some things lately, and I asked myself, is it really necessary to curse people out? Like, if we claim that we're intelligent, we do research and so forth and so on, let's do it in an educated way, not in such a crass way. And I understand people who be getting on people's nerves, and every once in a while, it's like, snap out of it. What the heck is wrong with you? Like, what the F is wrong with you, But if someone is constantly bringing you to that point where all they can understand is you cursing or yelling at them, then really there's not as much research for us to do with you. Like we've exhausted all avenues. Just go in the corner somewhere. Just stay over there. We're not picking you to play volleyball, baseball, football, stickball, none of that. Just, we've exhausted our study on you. It's just, we want peace. We want logical conversation. That's it.
I'll be logic sometimes. Sometimes I'm just,
I know what you're saying, but at the end of the day, does it really make you happy cussing this person out? I mean, on a voice app, like, really?
Like, for real, like, when I'm not in the mood, like, I'm just not in the mood. I just won't say shit. But when I hear, like, people disrespecting women, like, to a point to where, like, it's just bothersome. And I don't even fuck with Wesley hard like that, but I wasn't gonna take that shit.
That's the thing sometimes with social media. Like with this topic, look at how social media addresses this topic. He really goes hardcore to keep reflecting white America to the point that even now, white America is getting a little tired of him. You feel me? So it's just one of those things.
You notice that politics is almost like gang banging in a way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like niggas will not get off of their game hard enough to even criticize that moment.
No, but there comes a time where they're gonna be like, look, enough is enough. Enough is enough with this cat. We gotta serve the greater good, and we're the greater good. You the evil. Gotta get rid of you by any means necessary. Be like that sometimes.
I like the bottom of the brow on people. The other half of the country elected him. They thought it was gonna be different.
People realize that Project 2025 wasn't a joke. Now they crying and wish they hadn't voted for him.
I had to tell somebody that shit earlier in the night. I was like, that's why you trying to do tariffs, because it's the first step, and trying to get rid of income taxes. He's trying to prove that he can fund the government off tariffs. But people just have no like motherfucking no understanding of history in the past. It's just like, all right, bro.
And you know what? To be honest with you, it's not our place to make them want to believe. At this point, you can't even get an individual to stop blacking out on a voice app. Could you imagine what this person is like in real life? Could you imagine just like all of us just drawing our weapons on this one person? Like, if you don't shut up, if you just, silence is better than speaking. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, it's enough. It's enough of it. It's just enough. We're supposed to learn from our research, not come back to the same thing that we first started with on a journey. Like, that's crazy sometimes.
Like it's Pokemon. Sometimes you gotta use your starters.
I guess so. I really don't give it much of a thought lately. Just because, I mean, there's been times I've been in here listening to the conversation. It's just flowing so beautifully. And then you see outside out of nowhere, somebody throws a monkey wrench, gets hit, and hits somebody upside the head with it. Like, what are you talking about? Just like when you don't even have a mental toolbox. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy work.
Miss Cleo's back.
Hey.
She's chilling in Japan.
Hey, I fell asleep.
Oh, because when the other guy was here, Cleo, I was asking a question about, like, since you travel and work abroad, how has it been with the currency, the American dollar, since you've been in Japan under this current administration? Oh, okay, no problem. All right, I'm back from outer space.
Okay, my bad. I'm back too.
Yeah, the question that I had for you was, how is the currency conversion for the U.S. dollar to the Japanese currency? What is it, the yen?
Yeah, the yen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how has that been lately under this current administration that we're dealing here within America?
Oh, well, the yen is terrible, so the yen is terrible. The thing is, because I'm not trading currency on a regular basis. The yen is so, you talk for some yeah, I'm just saying, the yen is terrible, so it's way worse than the US dollar. Can y'all hear me?
Barely, like you're breaking up and coming back.
I can hear her fine. That's crazy.
Okay.
You're so low. Nobody's over here. Should we close this room?
I don't know how long this room has been open, Cleo, so
I don't know either.
So I don't know if you all can chat. And if you do close it, I will catch up with y'all later.
No worries. I mean, we don't have to close it. I have class in a few minutes.
Oh,
hopefully late. So I'm gonna have to get off. I fell asleep on the bus ride back. So once this class,
Okay.
y'all when I get back. See her.
I don't want to lose replays.
Well, have a good day, Miss Cleo. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Have a wondrous day, Cleo.
All right, you all get some rest before you get your day started.
Yes,
Sure.
definitely.
Good night, people.
Night. Maybe check Discord to see.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do.
Okay.
I don't know if they just changed the title and it was an old room or what. I have no idea.
Yeah. Sometimes like I walked in here and people were just asleep. I say hello, and then I just close it so we don't lose the replays.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you need to do, Kalima, you got it. I'll see y'all.
All right.
Later, Cleo. All right, Kalima, I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
All right, later. I think I'm gonna shut it down. Later.
All right, later.
Written, man. It was already written that I was going. This was what it is. This was what's happening, and this has something to do with the way God created them. It's already your mother. We lose our mother out here, our children at an early age, whatever. We say, man, it's already written, man. It was in the will of Allah, God, whatever you call it. That's what other people talk.
It was written, man.
Yeah, but that's rhetorical speech. I bring up rhetorical speech is because when you make certain statements, like it was already written, and people, and this isn't us arguing, this is me like giving you guys different things to think about. So when you debate, or when any of us debate or encounter people, so if you're like, yeah, it's already written, I can tell you like, yeah, Calvinists believe the same thing you just said. They're gonna say it was already written, and then what they would say is it was already written, then I'm gonna read the Bible and not the Quran. That was already written. It was all written that every book anyone physically gave me was some version of a Bible, but never the Quran. It was already written. So this is where rhetorical speech becomes important, because if we make certain statements, we can invalidate other portions of our argument unless we understand there's an amount of rhetoric, which is where a lot of times when we find things that seem to be contradictory, it's usually someone used rhetoric, and the rhetoric not aligning doesn't necessarily mean that there's a contradiction. That's kind of the point.
Okay, so where do you get this understanding from rhetoric talk? Cause you didn't wake up one day and say one person to talk. Where do you get this speech from?
Yeah, I first understand the usage of certain phraseology where people say things that if we were to investigate them scientifically, what they said is not actually what's happening or something that happened, but they are trying to make some point, and then there could be truth in that point, or sometimes you could use rhetoric and it's not true, but it's better when it's true, obviously. And then I can research the etymology of the word rhetoric in different languages, where it comes from, what it means, and then understand and analyze the semantic drift that the word rhetoric used to have at whatever time period than what it has now. And then I arrive at a conclusion of, okay, so we can say things rhetorically, like we can say God is a man, he's our husband, he's our father, he's our master. God is not literally my master in any sense of a human understanding of what a master is. He's literally not that. But when someone says God is my master, or I serve God, I understand what they mean, because it's a rhetorical device used to convey meaning. So that is what rhetoric is.
It's okay. Well, it seems like to me you're going into some type of philosophy, which is not the dawah of the prophets. The dawah of the prophets, which is invite, is clear. And so
the prophets are humans, though, right?
Yeah, but they receive wahi. That's the revelation.
Yeah, I received revelation too. From God directly.
Okay.
So who do God think he is?
You said what?
Who does God say he is and who he's not?
He is my God.
You know what I'm saying? Who does he say he is and who he's not?
No, he is my God, and he is not anything other than my God. That's who he says he is.
So he's not my God.
It depends on what God you believe in. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I think
your God.
Yeah, he is my God, and then he gives revelations. He'll say, "Hey, look, I already showed you this. I already taught you that." And he'll remind me, and I'm like, "Oh man, you did teach me that. It was right here. Why am I having this problem? It was already here the whole time." That's what he does, and then he'll give us. Sometimes it doesn't happen a lot. It's pretty rare actually, but then he might give. He doesn't literally say words, right? But then I receive an instruction to my body to do certain things. And I'm like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. That's a command. And then as a human, now what he's never told me to do is to like write this stuff down and tell other people they got to do what I do. He's never done that. But if you imagine a prophet receiving an encounter with God, the Creator, Allah, and then they receive that encounter, and then they're like, okay, how am I going to transcribe or how am I going to make people understand and be able to read the supernatural experience I just had? I'm going to write it down in words, and these words probably will never encapsulate what actually happened. So they're going to use rhetorical devices. That's why we use rhetoric. So, like the pen, if there either is a physical pen that was created in the beginning and wrote down everything, or there wasn't. But there could be, I understand, everything is divinely instituted and willed and will happen. And how do I communicate that to people? I communicate that by saying, there first was a pen, it was created, it wrote everything down so that people understand, hey, everything is written, which is also Calvinists would say the same thing. Everything is written, they just wouldn't use the same rhetorical device of saying that there was a pen. But when people say there's a pen and it has to be literal, that's kind of a red flag. Because it's like, okay, now we're mixing literal with rhetoric. And if that's the message you got, that's probably not for me, because I understand what rhetoric is.
Whatever your intellect accepts, you accept it to be true. And whatever your intellect rejects, then you reject it. So, because you told us that you received a revelation from God, which we know as Muslims, this will be a bald-faced lie from the pits of the fire. You know what I mean? And it's very it's kind of alarming that you're saying that you basically. So, are you a messenger or a prophet?
No, I never said I was a prophet. I said I received revelations. What I specifically said was I've never received a revelation that I'm supposed to come tell you anything, no Salafi, so I would not be your prophet. No, I'm not.
Okay, so are you supposed to withhold if you receive revelation, aren't you supposed to give it to the people?
I'm supposed to give it to whoever I'm told to give it to at whatever time I'm supposed to give it. That's how that works.
So why you can't give it to me? Am I not chosen?
I could give it to you, but you don't seem to want it because you just called me a liar. So why would I give it to you?
Islam says you lie.
You just said a religion. Yes. Islam says I'm a liar.
Yes.
And you're a Muslim. So if you believe in what you, and to me, in my religion, that means you are bearing false witness because I'm not lying. So you're not actually worthy of receiving anything I might have to do. This is the problem when you don't understand rhetoric, right? This is the problem.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. Like, your God is the one who changed the hearts of the people because you worship the real God. Your God changed the hearts of human beings, right? So if that's
my God exceeds all of the books. Your book does not encapsulate my God. He's definitely bigger than your book.
What's the name of it?
You say what? No. And if you say he's not, that's fine. But my God is definitely bigger than a book. There's no book that encapsulates my God.
And you describe him.
describe him. He's a God that speaks to prophets, and when you speak to a prophet, that means the prophet hears something that's not in a book, which means it is impossible for a God like that, even the God of Muhammad, peace be upon him, the God of Muhammad sending angels and messengers and speaking through whatever mechanisms he's speaking, comes before the book is ever written. So it is impossible for the book to encapsulate that God. That's not even a possibility. If you want to write a new chapter right now, we just write a new chapter.
Okay, so now, but you said that the God is bigger than what Allah said He is in the Quran. What you just said.
No, I said He's bigger than the book.
Well, who is He? Like describe.
He's God.
We ever
The
describe
God, the Creator of all things.
Okay, so does He acknowledge other gods?
The Creator of all things can create other gods.
Now, what is a god? Like, what are the components that constitute a god?
Amazing. Great question. All right. God, a deity, sometimes a disembodied spirit, sometimes conceptually, God could make a human into a god. He doesn't really do that one, at least not often. But He could do those things. So a god is anything that has the master-slave relationship. That will be your God.
Anyone that has the master-slave relationship.
And also objects can be your God, can be someone's God too. Money can be a God, right? That can happen.
Yeah.
Anything that you.
That's my point. If you hear all of these different concepts of God, right? People say that this is God or that's God or he's God, that's God. I think that if you can tell me or describe it, right? Because I don't think that no one can describe God as God describes Himself. So Allah says that He knows what's behind them and what's before them. And they can never grasp any of His knowledge except as He will to prevail, right? And His seat encompasses the heavens and the earth and the preservation of them that's entire, right? Like how He speaks will be fitting. So that's why I would ask the person, who is the God that you worship? Who does He say He is, and who does He say He's not? Because if you can't demonstrate that, then how would you know you worship God?
Yeah, I think even more important before you get to that, you said we can't actually know Him and understand Him except for how He wills us to understand Him in the way that we can actually understand Him, which means God is using rhetoric because He's speaking to us in a way that we can actually understand, not in a literal sense of what His being is. So again, if someone has a problem with rhetoric, then I already know whatever the understanding they have is really not for me, because I do understand rhetoric, and God Himself uses rhetoric, which is why He will describe Himself as a husband, a master, a father, and all these things, a savior. That's why He uses this terminology, because it's rhetoric. He's trying to make it so that we can understand. So to say anything else just intellectually doesn't.
What's the reason to?
You said what?
Let me ask you that question. What are your reasons to believe the Bible is a book of God?
For me, my reason is the messaging is consistent. The author's transcription of the words they use for the messages may not be consistent, but the message is, and that's why earlier I was saying there's an example and a standard, and God is saying this is the standard, and the standard must be what He is, because He is perfectly righteous. If we accept that, then now He is the standard. So when I read a book and it says, I am God, you're the standard, and I start seeing those things.
God said that He's the standard.
He says it when He says things like, I am your husband. And then now that's the standard. And then however He's the husband becomes the standard. And then whenever He makes a law, that's the standard.
or how do you know what comes from God?
I don't know 100% just by reading a text that, okay, everything in this text comes from God, but then I get confirmation from God on certain very specific things when he feels like interdicting and saying, hey, this one right here, I taught you that, which has happened a couple of times. And then I know, okay, for sure you said this is from you. Okay, so the text around this other text probably is okay, and then I have to investigate it, understand it, make sure I understand it, which is why most of the doctrine of Christians and Jews and Hebrew Israelites, most of their doctrine is actually incorrect, I would say. Well, I won't say most. A large portion of their doctrine is incorrect because they don't do what I just said that I do, which is actually try to understand the message. Like they get the Shabbat wrong all the time. They don't understand the Shabbat, and I'll say you just don't understand it because you're listening to the doctrine the teacher gave you, and if the teacher goes wrong, then now everyone who's taught by that teacher now goes wrong. So if you rely 100% on a teacher, now you've subjugated yourself to a human, but the human is not the standard. The standard is God. A human can take you down the wrong path, and you're jacked up. God, he may not forgive you for that. He may say, I didn't tell you to listen to that, right? He could do that.
Like, we got to know who he is, though. Because I don't think another God can be described, in a high, dignified way.
Well, how did Muhammad know? How did Muhammad know the angel that came to him was a messenger from God?
How did he know?
Yeah, how did he know that was a messenger from God and not a lying spirit?
No, what's the message?
I mean, I'm asking you. I'm not gonna misrepresent your belief system or anything like that. I'm just asking a kind of a logical question. So an angel comes down, comes to Muhammad, correct me when I'm wrong, and then he says, here, I'm now, basically the angel is now a prophet. That's really what an angel is a messenger, is a prophet. And the angel comes down and he's like, here, I'm telling you these things. So how did Muhammad know, okay, this angel, I gotta trust him? How did he know that?
How did he know to trust the angel?
Yeah, how did he know?
Well,
how did he know the angel was an angel? How would he even know that?
Right. Well, when it first happened to him, he was completely frightened. Right. And when I think he tried to kill himself or something, and the angel would appear again. Right. And this time he would appear in his true form. Not like the angels gonna come as men. Just the prophet said they don't have the man organ, like they don't have a sack, but they come like men. Like you look at them as a men, but they just don't have the organ. But, so they don't have. We don't believe that angels desire to eat food and drink, right? Like they didn't accept food when they went to Lot. But we don't believe that they So certain our beliefs is different, but we're talking about the same things like angels, and it just seemed like the things that I had troubles with in the Bible. The Quran is going back and it's actually dealing with that particular story.
And let me clarify something real quick, inshallah. Jabril clarified who he was to the Prophet of Islam. Did you know that?
No, thank you for telling me that. So the person who came clarified to Muhammad who he was. So if I tell you God speaks to me or an angel speaks to me, a messenger, which in my theology, depending on how the angel approaches me, could bear the divine name. The angel actually I would treat as God anyway, because it's not an angel, but it's a messenger. So they could just come to me and then they could clarify, no, actually, I am your God, or I am messenger of your God, and I would just accept that, right?
Okay, so you
you're saying that an angel came to you, so you tell you what exactly?
No, what I'm saying is the presence of God filled my house and communicated with me. But what you just said is when I asked how Muhammad would know, the angel that came to him was actually a messenger from God, right? Because that's the theoretical question that Bears was asking me. And the way you're confirming he knew that was just by saying the angel clarified who he was. And if that's true, then definitely what I'm going to say to you is when God came and communicated with me and built my home, he clarified to me who he was. That's actually what the whole point of what he was doing was clarifying that. He was who he was and he was there.
Okay, excellent. So what's the name of the angel who came to you? The messenger who came to you? What's his name?
The messenger that came to me did not have a separate name. That messenger was my God, who can go by multiple names. And the name is, depending on your theology, maybe not important.
Excellent.
But we can go with Elohim. You can go with Elohim, go with Jehovah. It really is not good.
Okay, so God, that's good that you told me that. So God says that he's not a man. God don't shapeshift. He don't take the form of nothing else. He don't change.
Yeah, I didn't say a man came to me, but God definitely prescribes in his word that he is a man, and also Moses calls him a man. So again, if you don't understand rhetoric, you might understand it that God says he's not a man. But if you do understand rhetoric, you do know that when they say God is not a man, that he should lie. God does send lying spirits, and God is not a human being, that he should change his mind. He definitely changes his mind. So saying God is not a man, I'm not sure what you mean, because to me, God is definitely 100% a man. God is the man, actually.
Okay, if he says he's not a man, that's general, right?
No, if he says he's not a man, then I'm going to have to question, why does he refer to himself as a man? That God is not a man, because God calls himself a man in the Bible.
Excellent. So what's your evidence that I'm not your God right now?
My evidence that you're not my God right now is that you don't have any actual control over me, so you're not my Lord and my Master. So when I say God, that's what I'm talking about.
So if someone has control over you, right? Because you know they can do witchcraft out here. So if someone has control over you, that's your evidence that would be your God?
That would not be my only evidence, but if someone had enough control to literally force me to do things, then I would probably, from a practical perspective, revere them. I might deify them, right? Which is actually what happens with Jesus. He doesn't literally say he's God, but he gets deified because he can do things that only God can do. So I might deify them, right? But that's never happened to me. And if that happened to me, then I would have to question, why did my God let this happen? But luckily for me, I don't have that problem.
Okay, so I think it's a misunderstanding. See, that's why I like the question that Amir asks, who is God, who is God is not, who is God? Because now, there's things about God that I think you should know about. So I think you have a misunderstanding of who your Lord is from the beginning.
No, I don't. That's my husband, and that's my father. I don't have a misunderstanding about the relationship I have with my God, which means I don't have a misunderstanding about who my God is. We are not communicating
rhetoric, but that's rhetoric.
Using the same
rhetoric. That's rhetoric. You just say that's rhetoric. That's rhetoric, right?
Right. So, what is the example of a husband? Where do we get the example of how to be a husband?
It's rhetoric. It doesn't really mean that. Remember, you said you don't take that literal, right? Why are you taking this literal?
Well, I do take it literal because it's a literary work, which means someone wrote something down, which makes it literature. And so when I say I take it literal, I take it in the meaning the author intended to mean, which was to create an example of the relationship God has with me, which is father and a husband. So that's what I mean when I say literal. But I do have a human father, right, which is very different, because I'm not saying God has a physical father.
This is why I said you're a man of your hawa, your desires, because it's clear the sun in the sky. You take what you want as rhetoric, and you take what you want as literal. So that's why I said from the beginning of this discussion that you're a man.
Well,
Takes what you want. Take what you want. Okay. You see that God is your husband. Right? God is a husband. Right? That's literal.
Do you know what a husband is?
The question is,
yeah, I definitely know what a husband is. A husband is a master. That's literally what a husband is about.
You did.
I did.
Okay, so God is your master.
I literally say God is my master. Yeah, master.
Okay, so God came to you in the form of what? Let's figure. What he came in the form of?
He did not come to me in a physical form. He came to me in spirit and filled my house.
Well, what?
His spirit.
What spirit?
His presence.
What God?
The spirit that would make you bow down and worship with me.
Okay. So, and you heard the voice. Did you hear the voice?
No. God does not have an audible voice. At least for me, he doesn't.
Okay, so don't you understand? Okay, so he's just silent, right? You don't hear nothing. You're just silent, and he just put things in your thoughts, right?
No, he doesn't just put things in my thoughts. He communicates with me.
How?
And we communicate back and forth.
Okay, how?
How does he communicate? He reveals evidence of things that he already taught me that I forgot about. That's just one example. But that's one example of how he does it.
Good. Does it be quiet? Is it quiet when he do it? When he comes to you, is it real quiet?
If by quiet you mean in an audible sense, like if I literally set up a device to measure the decibel level, it would have been quiet by that standard. And
how long do you be quiet before he comes?
I don't be quiet for any set period of time. He comes when he chooses to because he's God.
Okay, good. Is your house be? Is it clean? Is it the clean environment when he comes? Or is it
what do you mean? What do you mean by filthy? You mean do I have like dirty dishes?
No. Do you have filth when he comes to you, right? And you receive what you receive? Is it dirty or is it clean within your environment?
When you say dirty, do you mean like that I vacuum? Or
Yeah. I'm saying, is your carpet? What about your carpet? Things of that nature. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, you could say it was dirty. That's what you mean by that.
Excellent. So now, how you know that wasn't an evil spirit that came in there and talked to you? You get these thoughts.
I know it wasn't an evil spirit by the confirmation of the word given, and then referring me back to sources I trust and confirming the practicality of what should be done in real life situations as a human male, and then having all of that confirmation. That was divine knowledge and revelation. That's how I know. It's not an evil or an spirit that did that.
So your God come in dirty environments with filthy.
My God goes wherever he wants.
So he approached filthy environments, right?
He literally goes wherever he wants.
Even in the talk, right?
He literally goes wherever he wants. I don't know why there would be a limitation on where God can go.
See, this is the evidence, man, that you have no idea who your Lord is.
Well, this is the evidence that you have no idea who my Lord is. But apparently your Lord requires you to vacuum your carpet before he comes and sits with you, right?
I do know who your Lord is. I know who you
are. Are you in communion with your God?
I know who you worship.
Are you in communion with your God? Like, can your God not talk to you?
Could he talk to me?
Yeah.
If he wanted to.
But he can't do it if you don't vacuum your carpet. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you, right? It's a time and a place where I approach my Lord, right? Which is it has the conditions have to be met. You don't have a right to worship God how you want to and when you want to.
Yeah, I didn't say I had a right to do anything when I wanted to. I said when he wants to and where he wants to, he shows up whenever and however he wants because he's God.
I believe I believe I can worship my God anytime I want, anywhere I want. I don't care where I'm at, anywhere I'm at. If I'm in hell, if I call on him, I believe he's coming. And no matter where I go, he's coming. Whether it's clean or dirty, he'll come get me from hell. That's my God. He'll come pull me out of hell if I need it, if I can call him at any time, no matter what state I'm in. I could be in the worst state in the world, and I believe my God will come and get me, no matter what.
Okay, so
he has no conditions when it's time to come get his children. As a matter of fact, he'll leave every last one of them to just come and get me.
So let me ask you this: where did you get that information? Where you get that information from?
I actually lived it. I'm a living witness to it. I have actual stories of it, and my God can speak to me anytime. God is always speaking.
Okay, so.
And he can speak. He can speak to me whenever he feels like it. I could be in the penitentiary. I could be laying in a bed of lucre, having sex with 50 men, and if he feels like it, he can tell me to get up, my child. He can say whatever he wants, whenever he wants. That's what I believe.
He can do that. I agree with you. That's a wild.
I'm just saying. I mean, hey, it happens. But I mean, it happened. You know, Rahab was a prostitute. I mean, I've seen him save millions of people in story, and I've seen him do it in real life in my time and age. So, I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. You can't tell me what I know I've experienced in my lifetime. And I've probably been here a little bit longer than you. And he speaks to me. He actually speaks. Whenever he feels like it, he'll chime in, and I can feel it in my whole entire body. It resonates through my whole soul. He speaks. He's alive.
So let me ask you this question. You say he speaks to you. So, are you saying that you know right from wrong?
Absolutely. I know mostly what's right from wrong, basic things that are right from wrong. There's some things that I probably don't know. Some things I might think is right because of how I was raised and because of my mind. And it probably was wrong. But as I grow up and learn and grow, I realized some things in the way I was raised were wrong. They thought it was right. So I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I still make mistakes. I'm still walking.
But you said that God sold that sense. So you're saying God speak to you. So I'm saying if he speak to you, you would think that you know what right and wrong is.
That's not even how he speaks to me. That ain't even some of the things that ain't even what he talks to me about, sir. That's not what the real, true, living God speaks to me about. That is not what he shows me.
So what do he talk to you about?
He talks about the church. He talks about people he shows me people that are supposed to be walking to be apostles and prophets. Well, he told me, don't tell everybody everything that I show you. He never goes, this wrong. This wrong. You wrong. You wrong. This ain't right. You filthy. You ain't sweep your floor. You can't talk to me. He don't do stuff like that. That's not God. That's not the God that I serve. That's not a God. That's not the God that I talk to.
I agree, Victorious. My God is not.
I'm just saying, Charles. That's just not how he operates. He's nothing like man, and their thoughts are not his thoughts. They're so much higher. So any question that you ask me you could never relate to the true and living God. It's unfathomable.
So let me ask you this: Does he tell you? Let me ask you this: Does he tell you what other people are doing?
Sometimes. I had a guy, a brother from my church. He was supposed to help us move. And he was just in the house for a long time. Well, I was like, oh Lord, what is he doing? What's taking him so long? He said, God said he's in there smoking crack. And when he got in the car, I said, you know, God told me what you was doing. He said, what was I doing? I said, God said you was in there smoking crack. I thought you quit. You went back. And he said, yeah, I was in there smoking crack. So what's the problem now? I said, I'm going to have to pray for you because God said you was in there smoking crack. Now, what's the problem now? He's allowed to do that with any of his creation.
Okay, so now it's the sun in the sky, so you talk to some jinns. So the jinns is giving you information.
I mean, is that what you think it was? Because Because the jinns wouldn't just give me information. I worship God in spirit and in truth. That was nothing but the truth. That was the truth. That was the truth. See, there's a difference between jinns and the Holy Ghost. There's a thin line between the Holy Ghost and the demonic. And you can walk on either side. The spirit realm is a duality. And he shows me that too. So when we walk in realms, there's demonic forces involved here. And spirits and demonic forces in the mind that can block you from even realizing or seeing something. God has showed me there's scales on people's eyes. So you wouldn't even begin to not acknowledge or understand it unless he draws it to you. You can't even
be recited over. You know, that's been communicating with the jinn.
So, is that what you're saying about me? Look at this, Charles.
Yeah.
Look at this, Charles.
I think we should calm down.
Look at this, Charles. So they would not know the difference between the Antichrist and Christ himself, right? I'm going on the way, Charles. I'm going on the way, Charles.
No, I hear. No, I'm with you. I think just for the purpose of the dialogue, we can slow down a little bit.
I was on the roll, I just had my fresh cup of coffee. I had my breakfast, my BLT. I was getting ready to open up that word and just walk people down in it, but I just ain't gonna do that.
Listen, let me tell you something. I've seen you in the room reciting words which nobody can understand except you and your companions. So I already know how y'all get down. You know what I mean? So whatever you into, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You need to stop communicating with the jinn. You need to repent. Stop getting information from the unseen world and go back to God, because that's wrong. You're not allowed to talk to jinns. It's wrong. So stop, please.
Sir, I didn't speak to anything. I said God speaks to me. You can say it's a jinn. I say it was God. Can you prove or disprove that I wasn't speaking directly to God? Because and not only this is how I know, because I have the right to go boldly before the throne of grace and mercy and obtain mercy and walk right in there and speak to him. I'm allowed to go into the courts of heaven. If Satan is allowed to sit with him, what makes you think we're not?
Because you're not allowed to communicate with jinn. That's forbidden for you. And these are
Sir, I wasn't communicating with anything. Whatever it was, and I believe it was God, the Holy Ghost, he was speaking through me. And sir, can I tell you something else? I didn't even speak. I'll tell you how God did it with me. He shows me signs and symbols on the wall. In broad daylight, sir. It's my prophetic gift. I didn't do anything. He'll open up my eyes and he'll tell me to look. And he'll show me I'm not even talking to him. He's talking to me. He'll say, look at that. He says, do you know what that means? I'll say, no, sir, I don't. And he'll take me away from it. And then later on, he will slowly give me the information. Because some of the stuff is just really, really too high for us in our human vessels, in our human state. So he has to give it to us a little bit at a time, some of us. It just depends on your mindset or how fast you move in the realm of the spirit. And God also speaks to us at the speed of thought. He speaks to us in various ways. So that's not just the only way. So first of all, sir, let me correct you. No, sir. Let me correct you because I didn't speak to anything. God opened up my eyes and showed me. That's how he speaks to me, with signs and symbols. And then he tells me what he really means about it. Then I have to go into prayer and ask for an interpretation. It's not no cakewalk. And I paid for that. And I paid for that gift. I paid for that anointing.
Listen, I know you paid for it. You went to the witchcraft people, right?
No, I did not.
Let me say, you just said you paid for it, so you went to the
I
witchcraft.
paid for it. I paid for it in suffering. I paid for it in humiliation. I paid for it in molestation. I paid for it in alienation. I paid for it with rejection. Hello? Like the cornerstone, the chief cornerstone that the builders rejected. Charles, am I talking crazy?
You're not talking crazy. I do think Salafi. I know the urge, but if we could slow down the pace a little bit, we could maybe get some things out of the dialogue.
It's cool, Charles. Because you're a new beginning when it comes to that sorcery stuff. But when it comes to this It's just the head. You deep in it, ain't you?
Sorcery, witchcraft, witchcraft, and magic are two different realms of the demonic, sir. They're different levels and realms. But I'm going on mute. Can you please stop accusing us of things? Because you know what? You're projecting here. The thing is that that's
Hey, I just want to. All right, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing real quick. All right, sorcery, witchcraft, because that is a real thing, but it's also usually misunderstood. So what really happens is there's rituals, right? There's a set of rituals. We have to be careful because if you call someone a witch, that doesn't really mean anything besides they do a ritual. And then when you're going to describe to me that I got to clean my carpet, like have a temple or have a mosque and do these things, that is also a ritual. This is actually no different than witchcraft and sorcery. The only difference is, are you serving the appropriate God when you do the thing you do? Because I've never seen a religion that doesn't have rituals. In fact, if you don't have rituals, you would not call yourself religious. You would just say, I'm a spiritual person, which is usually what I say because I don't regularly participate in rituals. But I will draw that thin line out there. If you're going to call somebody a witch, but then you're going to tell me you got to go to a mosque, it's got to be clean or something like that. I'm going to say you're a witch too, right? You're doing witchcraft.
Victorious, I have a quick question for you.
You can ask me anything, but when he's not going to do it, excuse me, I'm not a witch, I do not talk to him. But as when God speaks to me, he shows me signs and symbols of my picture on the wall. That is not witchcraft. I didn't speak to him, he talks to me. In those instances, go ahead, Greg. I just let him know what I tell you what I do know about God. He not sitting right here walking around telling us, don't do that. That's wrong. You wrong. Oh, you ain't clean enough. You ask me, Lord, me. That's not how God operates, sir. I don't know what God do, sir, but my God is He. Okay? And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. This is what I do know. But go ahead. I apologize. Y'all, please forgive me for my passion, but that's crazy. And I don't know where you got that from. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about, like, in your experiences that you've had, you mentioned that, in your words, to paraphrase you a little bit, you say that in the spiritual realm, it's dualities. Can you explain what you mean by that a little bit more?
Absolutely. When you're dealing in the spirit realm, like this young man said, he said, I was speaking to jinns. Well, I don't speak to jinns. So what I'm saying is, once you go into that particular, in those realms, into the spirit world, the Bible clearly tells you that there's a place where God sits and Satan walks right into his presence and has whole conversations. The Bible has clearly shown us that. So there has to be a realm, courts of heaven. You enter his gates, his courts with praise. I don't know if you've ever seen the TV show Quantum Leap. Have you ever seen any of these things? So there's different worlds and realms that we can walk in. This is how Jesus Christ was able to walk through walls. This is how he was able to come back from the dead. He had that resurrection power. So what I'm saying is, when you're walking, a witch can prophesy, but so can a real true prophet of the Lord. And there's a duality, because at this point, like this young man said, he could be he or she, because it could be a boy, or have the gift, have a spirit. He's given us all spiritual gifts. You can use them however you like. It's your choice. We have free will. And what I'm saying is, once we're walking, that's why we have Christ, and then we have the Antichrist. That's your duality. We have good and evil. That is your duality. Once we walk into the spirit realm, then you can clearly see, perceive what's actually going on in there. And so that's why I say there's a duality. You can walk. I walked into a church and God would show me, so we got in our churches, everybody an apostle, or everybody a prophet, and everybody calls to the nation. Well, I can walk into a church and probably they don't even like me in there. God will tell me, look. As soon as he tell me to look up or look, I get to looking. And with my 2 eyes, he will show me this is apostle of the Lord, Jesus Christ. And he's operating or she is operating in the Holy Ghost. And then he'll say, look, you see that one over there? See, that's an apostle too. I'm like, huh? He said, now look at the spirit behind you. So it's still, but that apostle still has that type of authority, but it's in the demonic realm. And that particular apostle has that authority, but it's in the spirit, but it's in the realm of God and of the Holy Ghost and of righteousness. The other one is wickedness. That's the duality. That's the way I have been taught, of what I've learned from what I have seen. Do I know everything? No. Half of the stuff he shows me, I don't know. I have to go into fasting and prayer for him to give me an interpretation after he done showed me something. It's not no cakewalk. But what I do know is I've seen he showed me people with dumb demons in them. He showed me people that had, he showed me people have scales over their eyes where they can't even really see or comprehend what's really going on. So this is the duality, Greg. It comes in it comes in various ways. And sir, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Brother Charles. And sir, Mr. Salafarian or whatever you are, I'm gonna tell you something. God don't just speak to people with a voice. He does signs and symbols. He speaks to us in various ways, million ways. He can speak to your heart.
What about through a dog? Do he speak to you through a dog?
If he spoke to a prophet through a jackass, what makes you think he can't?
I'm asking you.
Even the jackass told the prophet, "Don't you see the angel of the Lord right there?" So what makes you think that man? What makes you think that he can't? I'm just saying. I don't think it's nothing that he can't do. So why wouldn't he? If he created the dog, don't you think he has the power and authority to make him speak? Matter of fact, I got a dog. My friend got a dog. Every time you walk through the house, come to his house, that dog can say hello. I promise you. I promise you. Matter of fact, he was a I think it was a collie, a border, whatever it is. He'll tell the dog speak, and that dog will say, "Roo."
Hey, Victorious, real quick. You know what? Before you said border collie, God spoke to me and he told me it was a border collie.
I mean, they're real bright though, Charlie, and I've heard them speak for real now. Now, this is no joke. Listen, sir. I know dogs that they train to let you know when you're going to have a seizure. I know dogs that can come and smell your whole body and sniff out cancer. Please don't play with me and animals. I'm going on me wet, sir. I'm just telling you the real truth, and I'm an animal girl. And I'm just being real with you. And this ain't nothing I read in no book. This is what I've seen. As a matter of fact, you can Google the dog called Booger. He was extremely intelligent. The dog had cancer. The lady took pieces of that dog, sent him to Korea, and what they did was the first clone dog. Every one of his puppies can do everything he could do. Go into the refrigerator, go get me a Pepsi. It's a documentary. His name is Booger. And they took that dog's DNA and listen to me carefully, into Korea, and they did the clone them dogs. Those puppies of that dog does everything that Booger used to do. And they never had to train them. They never had to teach them nothing. They came out like that. Make that make sense, sir. So I think we need to calm down on this level where we think we know everything because we don't. Knowledge is increasing at all times. We just broke the human genome code. I might be moving a little too fast for you because I'm a pretty bright girl and I do read my Bible. And if you read it, the Bible tells you it will give you intelligence, supernatural intelligence. Guess what? I believe that. I'm going on me wet.
Jinn can take the form of dogs. And first of all, God will never talk to you through a dog. So any dog that you hear talking as a human, just understand that's the devil talking to you. I keep telling you, you're in the spiritual world. You need to start communicating with the jinns, trying to get information for them to interpret you stuff.
Why would the devil tell you got cancer? Why would the devil warn you that you about to have a seizure? Please explain that to me. Please explain to me why Satan would of the God of the Prince of.
Listen, sister, so you can worship him. That's why, because you're.
Did you just mute me, sir?
No, I didn't. Listen.
Somebody did. This is where we have a conflict. Because listen to me, sir. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I think you're a little mistaken. That's all.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I said just a little, Charles. You know?
No, I know. I get you. Just a lot. I was just trying to mediate. Hey,
Victoria. Want to go extra hard. I'm just saying you got a little misinformed.
I hear you, Victorious. Like those are opinions, but you gotta. What I want to communicate to you, like we're divided. We're kind of keeping our statements short and going back and forth and allowing ourselves to challenge each other a little bit. So when you kind of go on a little bit too long,
I got it. I'm about to go to prayer anyway. I got to meet up with my apostles and them at 5 o'clock. So I'm getting ready to get up out of here. But I enjoyed the conversation and I got it. Next time I come in, I can do popcorn stuff, and I'll be here for a little bit longer.
Okay, so.
No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was just only other thing, real quick. I'm just gonna be quick. Only other thing I was gonna say. We know in this room we're talking to people we have different. Probably, if we start trying to say, okay, my book says this, your book says that, that's really not. That's only going to be helpful up to a point. So we got to be able to have more of an intellectual dialogue. That's all I wanted to.
So let me explain something to you, sister. That every human being has a shaitan with them. What do I mean by shaitan? A devil with them at all times. So your devil companion, right, from the unseen world, understand your condition of what you like to do and what you don't like to do. Okay? So what I'm telling you now, for example, he will know if I tell this woman she's got cancer or this happened, she will believe that I'm her deity. This is the point. So just because someone told you that something about the unseen and it was true, it doesn't make them your Lord that created everything, because you need to know the one who created you, sister. So if you read the Quran, or if you just Google it when you get the chance, look up jinn and look at the characteristics of the jinn with sincerity and ask yourself this question. Is this what you're experiencing? If it's the truth, would you accept the truth? That you've been talking to jinn from the spiritual world? And if so, then alhamdulillah, you accept Islam. Because you're not supposed to communicate with jinns and experience their world and get access to information. You're not supposed to do that, because you're giving them, you're going to end up worshiping them as deities. It's wrong.
I just want to say, go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
Because you don't got a lot of time, I think you were saying. So go ahead.
So I have Muslim friends that are in actual Islamic countries. They come back and forth. We discuss this all the time. I don't know why you got a problem with this. I do have a Quran. I do know what jinns are. They're the same thing as demons. And over in the Muslim countries, they have manifestation of these jinns inside their own people. And guess what? They are pulling them demons or jinns out. Now, you can say what you want, but my Muslim friends say they're the same thing. I don't know where you came from, and they from the real Muslim countries, the real Islamic countries. And they'll tell you all day long, those are demons. They're the same thing. Vicky, they call them Victorious, they're the same thing. So if you don't believe that, and I have had real conversations with multiple different religions, and I don't know why they can't equal the same thing. Demons and jinns are the same thing. I'm going on mute.
That's incorrect. Jinns and demons are not the same thing. But okay, you can look it up.
Like earlier, me and Amir, we were building it in the room earlier. And one of the things I think is important is when we talk about Islam in the time period and when Islam was developed, in the theological precepts they were working with, what they decided to polemicize against was what the early Christians and Second Temple Jews were presenting as angels and demons. Then they polemicized it and came up with the words in their language that would make sense to those things. But the problem is if we have a historical context, we know that even angels and demons, if we go back in history, understanding the tradition of the prophets, right, which even Islam would acknowledge Abraham, right, as a prophet, Moshe, Moses, etc. But there's not actually this separate class of beings that are angels, jinns, or whatever. It's actually deities. These are gods, right? So there's actually multiple gods, and this is what the history will teach us if we investigate it. And then we get into this kind of word battle, rat battle, where nobody wants to say there's more than one God because they're all monotheists. These kind of pitfalls, for me, for Islam, these are the pitfalls, because I think what Islam is doing is trying to correct the mistakes of the early Christians and Second Temple Jews, but the early Christians and Second Temple Jews have already made a mistake in overly emphasizing monotheism and undeifying previously deified entities. And if you just go further back to what the forefathers of all of these religions, what they believe in, there's deities out there. They're just there. They're deities, and you need to know. Kind of to your point, Sloppy. You need to be able to figure out which one is which. How you're going to do that. It's not easy, right? It's not easy to figure it out, but that's a reality. So when people just say, strictly monotheist, there's only one God in existence, you're already vulnerable, because at least for me, I am aware that there's more than one God, and then I can be careful. But if you're strictly monotheist in the sense that no other gods exist, you think you're just arguing with other spiritual entities that aren't actually gods. And no, those things are powerful. As you will say, you would just call them a jinn, but those things are actually powerful and you can't control them, right? So no one is in any better of a position, is my point, than anyone else to say who is talking to me when they say the thing. And then we try to find other ways to validate and verify who is telling me what they're telling me. That's how I approach the issue of spirituality in the spiritual realm, but that's just my opinion. Greg, Jameer, take it.
I didn't hear the last thing. What'd you say? You said Jameer what?
No, you hadn't got a chance to speak. And I'm not a mod, but I feel like, man, you want to say something? Make her.
Okay. Lafi, you had something?
Go ahead, bro. You ain't speaking yet. Go ahead, bro.
I'm fairly new to the conversation. I'm kind of in and out to come in and basically sit at work, steal money, basically. So, but in terms of the question of the room, who was the covenant promise given to? I caught a little bit of the conversation last night where I think Amir was making a point about Ishmael receiving the promise. I know he said something about the covenant with Adam's children. He mentioned the verse in the Quran. I guess, I would question, is the biblical narrative in Genesis 21 when it says that it's with Isaac, is that incorrect?
Yeah, because the evidence of so you're talking about where it says take your only son, your begotten son, right?
No, I'm talking about when the angel told him to hearken to his wife, and that the promise to be established.
Yeah, I'm not.
You know what I'm talking about?
No. Me personally. Me personally, this is a subject. All that covenant stuff. I don't really.
No, I was saying their children, brothers. The Bible says that they too shall also become mighty nations. That God is always walked with them, and what we know is that Israel is like bloodline, the Most High, and the tribe.
Is that okay? That's good. So,
I mean, anybody that needs to prophecy, if he's a prophet, then I gotta give up. He has a whole book about it. Things that he did with little girl, you know, a whole 9-year-old girl like that. He tried to be a very horrible person. So a lot of this stuff,
Before y'all get into it, I just wanted to find out scripture. That's why I was asking. Somebody said they know exactly.
My mother, so let me clarify something. So let's educate you real quick.
I said, but I'm saying y'all about to get off into like.
No, just ignore what I was saying. Let's get back to Jameer. I was just saying. Let's get back. Stay on topic.
I can't let falsehood get spread.
Everything that you've been saying is falsehood. So you spread that. No, I'm going on mute. No, go ahead, Jameer. I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, let me just clarify something that Jamaica had right back. So first of all, you talk about my mother. Number one, she's the mother to the Muslims. And first of all, if you look at her life and compare it to yours, it's not compatible. Because why? She's the mother of the Quran, which means she's understanding the most out of all the women that walk this earth, right? She was married to the best man to walk this earth, right? What is my evidence? If you Google right now who's the most influential man to walk this earth, is one man right here in regards to religion. And what you need to do is open up the Bible, Numbers chapter 31:17, and ask yourself this question. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Keep the little ones for yourself and kill all the women. The first question is this. Who was the little girls? How old was the little girls? That's the first question. And number two, what they was fitting to do with them. And go back and you study before you talk about what the prophet did with his wife and all this, because according to our mother, she was a woman. So go ahead.
9 years old, but go ahead, Jameer.
The scripture is Genesis chapter 21 and verse 12. In the Bible, it says, and God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman, and all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thee be called. Someone saying that this is incorrect.
Yes, they're saying it's falsehood, Jameer. Yeah. Let's move forward. So, yes, absolutely, Jameer. That's not true. That's what they're saying.
Well, let me have a conversation with someone that's saying that it's not true.
Okay, right. Okay, but I just want to reiterate that's what they're saying. I'm going on.
Amir, you here? He might be asleep. Dog might be asleep. Like Amir been up for a long. I think he might be asleep. Let me invite brother the Muslim.
Can you? You might want to, if you think he's asleep, you might want to mute him.
Yeah, because he's snoring and some more stuff, and you're the only one with a mod badge now.
You don't know he's sleep. That's how sleep he is.
And that's fine. There's a lot of stuff we just don't know that we're doing, that we just don't know.
There was another brother earlier, Salafi. You know, I think he fell asleep too, and Amir just muted him. Just because he was here, he was talking earlier, but you know, a lot of time went by, but the mic kept activating, so he's here until he's here, right? You know how it is.
Yeah. So Salafi, why is it incorrect? Why is Genesis 21 and 12 not right?
I don't know the evidence of what they talked about in regards to that topic. I don't really know inside out. I don't talk about it. So that was their particular subject. I don't even know what they talk about.
Well, you voted on the
you really voted on the poll.
It was made with Ishmael instead of Isaac. So I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, because the evidence that I do know about is the subject itself is one about God would never say, he never would tell a lie. And one of the lies that they put in that book is, take your only begotten son who you love. So I understand that the Jews was entrusted with that particular scripture, and I know God would never say, take your only son. God would never say something that's not true. So from that perspective, I believe that that's falsehood right there.
Well, okay, so you said somebody put that in there. That's what you're saying?
Maybe attributing something that God that he didn't say.
Who put that in there? Who put that in there? Who benefits from saying that, from making it, who benefits from that?
Well, maybe Jameer, it might be better to debate this particular topic with me because I would disagree with a lot of interpretations on it, even though, yeah, I'm a Bible believer, but I think I might, because Salafi's not going to want to, he might not want to care about like trying to make you read that text. That's all actually my head. But what I would argue is there's multiple covenants happening at the same time period, and Ishmael does get a covenant. He has this.
We're aware of that. Everybody's aware of that. Anybody reads the Bible is aware of that. But I'm just saying that the particular because I heard the conversation last night, and they were talking about the Abraham's covenant, and that covenant went through Isaac. You agree with that, right?
No, not necessarily. So Abraham's covenant is multifaceted because Abraham has a covenant that is focused on. And we can get into this later. So the one son is kind of the focus of the text, but Abraham also prays, right? He prays to God for the first son that he had before, and then that covenant is acknowledged again. So Ishmael actually gets like two covenants. He gets one through Hagar in the desert, and then he gets another one when Abraham says, take care of my first son, Ishmael. So he does get a covenant. And then I think what happens is the perspective shift of the focus of whoever's writing the text is different, and they focus on one covenant, but just as easily a different group of people who might have been Ishmaelites could have been focused on their perspective of covenant because they also get a covenant. If that makes sense. Hopefully I'm making sense.
In regards to what I'm saying, Charles, to piggyback over what you're saying, when it says take your only son who you thou love, I don't believe God would ever make a statement like that. That wasn't revealed. Take your only son who you love. Your begotten son. That's incorrect.
I'm actually curious now. Do you got a verse for that one? If you can give me the verse, I'm curious.
Let me see.
I'm curious what the Hebrew word is because there's a word I like to disagree with. People think they know ehad, but if it's ehad, I would say this is a rhetorical device that they're basically prioritizing and saying this is the most important son, right? This is kind of what I was getting at. Like, depending on who your lineage is, if you're the guy that's controlling the text, you're going to shape the narrative and say, like, oh, this is the one son who's important. But if you're from the other son, then you're going to shape it the other way, right? So that's, to me, normal, natural human communication. I don't struggle with it, but that's what means a lot.
It's 22:22, Genesis 22:22. Also, if you look at history, I forget, I'm going to bring the rabbis' names up here. So some of the rabbis said that there's no way possible that the sacrifice was for the second son; it was for the firstborn. I would agree with this particular passage, though.
Can I talk to Charles real quick about that? Because you were mentioning there's multiple covenants, right? The Abrahamic covenant is multifaceted. Is the point you were making? And in Genesis chapter 15 and verse 13, it says, "And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years." Now that particular seed, it's not multifaceted like you say. It's a particular seed that he's talking about, and it's not Ishmael he's making reference to. He's making reference to Isaac, right?
have to look at it, but I think where we would agree is that the further you go down the timeline in the biblical text, the more it focuses on the Israelites specifically, which is the line of Isaac.
Not the further you go along. I'm talking about in this particular verse, Genesis 15 and 13, when he says, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed. Is he making reference to Ishmael here?
15 and 13?
15 and 13, yeah.
Let me pull it up.
Because Ishmael never served 400 years.
Now we're getting to the text. This is good.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy to me on Clubhouse. It's like, this is the point of the conversation. But go ahead.
Well, what happens is, I'm pulling it up right now. But what happens is, in like this environment, like in the room we're in right now, we don't all have the same text that we hold to as authoritative, so we have to be able to.
Well, we don't go to any text in rooms like this. I say we, but when I'm listening, text comes out every once in a while. But for the most part, it's how people feel, So I'm happy we're going to the text. But in Genesis 15 and 13, he talks about a seed that will serve bondage in a land for 400 years. And you would agree, he's making reference to the Israelites in Egypt, right? He's not talking about Ishmael in Genesis 15 and 13, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I'm glancing at it.
It's not even like no one would question. No one. I don't even think a Muslim would say that Genesis 15 and 13 is talking about Ishmael, because again, he's talking about Abraham's seed that would serve 400 years in a land that wasn't theirs, and that happened. That was fulfilled.
Yeah. There could be the Israelites, but it could also include other Hebrews who are not Israelites.
It could be the Israelites.
Well, it would certainly be centered on the Israelites, but it could also include other members of the Hebrew clan that are not Israelites, because there's more Hebrews than there are Israelites. But yes, I would agree with you. Like, the focus of this verse is on the specific.
You said it could be other. It could be other Hebrew clans. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, well, there are other Hebrews. Yeah.
Of course, there's other Hebrews. But in the Bible, we read about the fulfillment of this. Yes, Charles, because you said you believe in the Bible. Don't you agree? We read about the fulfillment of this in the Bible.
Well, show me what you got. Yeah.
Okay, because again, let me read the verse again. It says, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Now, of course, we read about this in Exodus, current to the Israelites, verse 14. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. It's about the Egyptians. It says, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. Well, that happened to the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. We don't read in the scriptures about Ishmael or any of the Hebrew clans coming out of Egypt with great substance, but we do read about that with Israel. So to conjecture and say this could be some of the Hebrew clans, it would be just that. It would just be conjecture. It's not something that you've read. It's just something that you're deducing based on something other than the text.
Not necessarily. So what I would be saying is that the focus of the text is on the Israelites coming out, because that's what Moshe has done in Moses. But there are also strangers. So there are people who are not Israelites that are a part of the group that come out of Egypt. It's kind of the way I would. So I agree with you in focus on it. But then there's these other people that we
like who? Give me an example. Give me an example of someone else.
Yeah, that's the mixed multitude that comes out of Egypt.
Okay, who's in the mixed multitude? You said there's examples of people that fit the description of this. There's people that served for 400 years, particularly 400 years, because you read about the Israel particularly served 400 years there. You don't read about these other nations who make a reference to doing 400 years there. That's conjecture.
Well, it's not conjecture. It's saying that when they came out, there's a mixed multitude. And who was in that mixed multitude? I can't say that those are these other Hebrew clans, but I also can't say that they're not.
But the people in the mixed multitude, do you have evidence that they were there for 400 years? Do you have evidence of that? Or are you just, conjecture that you're coming up with?
It's not conjecture, because the statement I'm making is that you don't know whether or not the people who came out in the mixed multitude are Hebrews or not.
That's beside the point. Is what I'm saying in Genesis 15. If these people, because you're saying this verse, you're saying the focus is Israel, but it includes other people. So in order for it to include other people, the other people would have to fit the description of what the scripture is saying right here. It's saying they served there for 400 years and came out with great substance. Now you're making the argument, well, there's a mixed multitude and we don't know who they were, and they came out with great substance. But it doesn't say anything about them serving. First of all, you don't even know who they are. So the conjecture is, well, they could possibly be another Hebrew clan that was there for 400 years. Okay, possibly, but you have no reason to believe that you have no reason to believe that you have evidence that Israel was there for 400 years. It's very clear. And then you have the verse that I just read in Genesis 21, where it tells you, "In Isaac shall thy seed be called," making it clear that he's bringing clarity to this verse that we're reading about in chapter 15. He's saying it's Isaac. Just in case you were confused, you thought it was a mixed multitude, you thought it was another Hebrew clan. He tells you in Genesis 21, I'll read it one more time for you. Genesis chapter 21, verse 12. Yeah. And God said unto Abraham, "Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, because of thy bondwoman. And all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called." So isn't this a clear indication? But he's saying, this is the seed I was making reference to in Genesis 15 when he says Isaac.
I would agree with that.
Right. So the covenant, the covenant of the promised seed, which is what Genesis 15 is talking about, that would happen through Isaac specifically and not Ishmael. Isn't that's right, Charles?
Yeah, specifically this one. And then the point I was making about the multiple covenants is that that's a matter of perspective. So depending on who's authoring the text, they're going to obviously focus on the covenant that's most relevant to them. And then I think other people make other arguments like, okay, there are these other covenants that got left out of that story because it wasn't relevant. But yeah, I agree with everything you're saying so far.
Yeah, if the title of the room is to be ambiguous and just to say what was a covenant or a promise given to Ishmael or Isaac, well then fair enough. Of course, there was a promise made to Ishmael. There was promises made to Isaac. You know, that's fair enough. But if we're talking about like the promised seed that would come from Abraham, clearly according to the Bible, that's Israel.
Let me ask a question then, because I hear y'all talk about this subject, but y'all never go in detail about regarding it. What is the promise about exactly?
Yes, we can read it. So we're reading it in Genesis 15. Genesis 15 and 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And then it talks about it originally in Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12 and verse 1. Now the Lord has said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee, and I will make of thee a great nation. And I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So he's saying, through your seed, I'm going to establish a great nation. And through that seed, this great nation I establish, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. That's the promise.
Okay, so around Ishmael, what's the promise for his nation of people?
Back to Genesis 21. Find it. Right. Is it Genesis 16 is what I'm looking for? And the angel of, this is Genesis 16 and 9. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress and submit thyself under her hands. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly.
It's talking about Ishmael. That it shall not be numbered for multitude. But the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. So this is the promise made concerning Ishmael.
So what does that mean?
What does it mean? It means that it means he'll be an exceeding nation that can't be numbered for multitude, and that he'll be a wild man, and his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. So like those around him would be conspiring against him, and he would be against them as well. And he would dwell in the midst of his brethren. That's what that means.
Okay, so what does this got to do with like just salvational purposes? Because
nothing at all. Nothing at all. That's a very good point. You're saying, because what does it have to do with salvation or anything like that? Zero. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's just a promise that God made to Ishmael. The salvation, the promise, the promise of being made God's people and all of that stuff happened through Isaac, according to the Bible.
Okay, well, the people of the book was entrusted with the book, the Jews, and we know that it's Muslim, right?
You said the people of the Jews were entrusted with the yes.
The Jews was entrusted with the book, right?
Yes, the Jews were entrusted with the book.
I disagree with that statement.
Well, he says he disagrees with it. Real quick, Psalms chapter 147 and verse 19 and 20, it tells you that the Jews were entrusted with the book. Specifically, it tells you that. Verse 19, it says, He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation, and as far as his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. And there's one more verse that further proves that point in Romans chapter 3 and verse 1. It says, What advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. So this is specifically that the oracles of God were committed to the Jews. You said you're a Bible believer, right, Charles?
Yeah, I am, and wrong, because Jacob is not. So
Jacob. What about what Paul says in Romans chapter 3? He says, unto the Jews was committed the oracles of God. Is Paul wrong?
No, he's not wrong. This is a tradition and rhetorical speech. If you were here earlier when I talked about rhetoric and how it works, so you have an area called Judea, where the people in that area will identify as Judeans. You have a religious practice that happens in Judea that we will later call being Jewish, but that is also Judeans. And Judah, we have to remember, is only one of the 12 tribes. So when we see references to Israel, we can't equate it and say, oh, that's the Jews.
It's not a reference to Israel. This is not a reference to Israel. This is not a reference to Israel. Again, I'm reading.
Well, the first scripture you read.
Okay, but you
reference Jacob.
I'm asking you about. I asked you the question I just asked you was: is Paul wrong about what he's saying in Romans chapter 3, where he says the oracles of God was committed to the Jews?
Paul was not wrong, but Paul will confuse you if you don't understand Paul, because Paul would tell you he's not a Jew. What Paul is in a sense, a Judean because he's taught by Judeans, but Paul is actually a Benjamite, which means as a Benjamite, he's literally not a Judean.
We're not questioning whether Paul is a Jew, though. We're not. You said that the oracles of God were not committed to the Jews. You said that was wrong.
Well, we are questioning what we mean when we say Jew, because you read a scripture in reference to Israel and Jacob, and then you said this is about the Jews. That's not about the Jews.
So the larger point you're making is that the oracles of God were committed to Israel as a nation and not just the Jews. That's the point you're making?
Yeah, the only point I'm making is a point of discretion about when we use the term Jew, we just have to be careful about what we mean when we say Jew, because sometimes we conflate Hebrew, Israelite, and Jew and make it be the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Because the oracles of God were committed to Israel, yes?
Sure, whatever that scripture says.
So, I mean, why come off mic? We was having a conversation and you came off mic and were like, no, wrong.
Because this can lead to further problems, but okay. Let
let me say this. So if the Jews is entrusted with the scripture, the Muslims should never be feeling type of way about what they say. Because we take everything what they say, but they're not a proof for us to establish anything. So who cares what the Jews say?
I mean, a Jew would care what the Jews say. You know, I mean, maybe not a Muslim. But let me ask you this about Islam, because I've been curious about this. According to Islam, because Islam agrees with the Bible in terms of the nations that the Bible makes reference to. It talks about different nations in Genesis chapter 10. In Islam, are these, like this guy, we all come from different nations in Islam too, right? Like mankind, we all come from different nations of people.
I don't think Islam agrees with the book.
Okay, what does Islam say? Like Arab people is a nation of people in Islam, right? You said yes?
I said yes.
Okay. And Jews are real people that exist in Islam as well, right?
Yes, the Yahud exists, yep.
Okay. And like, so if someone was to say like, according to Islam, the people that descend from the Arabs would be, you know, the Arab people of today, right? Those will be the people that come from the Arabs of the ancient world. Okay, where do we come from? Where do West Africans, blacks come from according to Islam? Do we come from Shem, Ham, or Japheth, Noah's sons?
We don't seek for that type of knowledge. We seek for, it's permissible for us to seek legislative beneficial knowledge. We don't care about none of that stuff.
That's always been my issue with Islam, because it seems like.
Let me finish, brother.
Go ahead.
That's not legislative beneficial knowledge for a Muslim, because we're not going to be questions about that type of stuff on Judgment Day. So we don't seek for that knowledge.
Right, you know, and that's always been my issue with Islam, because you say like that's not really basically what you're saying is that's not relevant. Our identity is not relevant knowledge, you know. But it does seem like Allah is making national judgments on people, you know. For instance, you know, you believe, well, we don't even got to talk about, you know, quote unquote, like what the Bible says about the Jews. You know, Allah has subjected the West Africans to much oppression for many years. You know what I mean? And the question would be, he's at least ordained it.
Virgil, your mic is bad. Listen, when you speak right, we like Dalil, proof and evidence when you talk. We don't want to just take it from you. So
the proof, the transatlantic slave trade is the proof. He's ordained the transatlantic. He's allowed the transatlantic slave trade to happen. My question would be why? What did we do to Allah to cause for us to go into the transatlantic slave trade? Our people specifically.
Silence, right? That's like an argument of silence. That was like
Salafi.
That's like what we actually speak the world.
You mute, but Virgil, fix your mic.
What happened with it? It's messed up.
You better now.
Is it messed up? You hear me?
You better, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I guess Virgil, you're saying, and
we can't. The acts why Allah allowed the transatlantic slave trade would be like asking why Allah allowed slavery, period, or through Africa before the transatlantic slave trade. Why did Allah allow slavery to take place? It comes down to the old slave laws in the book of Leviticus. Why did He allow it?
Well, the thing is, you can ask those type of questions about the God of the Bible, because He provides answers to those questions.
And Allah, then you have to answer for Allah.
No. Let me show you what I mean.
You would try to make sense.
Somebody has a bad feedback.
It's Virgil.
Let me go.
Yeah. In the
silence.
Okay. I got you, Virgil. I got you. Your mic is a lot of feedback. Virgil. You hear me, Virgil? In Proverbs chapter 26, verse 2, it tells you that a curse causeless shall not come. So according to the God of the Bible, if a people is cursed or something, and cursed meaning goes into slavery as a nation, that would be a curse. That would be an example of a curse. If that happens, it says the curse causeless shall not come. It means there was a cause to it. There's a reason behind it, and it's explained in the Bible. And that's been my issue. The reason why the Bible resonated with me so much is because it explains the real world that we're living in. It helps me to understand why these things are happening. It gives me context to the world, whereas opposed to these different philosophies or different forms of thought, or like they don't give you identity. They don't even say identity is not relevant, even though it was relevant. In the ancient world, it was relevant. Historically, even amongst the Muslims, this was started by Arab people. It was originally an Arab religion, and so identity was important amongst the Arabs. But now all of a sudden, after Islam's been established through the Arabs, identity doesn't matter anymore. It's just strange to me.
Are you an Israelite? What is your argument?
Huh?
So you go by the Torah only, right?
Not the Torah only. No, I believe in the entire book.
Upon whose understanding?
Upon whose understanding? There's multiple men of God's understanding, holy men who were moved by God.
The reason why I'm asking you because are you a Karaite or you Orthodox? What are you?
You said a Karaite?
Yes.
No, I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah that believes in keeping the commandments of God and the faith in Christ. I'm not sure how you guys what you guys call that in today's time. Is that what a Karaite is?
That's not what a Karaite is. Salafi, you know better, bro. You know that guy's. You said he's an Israelite. You know he's not a Karaite.
You know the difference between listen. I wouldn't have asked. I'm not like that. I'm saying I don't know the difference between Karaite and Israelite.
Well, again, I can make it simple for you to where we don't have to use all of these semantic terms and different things like that. To put it simply, the children of Israel were given commandments to follow, and in time they were to believe on a prophet who was raised up from among the midst of them, which was Christ. And so that's why I believe in keeping the commandments. I believe in keeping the commandments and the faith in Christ because that's what the Bible teaches. So if a Karaite believes in something different, a Karaite wouldn't be going by what the Bible said. So you clear on my position, Salafi?
Okay, yeah. Okay. So you said Jacob, right? You said the line of who?
I said the line of who? I didn't say the line. I don't remember his name. The line of anybody.
Line of who? So what lineage would you be?
I come from Jacob.
That's what I just said. So you belong to Jacob, right?
Yeah.
And his tribe. Okay.
Yeah, I was established when you asked me if I was an Israelite, and I said yes. But yeah.
Why you say you're Israelite?
I come from Jacob.
How do you know that?
Because I fit the curses that would happen to Jacob's people and nobody else does.
And curses is slavery?
That's part of it. It's more than
many people went into slavery.
Which is why I said that's part of it, but there's more than that. Many people don't fit the description of Deuteronomy chapter 28.
But you believe that you do?
I do.
And you say you fit the description because you were in America, your descendants were sent to America?
Not just that, that's part of it. But it's a lot more than that. The chapter has 68 verses. Okay. And from verse 15, from verse 15.
Can you give me a few other incidents of why you would classify yourself that? What else in that chapter that you fit in chapter in Deuteronomy? What else? What other curses in that? I don't know where you come from. I don't know what country you're from, but I'm just assuming I can ask you: are you African American? Are you from America? Hello? Beloved, are you there? If you are,
yeah, you probably at work or something. Probably at work. You know what I mean?
Trying to figure out why he considered himself as being cursed. This is Deuteronomy what?
Oh, so he's saying he curses.
18. Yeah, he's saying that it's curses that are
he said
prophesied inside the book of Deuteronomy as being, and he feels that because he fits these curses, that he identifies himself as an Israelite based on the fact that he fits the curses in this particular chapter of it's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a great question.
Interesting.
My bad, I had to step away. My bad.
Yes,
you good, brother.
So you feel that you fit the curses because you identify with some of the things that are mentioned in the chapter. You mentioned that I asked you was because you was in slavery. And you said that's a part of it. So I was asking the question based on, is there anything else in there? You said yes, there's many other things. And I'm asking you, what are the other things that you fit in there?
Well, we fit all of the things in there, actually.
Okay, let's go there. Where's, what is it, Deuteronomy 28, you said?
Yes.
Let's go there. Just give me a few, like, why.
I got you.
Where we at? We are in Deuteronomy 18 or what?
Deuteronomy chapter 28.
I'll be right back. Ishmael, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, y'all. Go ahead. But Ishmael, my question on the table is him explaining how he fits the curses in Deuteronomy 18, all of them.
He keeps saying Deuteronomy 18.
28, excuse me, 28.
Deuteronomy chapter 28.
Yes, Deuteronomy 28.
Because I'm gonna wait till you come back because I don't really get into that type of.
Just listen, you're African American, ain't you? You're African American. You were born here in America, right?
He's not African American. He doesn't have identity. Is not important. In Islam, they don't seek for things like that, like identity and things like that.
Who told you that?
He did. Salafi did.
Well, that's Salafi's position.
So according to Virgil, according to you, Islam,
Allah says in Quran, He made you nations and tribes that you may know each other, not despise one another. So you have nations and you have tribes. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, "Oh, you have descended out of the people of Noah, who descended from those who traveled in the ark with Noah." So we understand lineage. We understand where people come from. We understand how we come to be as people and ethnicities.
Very good. I got you.
And all the other things that come
along. Let me ask you a question.
With the spread of man on the planet, as far as populating the earth and bloodlines and things that nature.
Let me ask you a question concerning that. So we come from, all of us descend from Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right?
Well, in the Quran, it doesn't spell out.
You said the Quran says we descend from Noah, right?
Are you asking me a question, brother?
Yeah.
Let me finish.
You said
in the Quran, because I want to stop you. I want to stop you before you go, so that you can. Yes, but it doesn't. You let me finish. I'm going to explain to you.
I hear your point already.
No, you don't. You don't. Because of the simple fact. I want you to hear me clearly. It doesn't say who was in the ark with Noah. It says those who descended from those who were with Noah in the ark. He doesn't name it out like it does allegedly in the Bible. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Japheth this, and then Ham this, and Canaan is the fourth son of Ham, etc. It doesn't go into that like that. But it speaks about, in general, those who are descendants from those who was in the ark with Noah.
Did Noah have any sons?
He must have had sons. However, the Quran doesn't mention them. He must have had some people in the ark with them, but the Quran doesn't give you by name those who was with them in the ark, with him in the ark.
Okay. Now, does the Quran say that Noah had sons?
Yes, he did. Yes, it does. Says that Noah had.
Who were Noah's sons?
He doesn't mention them by name, brother.
Okay, but it says he had sons?
Yes, it says that he
had. Where does the Quran say that Noah had sons?
He had one son by the name of his name, but name is not in the Quran. It's a name from a traditional.
Can you show me in the Quran?
Yes, I can bring that to you. I can bring the verse to you where it speaks about his son being one of his sons that got killed in the water.
I'm gonna bring that to you. However, while you're finding your situation,
I'm not finding
28 of Deuteronomy,
because we were talking.
You're finding your situation in chapter Deuteronomy and whatnot. I'm gonna find that for you, and I'll give you the verse. It's not a problem.
I got you. Okay. So you said in Islam, our identity is important. Where we come from is important. Who we descend from is important. That's what you were saying.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Of course it is.
So who does the West African descend from according to the Quran? It
doesn't mention that. It doesn't mention that.
So why are you saying that it's important to know? It's important to know what people we descend from. If you're saying
I just gave you, brother. I don't like talking in circles. I just gave you a whole breakdown.
I gave crazy, man.
I gave you a whole breakdown as to how the Quran speaks about lineage, nations, tribes, etc. If it didn't say that, then it wouldn't be important. It's important. Yeah. It's important in general to know who you are, celebrating your culture, celebrating your creeds, celebrating ceremonies from a cultural point of view. This is important. To say that it's not important, to say that all of us are the same and it's just a plain blanket statement, everybody is the same from an ethnicity point of view, and it doesn't make sense. No. Let me finish. You have a big planet of different cultures, creeds, and everybody else doing different things that were given to them from something, from somewhere. They are practicing it. So it's important. I mean, like, this is like ABE, 1, 2, 3. Now you want it to be spelled out that this person came from that person came from that person. This. You can't spell that out like that. It's not spelled out in the Quran like that, and it's not spelled out in the Bible like that neither.
It is spelled out in the Bible like that. For one.
It is spelled out in the Bible. Okay. Show me where West Africans is descended at in the Bible. West Africans.
Before we do that, I just want to point out, and this is because you said we're talking in circles at this point. But what I'm saying is this: I was talking to Lafi, and what I'm realizing is that there is well, at least as far as between y'all two or y'all three. Well, Amir's not here, so Salafi and Virgil. There is no consensus in terms of whether or not identity is important in the Quran. You know, you say it is important. Salafi say these things aren't. That's not the relevant thought. We're seeking for something deeper than identity. You say identity is very important according to the Quran. Then I ask you, okay, well, if your identity is so important, what's our identity? What's our identity today according to the Quran? You say, well, the Quran don't talk about that. The Quran don't say that. So why are you saying identity is important?
What did you ask me? What did you ask me?
On one hand, you say your identity. You're saying, Jameer, your identity, who you are, is important according to the Quran. Is that right?
Yes, your identity is important.
Your identity is important according to the Quran.
And I gave you a caveat to show you why. I gave you a caveat to show you why it's important.
You gave me a caveat to show me why it's important.
That you disregarded.
I did not disregard. I'm not disregarding.
You did. Because you're coming back with a response like, I didn't give you a caveat. You didn't consider the caveat. You went into your way of your preconceived notions of moving forward in the conversation to get your point across.
All right, I'm almost.
All you gotta do is address the caveat, and then you'll realize why I say it was important.
Okay.
See, but you don't believe that
from your understanding. Just repeat the caveat.
Because the Creator mentions to us in the Quran how He made us in nations and tribes, that we may know each other, not despise each other. So if He's clearly saying that He made us nations and tribes, that we may know each other and not despise each other, isn't that important?
That is important, yes.
All right then, so you agree with me. See how you understand the caveat, you agree with me. You don't have to disagree all the time.
Real quick, Charles, what is the point that I'm trying to make, Virgil?
You're asking the question, right? You asked the question, is ethnicity important? In the Quran, is that important? And I answer it with the affirmative.
Okay.
Because
because you started off with a statement. You made a statement. You said nationality, ethnicity is not important in Islam. This, that, and the third. So I countered that and came with my position.
Okay.
And then you responded in your way. But that's part of the way. Let's move forward from here.
Okay, let's
hold
move
on,
forward.
though. Give me.
I'm trying to give it to Charles. That's what I'm saying. So,
all right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go to Charles.
Okay. Now, Virgil, you're saying identity is important. Is it important for me to know my ethnicity in Islam? Let me be clear, just so we got the question. Is it important for me, Jameer, to understand and know my ethnicity, where I come from? Is that important in Islam?
Yes, my brother.
It's important for me to know which nation of people I descend from.
It is important to know where you come from,
what nation
your roots are, where your roots are. Nation, you talking about now? When you mention nations, you know, like
ethnicity,
that's a whole different story.
Take away nation. Ethnicity. Is it important for me to be able to identify my ethnicity?
In general, where you come from, yes, it's important.
Okay. Now, what's your ethnicity?
Well, I'm a descendant from slaves here in Africa and in America. That's what I'm a descendant of. I was born and raised in Fort Wayne Project, Brooklyn, New York, and my mother is from South Carolina, and my father is from South Carolina, and I am a descendant of slaves here in America.
Do we come from
South Carolina? My mother
is
from Somerville, South Carolina.
You're from South Carolina. We know we don't need all of this. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's my chart. That's what my chart going back to.
I'm saying irrelevant things. You know what I'm saying? The point you're making is you're from America. You don't have to say I'm from Ward's Corner, Charleston Street, Bull Street, 17. You don't have to do all of that. You're saying
that's important to me. You're gonna tell me where you're from.
I'm trying to make a point here, just detracted from it by filibustering. You know?
No, what you're doing is you don't want the response when you make a statement. You don't want me to respond to you. Why would you do that? Where the brother go?
Nobody listen.
Where the brother go? Nah, man. Brother. Oh man, Ishmael.
Don't if you got trouble with big brothers.
It's not be easy. That's the brother just. All right. Let me get my coffee before the damn fast come in. Hold on, man. Ishmael, that's what I was trying to do from the beginning.
Yeah. Do you think, brother? Salam.
Why would you tell him that stuff is brother?
They were just having a dialogue, bro. Salam, shalom, annyeong, peace in any language I can think of it. And I'm going to purchase the Amharic text for Ethiopians. Man, I'm like, I can't use the keyboard. Type in shalom and that. It's a little bit more time. But no, you were Salam.
I don't believe it's important.
You said,
let me tell you why I don't believe it. Because let me tell you why I don't believe that's important. Because we all come from, Adam and his wife. See what I'm saying? And this is what's important. And God is the controller of every affair. He created us to worship him alone. All that stuff about tribes and that, that's small talk to me, man. I don't care about none of that. I can't even remember I don't even know my great grandmother. So what I'm gonna be worrying about some tribe for? That's ignorance. It's ignorance. That's stupidity. I don't care about none of that. Right now I'm living. I gotta pay bills. I gotta take care of my health. I gotta take care of my family. So I'm like, only a fool care about that. I don't even know who your Lord is if you up here arguing and debating and talking about your tribe. Come on, man. People backwards as hell. Don't even know some of your cousins and you up here talking some of your tribe. I don't care nothing about your tribe, man. Get your tribe. I don't care if I was from Yim, Shem, or him. Talking about. You know what I mean, Charles?
I know exactly what you mean, because I ain't about to treat you different because of the tribe. Like, what are you talking? Okay, yeah, reading the stories and all that. Stories, interpretation. People. I try to navigate the text in a very particular way. But you're right. Why is he asking certain questions? I'm trying to figure out what they mean by what they say. Because it gets to a point where it's like, are you really trying to draw bloodline type delineation here? And do you think that's going to make a difference? Because that's not going to be it when we understand the text. It don't matter what book you read. Haven't read a book yet. I haven't even heard anyone talk to me comprehensively about their book where it's really going to make that kind of difference. When you really get into like my father was like, no, bro. That's some things we do. If you're royalty and trying to pass land rights and be king and be like, well, my son, he's the prince, he can be the king. That's that kind of stuff. We're not. None of us are that. That's not what we're dealing with. What are we talking about? I think so. I think you're right, Sloppy. When you talk about like who's the God we serve, I agree with you on this. Who's the God we serve? Who is he? What is he? Is it the right one? Are we there? Because other than that, I can look anyway. I can claim nationality and ethnicity, but they got nothing. The only thing that really matters is if he's going to accept me when I come to him at the day of judgment, or however we, however we think about different versions of the day of judgment. That's all it's going to matter. He's not going to care that the labels I put on myself is not really going to matter. Sloppy, I'm pretty sure you agree with the same kind of thought.
Yeah, and the Israelites, you could see that, like I could hear the hatred and racism in that group itself. I don't want to talk about him because he's gone. I'm just saying, like that hatred and that fast talking, and it's like talking to them. It's like I gotta get it out. When I talk to a Christian, I feel like okay, for the sincere ones, a little love, a little love spirit. You know what I mean? But with them Israelites, it's like this hatred, ghetto, ratchet mentality. What's wrong? Why y'all not happy, man? What you angry about?
Ishmael.
Man. What's up, bro?
You're gonna prove to me that you're an Israelite. You're an Israelite. You think you're an Israelite?
I'm a black man that's from America that was born 5189 in Trojan Hall. I don't know what that man talking about, man.
I'm just saying this in general. Like, the reason why ethnicity is so important is because it goes back to making the people feel good again. So you want to feel good about where you come from. You want to identify yourself with a certain people. You want to identify yourself throughout history. You want to be able to read history and say, that's me. See that? I come from them. I come from royalty. I come from this. I come from that. And that's good. That's a good thing. It makes you feel good. It makes you, and it may be true. And then it may be false. So it's lukewarm. It may be true. It may be false. However, as the brother Charles was saying and yourself was saying, to a certain degree, I agree. When it comes down to life and death, when it comes down to good and evil, when it comes down to judgment, you will be weighed and judged according to your actions and deeds and your faith, which you have in your heart, your intentions, your walk, how you dealt with people. This is important. Not your skin color, not your bloodline, not where you descended from. It's important though, from a cultural point of view, to be able to practice what your ancestors practiced. Ceremonies and things of nature, stuff is important. But when it comes down, when you're closing your eyes and you're being raised up on that day, them questions is not the questions that's going to be asked of you. Brother Charles, where are you from? I'm from Ireland. Oh, because you're from Ireland, you have a special, no, it don't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Definitely for us, when we shut our eyes, Brother Virgil, we can question, on Judgment Day, we can question who is your Lord, who is your prophet.
That's right. That's right.
And it's your religion. All that stuff he's saying, you can try to forget it. Yeah.
Who's your Lord?
Who is your prophet? What deen you was upon?
But all the Abrahamic religions are the same way. Because, Christians, they may be ignorant to it. They might be ignorant, but again, Jesus as the Messiah, he could be like, oh, you ain't doing all this stuff in my name. He could be like, I didn't know who you were. You could be thinking he know you. You think you one of his. He could be like, oh, I don't even know who you are. Get out. And then if you look in the Hebrew Bible, it's actually the same way. So you have all these people thinking Moses, for example, Moshe, Hebrew Bible. Moshe is like, all right, he doing his own thing. Gets to the point people going into the land. But, oh man, he didn't circumcise his kids. Man, God's out to kill him. He's going to kill Moses. He's literally going to assassinate Moses, bro. That's what the Bible says. People misunderstand the teaching. The teaching's not really about like, oh, God is a bad guy. He's going to kill Moses. The point is like, Moses, you got to obey the law the same way everybody else got to obey it. If I told them they got to do circumcision on the 8th day, your children got to be circumcised too. And if you're going to not circumcise your children, I'm going to kill you. It's all about justice. It's really what it's all about, right? But it doesn't matter that Moses is a Levite. No one, God doesn't care, like, oh, you're a Levite, so you're good. No. He's like, you didn't do what I told you to do. Who cares who your mother was and your father was? What the Creator cares about is like, did you follow me when I told you? Whoever I sent to teach you the way, or if I came to you personally, because I argue, God comes to some people personally. Whatever that was, did you actually listen to me? Your nationality is not going to save you when God is asking you questions. He's not going to be like, oh, you're German, so you're cool. That's not what's going to happen, bro. He's going to be like, did you do what I wanted you to do? That's what's going to happen, in my opinion. But yeah, I agree with you guys. People will focus on that. They're wrong.
And even when it comes to the Arabic language and our prophet being from, Saudi Arabia, these are the nation. God is the best of planets. That's how I see it, man. And even though I'm not an Arab, guess what? I try my best to learn how to speak Arabic for the sake of Allah, not for the want to be like an Arab, because that's the language of my prophet who came to all mankind. And there's nothing to be ashamed about. We don't lose our culture when we accept Islam. We don't lose who we are as people when we say we Muslims. That's ignorance, man. A person that believe in that, then they just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And a lot of people reject Islam, I believe, because when they accept the religion, they feel like they don't like Arabic. They don't want to recite the language. They don't like how the Muslim women dress or the men dress. All of this is ignorance. This is ignorance, you know what I mean? So I don't care nothing about the haters, man, who say, oh, you black and you know. I don't care nothing about that. Racism stuff, I don't care about that. A lot of racist people out here.
Yeah, I agree with you, because I think the racism is really underpinned, like you're kind of alluding to, is people really don't want to study and put in work. And like I speak Korean, for example. Like I speak that language. I study Hebrew. I wouldn't even say I studied Greek. And then now I'm learning Amharic, which is the script for the Ethiopians. Their traditional script they use. They don't use it for all things, but they still have it. But just the idea, like you were pointing out, like the idea, sometimes what people will do is, because they're not willing to study something, and this is what I make sure I know. They'll be like, okay, I don't want to study this, so now I'm going to make it about some other issue. Instead of just saying, I don't want to learn. It's like, okay, first of all, bro, just learn any foreign language so you speak more than one. Talk to me about that. And then we're like, because sometimes what people do, you want to read it in English? The Bible's not written in English. It's not. The Bible is not written in English. So if that's your issue, now I need you to start studying Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, depending on what text. Like, you're still going to have to learn cultures of the people who wrote the thing down, because there's nothing in English. There's no religious text that originated in English. It does not exist yet. Maybe one day it will. Probably be Satanism or something like that, right? But right now, it doesn't exist. It's not there. So you're going to have to get in touch with other languages and cultures. I have this issue with people even when we talk about as Black people, oh, all right, we're Black, we have this other Pan-African culture. I'm like, cool. Okay, Africa, which country? Because they all speak different languages. So tell me which country. I'll learn the language and the culture. I'll join you in being African when you let me know which one. And when you ask people questions like that, they can't pick one. They don't want to pick one. They don't want to learn it. It's not actually that they think there's anything wrong with whatever culture or any country in Africa or any religion. I do think there's an internal thing where they feel like they're not capable of doing it, and so they want to reframe the world in a way that whatever language they currently speak is primary, and that is what it is, and that's what they want to hear. I think it's sad, but that's what I think a lot of people go through.
I feel like and I say that even before I was a Muslim or whatever, because I never was a Christian. I just believed in one God. But let me say this: when I read the Bible, I just see a lot of blame. What do I mean? I mean, like you talk about who ate from the tree first. It was the woman. Our book, it doesn't tell us who ate from it first. It said they both ate. You know what I mean? It's like everything, even with the whole Jesus died for the sins of humanity. I know people believe it. Their grandmothers and mothers and fathers and raised them up. But let's think about the reality of the situation. They're saying that the Lord of the universe became a man. Was in a woman's belly for 6 to 9 months, or maybe a day or so, some scholars say. Was temporarily blind as a baby coming out the womb. And died at the age of 33 for all human mankind. Which he prayed to another God, which is in heaven, and he himself is God. It is all confusion. How can anyone with a sound intellect believe in something like that? It's insanity. It's crazy. I don't get it. That never was in my heart for one second. Not even 1 second. Not even a little bit. Since I was young. You know what I mean? People, it's like, I don't understand. You get what I mean, Charles? Think about it. God Almighty, the Creator, came down. He didn't send an angel to be a perfect example for mankind, because he could send the angels. He himself jumped in a woman's body, became a human, and died for his own creation. This is Hollywood 101. This is Hollywood. Whoever prophesies and made millions of dollars off that, they didn't con people out of their hereafter for that. Even teaching that right now. That's a hustle. That is a hustle. You know what? I was used to be one of the biggest hustlers.
I would disagree with you a little bit. I get where you're coming from for sure, though. I think when you get into so earlier I was talking to Amir about this. When you get into second temple, because the timelines do matter, which is why when I study the text, I tend to go backwards to make sure what the earliest prophets were saying. Because if I'm gonna believe the Bible and assume it's true, then I'm gonna believe everything, right? So I'm gonna go backwards, and you can see where people start renegotiating. So, point I'm making is when you start looking at like, okay, is Jesus God? Okay, the word God means something to me in 2026. That's where I'm at. But if I start investigating the language and understanding it, some people might translate it, Jesus is a God. Okay, so now there's more than one God. Okay, Jesus is a deity is another way to translate. Okay, he's deified, he's a deity, which is a different word than God. And so like there's many ways to understand it. But what I think most people do is they go, and I say this fair across the board. They go to a church, they go to a mosque, they go to a synagogue, or they go to a temple, and whatever whatever the person teaching them, that's the authority they go by. And that person could be wrong or incomplete in their understanding, which is why I study it the way I do. And I'm not saying any other way is wrong. I'm just saying the way I study it. It's like, look, all of their religious beliefs in the entire religion, that can explain everything. I think there's a reason for that. It's like he's beyond our understanding, our God, and he sends prophets, and sometimes they're referred to as Elohim or things like that. And they use different words. But until you're ready to engage him directly, and you have other men telling you what that is, you're subject to the flaws of those other men. That's why I always talk about the prophets. Muhammad, peace be upon his name, right?
Let me clarify something, Charles. You mind if I say something?
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
This is the thing with me as a Muslim man. Christians are blessed. What do I mean by they blessed? Just look at their religion. All the people know, all the prophets that lived, the messages that God sent. The people that rejected their prophets, then you would think on the day of judgment they're going to hell for rejecting the prophet and killing them, right? You would think that. But you're behind God. God decreed for you to live in a time where you after Jesus, which your sins is just forgiven, but all the other people, the nations, they just going to hellfire because they just, the time they was living in. Because I'm pretty sure that if you ask a Christian, are there people going to hell? They're going to say absolutely, because they rejected the prophets and messengers. But you, on the other hand, you going to heaven because you believe in this belief. This is absolutely ridiculous to me. Yeah. They say, well, the hellfire was just created for the angels. That's the Christian belief. They don't believe that the hellfire was created for them. Originally, that's what they say. Do that even make sense, Charles?
Well, I think it depends on what Christian you're taught to, denomination. Because then when you get into hellfire, these are traditional beliefs, right? Even among Christians, they're not going to agree on different scriptures, even in the Bible. They all say they believe in the entire Bible, but when you start getting into it, they're not going to interpret it the same way, right? So, yeah, there are people that are going to go to hell, right? And then you got to figure out what hell means and what are the references to hell. But yeah, so at the core center of it, it's like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. The problem starts when you start getting denominations and they start interpreting things that's other than what the prophet actually said. So then you got to go back to the prophet. So, in Islam, right, Jesus is a prophet, right? So then you go back and like, well, what did Jesus say? Or at least what did someone write down that they said he said this? And then when you start reading it literally, it gives you a very different picture than you get when you go to church. It's very different.
And that's the
right? So
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's a different.
Yeah, but
put on the shoe.
Go
ahead.
No, you're right. And the fair. I think that happens in every religion. It's not just one. It's all of them. That always happens where men are. Right.
Charles, this is the difference between our religion is. I can pretend to be a Christian right now, and nobody, if y'all didn't know me, if a Christian come in the room, I can preach their doctrine, because you ain't got to be smart. All I got to do is give emotional speeches, memorize about 7 to 15 books, and say, yeah, he got the Holy Spirit. They wouldn't know from a can of paint. It could not do the fun. You can't play with a Muslim man. Because it's questions, right, which we can ask you to establish if you a Muslim or not, if you a real Muslim or not. You can't play us like that. But with them, you're just a Christian because I confess Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and He's God, and this and that. And guess what? That's a Christian. The Muslims, we don't care if you take your shahada. Okay, no problem. You take your shahada. Okay. But now, let me ask you a couple questions. This is, it's where, belief is important. You know what I mean? So it's saying it's not really built upon law. And I'm not trying to knock the Christian. I'm just saying, like, I just hope they just like just do some studying, man, about your religion, man. Go look at the meetings they had. Go do some studying about your books, man. Please. That's all, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was running out of my car real quick. I got my 1 year pieces. Yeah, 1 year pieces is gonna die, so I'm gonna swap out real quick. But I want to make sure I line my car up.
Now, I'm gonna go on record and say this, Charles. There's no learned man that's a scholar in Christianity that believes that doctrine. There's not one learned man who studied Christianity in and out that's a scholar that really believe what he's saying.
Well, who's saying?
What they say.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe. But I don't believe what they saying.
Yeah, the people
believe what they saying.
So here's the thing about religion. I was talking to a coworker today. So kind of take it away a little bit from religion, but something else. We were talking about, like, if you look at most people, right? And I've been on this app long enough. I've been in rooms with you. I hear the way you speak. You're very thoughtful in the way you speak. But when we come into these rooms, we're dealing with people who are actually interested, usually, in studying, learning. At least if you have a debate, somebody say certain things, you're going to go back and read and research, right? That's kind of what we experience. So if you think about it, get my other earpiece in. If you think about it, what we're kind of doing is curating an experience where we're in a smaller group with people who are willing to put intellectual energy into this process. Now, when you go back out into the world, most people aren't doing that. So the way I look at religion is for people who aren't thinkers. This is why you have prophets, priests, imams. This is why you have the other people that are like, all right, I'm going to do the thinking for you and then tell you what it is. The problem with that is the mass of people who start following these things, they're not actually understanding everything that's being taught at a deeper level. So they can repeat it. So just like you say, you can go into a church and imitate a Christian. I can definitely imitate a Muslim if I really wanted to. I can go to a synagogue. I can go to a temple for Israelite. They won't really know the difference, right? All it really takes is a little bit of effort. But that's because they're operating at a level of tradition. You're operating at a level of what was taught to you. When you start to ascend in spirituality and go beyond that, you start to see other things where it's like, all right, I can go into your space, I can hear you, I can look like you. But whether or not we're at the same level of understanding, to one party is going to be very different perspective than the other party. So I would just caution, if you pick a religion, which everyone's going to pick a religion, but when you pick it, you got to remember that our God is not contained in the set of words. So whatever people have as a set of words, he's obviously more than that. And we can't try to constrain him. Because the Jews do that a lot, especially with the Jews. They try to constrain him and make him be what they make him into being. And that is a very different type of theology where you're creating your God, and your God is not creating you. So I would just be careful with that.
I think a lot of people in this world, right, definitely when Islam has been presented to them, right, I'm talking about the belief and the core belief of it. A lot of people reject it. Me personally, is because it's not a religion where you can say what you want to say and do what you want to do and that's accepted. There's certain things it's not allowed. It's like you can't talk your way out of disobeying your Lord or opposing something that the prophet said. And because the reality is this, religion is based upon Our religion is built upon believing in unseen one and following other people. And the majority of the people, they don't want to follow other people. They want to follow their desires. And this is the problem. The majority of the people, they follow their desires. And they accept whatever goes in line with their desires. This is why they accept what they say. This is because it helps them feel good about themselves. But when it comes, this is right. You can't go to the club because of this. And you can't do this because of that. And this is the harm in it. This is the evil that comes with doing that. They don't want to follow Islam. They don't want to follow Islam. They want to do things which Islam says it's not allowed. And see, and the thing is, then another thing they say, well, this Muslim, he sells drugs and he do this, right? But this is the question you got to ask yourself. Does he believe in everything Islam says? And do he understand that he's going to get judged too, and he possibly can go to hell for what he do? The thing is this, the hereafter is forever. And if the person believed in one God and everything that Islam says, even if he done evil, eventually he's going to come up out of the hellfire because he believed. This is the difference. See, while other religions is, Christianity, hey, I'm going straight to heaven because I got a free ticket. I ain't got to be questioned. My blood is covered, and I know I do wrong, but somebody, this and that. Man, that's fairy tale. That's not reality. It's not.
Yeah, but you could. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, when you talk about Christianity, it's a diverse group. So if we expand it, like when you talk to an Israelite, if you talk to a Christian who understands that they also can identify as an Israelite and Hebrew, they're going to say something very different. They're going to say, actually, no, yeah, we're supposed to keep the laws, blah, blah, blah. They're going to try to keep the laws. The problem is going to be when they have to engage the reality, like, you have a set of laws that you actually can't keep. This is what I was talking to Amir earlier about, because we were talking about how we differently conceptualize God for our example is. You see, like you just said, I follow this set of people who are learned people, and I do what they do. But see, when you have a proper Hebraic understanding or Israelite understanding, it's a proper one, you're not following a human, right? This is why they deify Jesus, actually. So you deify him because you make a point, it's a rhetorical point. He's something more than a human. Because if it's just a human, that's not the perfect example. And as a man, because God is righteous. If I'm not trying to be like him, I'm doing something other than trying to be righteous. It doesn't make any sense, right? So I'm trying to be like him. He's perfectly righteous. But at the same time, I know I can never be like him. So it's a constant struggle. When people understand, in my opinion, people understand it correctly, they realize like, oh, there's this constant struggle. You're striving against your fleshly nature, but there's a spiritual understanding of it, especially for men. You want to be a good man, God is showing you what a man is. And then you follow him.
Let me ask you a question, Charles, about Christianity real quick. I want to understand this from education point of view. When they say, they ask them this question, I don't know where they get this from. Who inspired them to ask Muslims? They be like, does Allah love you? And we say, sure. And they say, well, can you show me where he loved you if you disobey him? Can you show me where he still loved you? Is that a dumb question?
I mean, if you want to characterize it as dumb, I mean, you could say like, yeah, that's a dumb question. But what's probably, when they do that though, so the problem with Christians is you get Christians that they prioritize the New Testament over the Old Testament. And when they do that, even parts of the New Testament, they're going to ignore it because they want a God that's like very loving and mushy and cares about your feelings and stuff. So they kind of prioritize the those things. And then I would tell them, like, man, you guys don't understand what you're reading. Because if you read it all, you would, like, that's not exactly what's happening. Sometimes he can be mean.
Yeah,
He can't exactly.
Two men having sex with one another, right? Two men having sex with one another. And you ask yourself this question. They having sex with each other. They love with each other, two men. Does your God love the two homosexuals that's doing that? And it's like, do these people use reason when they ask a Muslim a stupid question like that? Do God love people who associate partners with him in worship, who say this tree is my God, or look at the sun, this is my God? Do your God love the people that do that? Like,
yeah, but if they read the text, they wouldn't. If they read the text, they wouldn't. If they understood the text they were reading, they would agree with you. Like, no, man, that's not right. They would agree with you on that, right? That's a revelation of nature. That's even nature. Nature will teach you that. Nature will teach you that you can't procreate. First of all, if you dominate another man, because if two men have sex, one of the men is dominating the other man. And Scripture does not teach that men are supposed to dominate. Right? You're not supposed to dominate. Whoever's getting dominated, something's wrong with you. Because why are you getting dominated in this way? You're not supposed. It's not supposed to happen. So people who believe these kind of weird things like that, it's like they're doing what you're talking about, where they have what they want it to be, and then they're gonna make the text say whatever they want it to say, but they're not reading the text honestly. That makes sense.
And it's crazy because you would think that if there is a Satan, all right, once upon say it is a God and it is a devil. Whatever the devil loves, God has to hate it. Because the devil loves homosexuality. He loves this. Go ahead, guess what? You believe in God? Sure. God's still going to love you. It's okay, have sex with a man. Do it. It's okay, have sex with that man. Or, you know what? For y'all women, it's better if your daughter having sex with a woman. Two girls, it's okay for them to have sex with each other. You see, the devil loves this. This is what the devil loves. And the people, the Christians, they so delusional. It's like they just accept it. Or these groups.
But they don't. But most Christians don't accept that.
No,
and that's when you get it.
No. I'm saying, if you ask a Christian, right, if somebody died being a homosexual, for example, but they believe Jesus Christ is the Lord Jesus Christ is the Lord and the Savior, would they still make it to heaven?
If they said they believed in him?
Yeah.
If you started with there, they would say yes. They keep going down there.
And listen, even if a person said he believed in one God and Muhammad is messengers, let me tell you something. If they rejected what was revealed and didn't follow the sunnah of the prophet, they're not going.
Yeah, it's the same thing in the Bible. In the Bible, it's the same thing.
No, I'm speaking about the hadith rejectors who say they don't follow the sunnah, for example.
Yeah.
They say, yeah, because
but now you're talking hadith, which is not the Quran, right? So that's different.
What is the hadith?
The hadith, what I know about the hadith is it's not the Quran. So the Quran is the holy text.
What is the Quran?
The Quran is the holy text. This is the thing that Allah wants me to read. Right?
No.
If I'm gonna learn, no.
The Quran is the criteria to distinguish right from wrong. That's what it is. And as the
messenger,
and let me finish. And it's the one who received the book to clarify its meaning. Let me give you an example. Beat the wife. Strike your wife. Allah says beat the wife. Does it mean you hit your wife and you beat him up?
Well, you tell me from the.
No, you said the Quran. No, you said the Quran. So interpret the Quran. Does it mean beat your wife?
What I didn't say, what I've always said is I'm not going to tell you about how Islam works. What I will tell you is if I pull up a Bible and the Bible says beat your wife, okay, you need to understand what it means in that context when it says beat your wife. And if it says doesn't,
Okay,
right.
So
but what you're gonna
listen, the hadith. So what we do in all our affairs, right? We go back to the one who received the book, because what he said about the verse, once he gave the meaning of the verse, it isn't for anyone else to say, this is what God put on me, or I got a Holy Spirit, and this is what the Spirit put, and the verse means that. That's nonsense with us. You understand? So whatever the messenger of Allah, once he gave the meaning of it, or he clarified his meaning, nobody touch it. Anybody who touch it, he deviates from the understanding of the messenger of Allah. So this is how we understand.
I agree. It's the same thing. So if anybody reads the Bible and they understand what does this text say? The text says this. That's what I'm doing. It would be the same thing if somebody read the Bible appropriately, right? And they didn't do what you're talking about, where they say, here's my interpretation of it. It's the same problem that you're going to have. So when you give me a hadith, and the hadith says certain things, I'm going to be like, is the hadith part of the text, or is it separate? And you're going to say it's separate. You're going to say it's a separate thing, right?
No, the Sunnah come down with the Quran. Like the Quran came down, the Sunnah came down, which means the explanation or the inspiration of the Prophet. The verse is like when I'm saying the verse comes down, cut the hands of the thief. Okay, how much of the hand you're going to cut? And what is a thief in Islam? What is a thief? If a person stole a snicker bar, can the Prophet cut his hand? Because Allah says cut. This is the point. So so Prophet, see, right? No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he said a thief is in Islam. So in order to know the meaning of what a thief is and how much to cut if he still this or that, you have to go back to his understanding. This is the point. And he didn't say if a person stole a snicker bar and cut his hand off, or how much to cut. See, that's why you got to go to him.
Right. But now you're subjugated to the understanding of a man, right?
Wasn't the Quran given to a man?
It can be given to a man, but think about it if you're talking to somebody who doesn't follow the Quran. So you're saying a text was given to a man. How was it given to him? A prophet. How did the prophet get the text? He didn't get it through an angel, right? Through an angel.
Over 23 years.
Over 23 years.
Yep.
Now, anybody in a different religion can make the same claim. You can't validate or invalidate the claim.
Who can?
Nobody. You can choose to do it on your own, but what I'm saying is through a process of evidence, you will never be able to prove it. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Brother,
that's why you get
the most authentic book is the Quran, and after that it's the Sunnah of the Prophet. There is not when it comes to listen.
As soon as you say that, bro, you're gonna lose people. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me prove it to you.
You can't prove that to me. I've talked to so many Muslims. You're not the first Muslim I've talked to. You can't prove this.
You're a man that follows your desires. Let me tell you something.
It's not about following my desires, bro. Don't be disrespectful. It's not about that. We're having a dialogue.
No, you do follow your desires. Like we established that further. So what I'm telling you is now, a weak hadith, something that's not authentic, right, from Islam, right, in their corpus, it's more authentic than one Bible verse because we can the scholars can establish who said it, who was there, where he lived, what was his mother name, what was his father name.
And the scholars are men. The scholars are humans. They're all men. I can do the same thing. I can write a book right now and tell you what my father said.
Was your religion spread through men?
All religions are spread through men. You're not picking up what I'm laying down. Yeah.
Oh, no.
What is my religion? Now you tell me what is my religion?
The Jews, listen. The difference between the Jews and the Christians, that we ask them who wrote it, they're gonna say John, Matthew, blah, 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 blah. Okay, prove it to us. They cannot prove it. When you say that to them, prove it to us, I'm telling you, we got a chain of narrations that can prove these men existed and who they were and who they wrote it and when they wrote it and we can prove it. We can at least establish the religion. This is why we can
prove men. You can prove men that the name you put on it, because I never met that man, that you can say this man wrote this thing. That's the exact same thing that Christians tell you.
Listen, You know how we pray, for example. If you incarcerated, if you in the UK, if you in Jamaica, wherever you are in the world, if you start off the Fatiha, right, instead of reciting the first 7 repeated lines and say something else like Hu Allah Ahad, if you recite that, every single person gonna say Subhanallah. Why?
Who told you how to pray?
Listen, this is the point. The prophet. The prophet.
Which prophet?
Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam. He taught me how to pray. He showed the Muslims how to
So,
pray. He told the Sahaba.
A man.
They witnessed him pray.
So a man taught you how to pray, but if you're a Christian, then they're going to say a man who is God taught me how to pray.
What?
No, I'm being serious. I'm trying to sharpen your sword, right? So you talk to a Christian, you're like Prophet Muhammad. No, hear me out. You're gonna say Prophet Muhammad was a man who did all these things, right? Some of these things we might say are not good. And then he taught me how to pray. Then a Christian is gonna be like, a man taught me how to pray. This man is perfect. This is why I was talking about rhetoric earlier. People use rhetoric. That's why they do it. You say one thing, you be like, you know what? I know a man. He didn't sin ever in his life. He's perfect. Then you say he's perfect. Then he taught me how to pray. Now, whose prayer is better? The man who never sinned or the man who sinned? Muhammad sinned.
Can he prove?
The Jesus of the Bible sinned. The Jesus of the Bible sinned.
Can you show me where he sinned?
Yeah, he said he was God. That's a big sin. That's the biggest sin.
Right. So then you're not understanding the message of the Bible. So if you think to a person reading the Bible who believes in the New Testament, they're going to be like, no, he didn't sin.
Well,
you can't show me anywhere.
If you say that you God right now, that's a sin.
All right. If you say that you God right now, all right.
It applies to Jesus too. If he said he's God, he's a sinner. He's a sinner.
Show me where he says he's God.
He said, if you see me, you see the Father. He said, me and my Father are one. I don't need commentary on what he meant.
He's claiming unity. And
he told Thomas, he said, how long have I been with you? You asked me to see the Father. I'm with you.
Right. So show me the law that says that.
You cannot say
where does it say that? Where does it? No. Yes, you can. The Bible says you can say that man is God. God calls himself
not the Creator, not the Father.
No, he could no.
See,
slow down.
See, right now.
I'm trying to help you sharpen your sword. So slow down.
I don't have a sword. What I'm saying to you is this, right? Is that see, you're defending at the same time. You're trying to get me to sharpen. You're defending.
I'm not defending, bro.
There is no defense. This is a man in the Bible who got killed for saying it. He got killed for making himself a god.
Right.
So
and then when you read, when you read the Bible, when they say he got killed for doing this thing, what's the point?
They told him. They said, we don't stone you for doing good works. We stone you for making yourself the Father, the God.
Right.
What is he said that? So that they saying the same thing that I'm saying to you. He made himself that Jesus of the Bible. He made himself into a God, and it caused him to die.
So if I believe the Bible, then I'm going to keep reading, and he's going to explain. Well, really, what he does is he asks them a rhetorical question, and they can't answer the question.
Yeah, he asks them. He said, "Is it not written in your scripture that ye are gods?" He refers you to Psalms, but that doesn't. That's besides the point.
It's not beside the point.
Anybody, all of us you could say the same thing. You could make a reference to Psalms too right now. You could say, I could say, I'm getting ready to stone you for saying that you're God. And you say, well, did God say that you're gods in the book of Psalms? Or did he? You could do the same. You could bring that same argument he did. What's the difference between you and him?
Yeah, and I can say, why don't you stone Satan right now? Where is Satan? You go stone Satan.
But in all seriousness, it's like it's interesting. Like when we point fingers, it's 3 point. You point one finger, 3 point back at you. The same thing with
Islam, Christianity, whatever. When you start when you're in the business of pointing fingers,
Exactly.
3 is pointing back at you. But what I'm saying to you is that, like, you should reason things out. Like, it's hard to do it without bringing belief into it. It's very hard to do it without bringing belief into it.
It's hard to do it, but one of the things that Islam is going to require of somebody is that they subjugate themselves to other men, right?
Every one of them do.
Every one of what?
Every one of the spiritual paths do.
No, they don't, because the one I'm on doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's like what's the one that's on you?
Yeah, I got one teacher.
Which one is you on?
I got one teacher, and I never met him. I never physically met him. And that's my
who is he?
Yeah. So that's Jesus. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to call him. You can call it sometimes. You can say that. But see,
seriously, what path are you on? Are you on? Do you practice Abrahamic faith, or do you practice a non-traditional faith outside of Abrahamic faith?
No, I am Abrahamic. I'm Hebrew.
Okay,
I practice. When you say practice, it depends on what you mean by practice. But yeah.
Okay, so you believe in what you believe in one God. You believe in 3 gods. You believe what you believe.
I believe in what Abraham would have believed in. There's more than one God. And then if people get caught up on the word God and the definition of the word God, that's how I know they're not spiritually enlightened. Okay. You can get so caught up on the word God. No, hang on, hear me out. You get so caught up on the word God, the Muslims are gonna be like, oh, there's only one God, we have angels. But then you don't realize the angels you're talking about, those are gods. That's how Abraham understood. That's how Abraham understood it, right? So now we playing word. So let's not play the word. Let's not play the word games. Let's say, what did Abraham?
You know how far Abraham was? You know how far Abraham was ago? How far Abraham was ago? Because you're telling me how he understood things. Abraham.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Abraham was a long time ago, people.
But see, I have access to my God, and then what you're telling me is I need access to a human who's going to tell me about my God. And if I have to go through a human to tell me about my God, then that's not my God.
How you learn about your God? How did you learn about your God?
Study.
Studying what?
Study multiple things.
Give me one thing. Give me something that's closest to God that you study.
World religions. Study world religions. Yeah.
And how did you get world religions?
You go to school and there's a course called world religions. And you study.
What do they teach you about the religion?
They teach you the different religions, what they believe, what they practice. Sometimes their sacred texts.
You say do you read the Bible?
Yeah, I read it.
Do you believe it's the word of God?
I believe the message in the Bible, if understood properly, will reveal the knowledge that God wanted you to have. If you don't read it properly, you don't understand it, then you're not.
Do you believe it's the word of God?
I just told you what I believe, and now you're
asking you a specific question.
What do you mean by word of God?
Brother, why do I have to explain every iota of the English language that you know?
Well, apparently we disagreed on what we.
I'm asking you, do you believe that the Bible is the word of God? Yes.
Like God spoke the entire Bible, and then it was written, and that's His word.
Do you believe that it's the word of God?
No.
Basically, what you're doing is running.
No, not running. Because if you say it's the word of God, I need to understand.
You are avoiding the.
You're using rhetoric, sir. You're using rhetoric.
You're avoiding.
Yes, you are.
Brother,
the Christians use rhetoric, and they say.
Okay, beloved, you can go further. Brother Jay, you got it, baby. You got it.
Yeah, you don't gotta say all that. Let's be real about it.
Brother Jay, you got it, beloved.
Yeah, we gotta do all that.
I'm just keeping it 100. Like
you're not
we can't have a conversation if it's like, you know, every question I ask you, I gotta give you commentary on a question that I ask you. I gotta explain everything that I ask you. What's what? What you mean by?
When you use rhetoric,
what you mean by this? What you mean by? What's
God?
Who's God? What you mean by God? What you mean?
Well, when you use rhetoric, we do have to do that, because when you say the word of God, are you saying that God has actual words? What are you actually saying?
Beloved, I got you.
Right. Don't call me beloved, because you're being distant.
I'm being genuine. I'm being very much genuine.
You're not genuine. No, you're not. Come on, bro.
I ain't got no harm for you, man.
No, I know you don't got any harm.
I help you before I harm you, man. So
that's what I
mean by beloved. That's what I mean by beloved.
You know how easy it would be when somebody asks you what you mean by the word of God. Like if you ask me what I mean by the word of God, you think I can answer that question?
Brother, it's over, man.
Yeah, the word of God is the gospel.
It's an impasse.
Okay.
It's a stalemate.
The word of God is God spoken by prophets. The prophets write down what they understand, the words that God said, the meaning, and they translate it, and they put it into the text they understand. So when you say the word of God,
the prophet is a man, right?
And the prophet is a man.
All right, so you got it from a man, right?
No, I didn't get it from a man.
Okay.
I got most of the text. I got the text I read from a man, but I don't get all of my information from God speaks.
Peace.
No, you don't gotta say peace. Don't give it to me, man, because the Catholics did the same thing. I was in a room with some Catholics.
Peace.
Same thing. They're like, oh, we're good. They start
the moment. Shalom. Shalom, how one of y'all.
Yes,
Don't give me false love, man. Don't give me false love.
Sort of flavor, brother. You going Phillows probably tomorrow morning, but I swear they love that.
Nah, peace, brother, peace. That's it. I ain't causing no trouble, man. We just kicking it, man.
You think you want to fracture something?
No, I'm just saying, if you don't want to tell me what the word of God is, then why are you asking about the word of God?
Come on, I know because, brother, my main point in the conversation is that whatever you're going to get is going to come through the hands of man to a large degree. Yes, God can inspire you personally, individually, through his inspiration to you as an individual, one-on-one. Yes, he can inspire you. However, in terms of reading these books, reading these Quran, Bible, whatever, these was given to us. He worked through man to give it to us. And if you call that being subjected to man, that's on you. But the vehicle that the Lord worked through to give us these books came through men to a large degree. So now, if you want to challenge that, my beloved brother Charles.
No, I don't challenge that.
You can do it.
I agree with you on that. Here's a big distinction. When I go from the book and then I get into now here's someone interpretation of the book. And then now here's a tradition that comes from the interpretation of someone who had the book and then read the interpretation and then tell me this is the tradition I gotta keep. So tradition is usually the problem, right? So that's where religion comes in. So when you say the word of God, if you tell me, hey, I read the Hadith from Easter, for example, what is like? That's not a thing. That's not a Christian holiday. No such thing. But they do it, and a man says to do it, but that's not what God says to do. There's no command to do such a thing. Right? So that's where I make a distinction between say the word of God and what you really mean. Because if you really believe as a prophet, you receive something from God and it's meant for other people to follow the practice, then you would just add it to the Holy Scripture. If you're not willing to add it to the Holy Scripture, then that's not the word of God.
I told you, my man, like look how you sound. Revelation come down in two. Two. One, the book and the clarification of the book. How you gonna tell God how he delivered a book to his slave? Does that even make sense?
I'm not telling God how he delivers a book to his slave. What I'm telling God is, what is my relationship with him? Am I God's slave, or am I the slave of the man that God made a prophet? Which one?
So you want the Quran to be like the Bible. So you want the Word of God, who are addressing the Arabs and all different topics doing the prophet's ministry, mixed with everything in one. That's too much for the people.
No, what I want is my master, if I'm his slave, to tell his slave what he wants him to do. And if I'm the slave, he will talk to me in a way that is more direct than prophet plus someone who writes a hadith plus a teacher who then tells me a tradition. And I will make the same argument with Christians and Jews. So I'm not being unfair.
So you're invalidating Paul. You're invalidating Luke, John. You're invalidating a lot of. When you make that statement right there, you're making a lot of things that you believe in invalid.
Well, you're making assumptions about what you think I believe in, because I'm not invalidating Paul in any way when I say that. But what I am saying is that in so much as Paul is a prophet, he can be a prophet. If he is a prophet, I'm not sure that Paul is ever referred to as a prophet. But anyone can write anything they want, but when they write that doesn't equate. David is a king. The primary purpose of David and other kings is, most of it is to teach us what not to do. So I don't do. Anyone can be a prophet. I can be a prophet.
All right. So you beg. You don't. All I'm doing is I'm dancing with you.
You can dance with me all you want, but anyone.
We're doing a dance.
Do you know the difference between a prophet and a priest?
You're scared to stand on things.
I'm not scared to stand on anything.
You're afraid to.
Anyone. Why would I be scared?
You are because.
Why would I be afraid?
You don't want to commit. You're scared of a commitment.
I'm not scared.
Was David a prophet?
Prophet's nonsense. I remember.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Was he a prophet?
You seem to know the answer, so you can tell me, and I'll tell you. I can't remember. I don't have. I can't recall.
You use a term that you identify with heavenly. That's rhetoric. You're dancing around. You're dancing. You're hustling.
I'm not dancing. You're asking me a question. I'm telling you, I can't recall. I don't know. Is David ever referred to a prophet in the text?
Was David a prophet?
Was he? I don't have it memorized. I don't have the whole Bible memorized.
Was Moses a prophet?
Moses was a prophet.
Okay. And did Moses receive something from God?
According to the text, Moses did receive something from God.
Okay. Do you got to go to Moses to get what he received from God?
I have to go to Moses to get what he received from God, but I don't have to go to Moses to receive things from God. Because people receive things from God before Moses.
You have to go to Moses to receive what he received from God, right?
Yes. I have to go to Moses to receive what he received from God, but I don't have to.
Okay, now, when you go to Moses, to get what he received from God, don't he have to teach it to you?
He would have to teach me what he received from God, and then if I receive something from God, I would have to.
So that's it.
It's not it. That's not it.
You haven't taught Moses anything, but you haven't taught Moses anything. But what I'm saying to you,
but if Moses was in front of me, I might teach him.
Okay, well,
I probably would.
Okay, but you might can teach him about God too, right?
I could teach him about some things, I'm sure.
Yeah, can you teach him about God?
He doesn't have the first covenant, so.
Do you think that you can teach Moses about God?
It's definitely possible. 100%.
Okay, no problem. All right, so.
Yeah. There's no man over me. And that's why I know Islam does not exist.
What I'm asking is,
you're thinking of other men as somehow
what I'm asking you is this, right?
Be careful of being ego-driven and self-centered.
It's not ego.
And based in self on a level that is astronomical, because you, like any man, has flaws.
Agreed.
And the Most High chooses who He wants to give information to and inspiration to and spirit to greater than you. And if He does so, that's His prerogative. And you, being who you are, have no other choice but to accept it, because you cannot go against God.
Well, I can accept what God tells me, and for men, I can choose not to accept it. And in fact, everything you just said, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon his name, came back to me and said, "Here I am, resurrected. Here's everything." I would say, "You are a man, and if I have a direct line to God, maybe I need to teach you something exactly based on what you just said, 100%." And this is the problem. When you try to subjugate men,
you would do the same thing with Moses, right? You would do the same thing with Jesus too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this places you in a position that you believe that you can be their teacher.
No. Whether or not I'm their teacher,
the reason why I say this is because every time I mention the prophets or someone who is inspired by God, that it's clear that they have been inspired by God to bring something to you, you rebut it with your ability to teach them.
Yeah, so when you say be their teacher, do you mean be their prophet?
Listen to me, you're reading stuff that they left, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't left anything yet. You don't have a
history. How do you know?
You don't have.
That's a lie. You just
have
very false.
Hold it.
That's false.
You have
what you just said was false.
What have you left that you said was inspired, that God inspired you to write and lead for the people right now?
I got a book. I already wrote a book.
Okay.
Have you written the book? Have you written the book?
I want to read it. I want to read your book. Where is it? Is it on? Can I purchase it?
You can purchase my book. I wrote a book on leadership, but I don't really care that you can read my book. The fact that you just told me I have never written anything inspired by God.
Did that book come from God? Did that book come from God?
Yes. You just told me.
Hold on for a minute. How does it?
Yeah, now you got questions.
How did it benefit mankind spiritually about getting into mankind's salvation?
I don't know. Ask mankind about
you don't know
how it benefited from.
Hold up. You don't know?
Do you think Muhammad knew how it was going to benefit mankind what he did?
Well, the book tells you. Do your book tell you?
The book tells you. I didn't ask you what the book said. I asked you, did Muhammad know? No. Did Muhammad write the book? Did Muhammad write the book? Because now you're going to start lying, bro. Because you're already very false witness once.
Listen to this. Calm down.
No, you stop very false witness.
I asked you, because you're reading these brothers, these people's texts that they have left, dealing with humanity and what they have received from God to help man on the planet. I'm asking you, have you written any books or anything of that nature that can lead to men's salvation here?
We will find out if it leads to men's salvation. But I did write a book.
You don't answer your question.
No, because you're comparing me.
He didn't write
any book. I already did more than Muhammad. I already did more than him. I wrote a book. He didn't write nothing.
He gave you a book.
No, he didn't. He didn't write a book. He did not write a book. You just said he didn't write.
He didn't write a book, but the book came through him and he gave it to you.
He inspired more people. He was able to move the crowd. You ever
the book didn't come to me. Show me where the book came to me. At what point in my life?
Beloved, you being compatible.
Bro, stop calling calling me beloved because you are
being
we were having a good intellectual debate, and now this is what happens when the hours get late.
I just want you to just reflect. You're not all that. I'm not all that.
Did I ever say I was all that? Did I ever say I was all that?
I'm not. Yeah, no, reason why I brought
you. Do you think I need you to tell me I'm not all that?
Because you feel that, like.
How do you know what I feel? You're making all these claims that you cannot substantiate.
Because what you say. Because
what you understand about what I say. Because what you hear.
Can you teach
But
God?
You just said I think I'm all that.
All right.
Do you know what I feel about myself? How did you know this?
Can you teach God something?
Can I teach God something?
Yeah.
I would say no. He's perfect. There's nothing for me to teach him.
But you can teach Moses something.
Definitely, 100%.
You can teach Moses something about God.
100%. Yep.
Wow. So do you think you know God better than Moses?
Don't need to know him better to teach him something about it. I teach my
question. Yes or no?
You're asking me a question and now I'm answering.
Do you think you could know God better than Moses?
Yes, 100%.
All right, my brother. I'm a yield right there.
Yeah, go ahead, yield.
You got it, brother. You got it, brother.
Brother trying to tell me I'm arrogant. You obviously don't know me if you think I'm arrogant.
Beloved.
You don't know anything about me. You can't know that because that's the opposite of how my whole life philosophy works.
Don't be triggered.
No, you bear false witness on me like 2 or 3 times.
Don't be triggered. And if I bear false witness,
I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered, but I'm just
forgive me.
I will always forgive you, brother. You're my brother.
That's it.
You got me on that. You got me on that.
Forgive me.
I'll always forgive you, my brother.
If I bear false witness, forgive me. It wasn't my intent. I made a mistake. You understand?
I forgive you, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
But my personal philosophy, so people understand how I operate, I'm a worm, but no man. I'm a reproach of men. There's never any point where you're going to encounter me and I'm going to say I'm arrogant or better and smarter than other people. It's exactly the opposite. I believe no human is better than another human. That's the crux of my entire argument. Once you tell me you're a human, you have flaws. We all have flaws. Right? So if I'm going to subjugate myself and say I'm a worm but no man, then every man is a worm but no man. That's the position you have to take. You can't actually encounter God until you come into that type of submission. And we don't come into that type of submission with other human men. We come into that type of submission only with the Creator, our God, right? So that's where I was coming from with that. So when we use rhetoric and we start making statements, we got to be careful because you can make statements about people. Then they say, I'll say I will express myself in a way where I'm exerting emotion, even though it's not really that serious, like you were saying, brother. It's not that serious, but it's a point that I'm trying to make. I'm using rhetoric. The point I'm making is now we're making statements about each other and our character and whether we're being honest about something and we don't actually know each other. And we can't go that far with it. I don't know that about any other man, right? So when you ask me, can I teach Moses something? Possibly, yeah. If you come and teach me some things that Moses never knew and teach me more than he taught Moses, absolutely. He could do that. That's definitely a possibility, right? So these are kind of ways we have to engage our understanding of the Creator and how he operates. I don't want to draw it on, but that's all the point I was trying to make. But you got me on that. Man, God forgive me. You right. I gotta forgive my brother. God, you got me. Got me.
All right, my position is this, man. Like I said earlier, I respect what you're saying, and my position is that, the Lord raises up who he wants to raise up. The Lord puts people in position who he wants to be put in position. The Lord shows people where he wants to be seen, where he wants to show up. He chooses who he wants, and he rejects who he wants. Me, myself, personally, I may, can talk with Moses and speak to him and teach him about some worldly stuff, like fishing or boating or golf or something like that. However, when it comes down to who and what God is and things of that nature, and what God, the knowledge, stuff like that, Moses is above me. He's above me in that knowledge. He's way above me. And I say that because Moses was chosen from God. God didn't choose me to lead the children of Israel out of that. He chose Moses. He talked to Moses, spoke directly to Moses. He worked through Moses with miracles. He didn't work through me with miracles for thousands of people to see. He worked through him. He had a direct experience with Moses. Moses had a direct experience with him on that level like that. And everybody saw it. Everybody that was there, according to what was written, saw it. So I'm not going back and forth with Moses about who God is and all that. I'm not going to do that. If he tell me something, I hear and obey to him when it comes down to who God is and what God is and all that right there, what God commands me and all that other type of stuff. I hear and obey. I don't have the power to, I'm not into refusing what he's going to tell me about God. He right in front of me and I'm seeing all this stuff taking place with him and God. And I'm going to tell him, no, God didn't mean that. God meant this. I'm not doing that. Others can do that. You have a prerogative to go back and forth. That I just can't do that. And I'll yield right there, but thank you for the conversation, beloved.
No, thank you, brother. I appreciate what you're saying. I don't want to keep anybody else wanting to chime in, but I'll just chime in if you want. But I agree with you, and I think what you're really speaking to is being humble. And I agree with you. I would obviously be humble in the way that you're describing being humble. But one thing, like, I manage people. I got people under me. That's my job. There's people under me. And then there are times when I go to people that are under me and I tell them, I want you to teach this class. We all need to understand this topic. And I'll have them teach it. Now, we're not talking spiritual stuff. We're just talking work, right? But the concept is the same. Just because I'm above you doesn't mean you can't teach me something. So now I want you to come and teach me this thing that you think you understand. And maybe your teaching will be correct, maybe it will be incorrect, maybe it's partially right. Usually there's a mix, it's partially right. But I will still learn things from the people who are subordinate to me. So I don't think if whatever I have to teach, right, because I think that's part of the dialogue, right? What I'm saying is if I had something to teach that they were supposed to receive, then they would understand and they would be like, let him come up here and teach me. Because they will also be humble. Because I think the humble spirit is that's a personal belief. Because the humble spirit this is the one that ends up being teachers or the people who become wise is they humble themselves, right? So, yeah, I think I was like, oh yeah, Moshe, if God came to me, he told me this, let's assume that really happened, he really came to me. I think Moshe is going to be like, yeah, man, let's hear what Charles has to teach us. And then he's going to receive my teaching. That's how I think it's going to work. But no, am I saying I'm here to replace and overwrite everything Moses said? No, that's not what I'm saying. But in the sense of the relationships, every time we get a book, but before that book is written, a prophet receives a word and a message. So we know the primary means of communication from the creator to the author or the person who will speak and then the author will write what he said is not actually written. So I I can't just assume I'm reading the text, but then God speaks to me, but you know what, whatever it is wrong based on the text. That's just not how it works. It builds, which is why I think when people believe they receive new information and it rises to the level of being holy information, I think they should add it to the text. That's what I think is supposed to happen, and we put barriers in there to limit who will do that. But I think there's probably already been prophets that have received words, and because they're afraid or they believe people won't believe them, they're like, I'm not going to try and add it to the text. But I would say, if you believe it reaches that level, go ahead and try and add it to the text because it may need to be in there. How do I know I'm not missing new revelation? All this is backstops that we do to limit who will make new revelations. But what we always see in the narrative of history is there's a continuous revealing. And I think it's been a while since we've had a new one. So maybe there should be. I don't know.
It's interesting. Interesting, my brother. Brother Jig, you had something to say, Brother Jig? Welcome to the stage, beloved. Peace and blessings to everybody in the audience. I know it's been a long night. I just got into this room. And this room, we're supposed to close this room. It was 12 hours. What time? How many hours you go before it gone, right? The place is gone, right?
At least 12, I think, or 7. Don't give me that extra fluffy. But I am going to say this again. Like up to long. I agreed with Shallow How, one guy, all agreed with me. So I don't know if any Hebrews in the chat, but put some respect on that. I want to say this to you and the other brother that was speaking, and go a long way, Virgil, at least for the last 3 years. Man, the time is going past so fast, and adjusting this rearview mirror, good brethren, honoring those who paved the way of the road, choose to walk or rock and roll on. I must say, it's not much like a man like me could teach Moses. That's virtually impossible, obviously, because he had his time, but the information he relayed to the next generation lives on. So what are you saying, Saul? Think about it like this. If anyone write a book, I'm sure at some point in all of our lives, we had to submit to the will of a teacher, right? And that's why I say, whether it's the road you on or any school of thought, we cannot teach without a language, nor can we learn without a language, because all that we call God, for example, instead of a whatchamacallit, Moses gave that name, whether you believe in a YHWH, think about what I say, or even if you invoke a title like God, it was those people who taught humanity what to call this experience. And by default, I think that corners the market without every rhyme and reason. I'm trying to keep it plain. Am I losing you, Virgil?
Oh, no. I'm walking right exactly with you. I'm right here with
trying to be less encrypted because this is serious business right here. So, and I'm mentioning this because you said when you point one finger, 3 may be pointing back at you. And that's interesting because though that is true, hand over grip, full fist of life. But how can I count to 3, count to 5, or count to 7 without a language? So we cannot teach without a language, nor can we learn without a language. So our teachers gave us our ABCs before our 1, 2, 3s. So that which we call God, or the value number we place on God and putting God first as first love, or there's only one God. I'm like, think about it. We speak on God conveying numbers, right? So I'm like, you have to submit to the will of the system, at least that the Most High, Allah, Yahweh, whatever your first love may be called, right? We have to submit to those teachers, because without those teachers, what we call it, other than the whatchamacallit. So man does play a role in a divine scheme of things. I'm not going to keep y'all here for too long, but I think about the book of Job. Let's get that work. Though the author may be more mysterious, even though it comes in the name of Job, J-O-B, who would have thought? Job definitely got that work in his life, but think about working out the idea of Job chapter 12, verse 7, I believe it is, and I'm going to paraphrase this, but y'all can fact check for facts if y'all don't believe me. But he says in Job chapter 12, verse 7, speak to the beasts of the field, and it will instruct you, depending on your translation, or teach you, and ask the bird, and it will instruct you. It even says, ask the earth, speak to the earth. So if anyone took this idea seriously and even go further to take it a 12-step and exercise this idea, it grows into a branch of biology, even though every word doesn't compound that exact information, but to study the birds, the beasts, and the earth, that is a branch of biology. So they may not let you know who their ghostwriter is, but that is a way you can be divinely inspired by reading the books. But again, that does not come without a teacher. In order for me to crack the code of the divine poets that wrote, I need a teacher to understand the basic English language before I start reading any subliminals in there. So I don't know how we have a connection with God without appreciating that extension of love to us. And when I say extension of love, in my strongest opinion, that is the prophets. Those are the teachers in my, again, in my strongest opinion. But I don't know how long y'all had it for, but I appreciate the time and patience y'all had with me. I know I can get. I'm gonna land my plane with that, bro.
Yes, my brother. Thank you for that, brother Jason. I definitely received it. Definitely received it. What's going on, beloved brother Sean in the building? How are you, sir?
Hey, Virgil, you got a magnificent job, baby. You know, the people of Sunnah, Salafis Salih.
The Salafis Salih.
Salafis Salih had the people of Hawa, the desires speak. They speak from the desires talking to the Salafis Salih.
Yeah. Let me. I'll be right back, Ishmael. Give me 2 seconds.
What's up, Sean?
What's going on, brother? Good conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to see Virgil get busy, man. Oh, this Charles Johnson.
Yeah. What's up, though? Yeah, I wanted to tell Virgil something, but he left. But it's all right. I'll talk to him when he comes back. But there's a lot of people like Charles these days, or like, especially like the Gen Z. It's like you can't tell me nothing type of thing. I can decipher it better than they deciphered it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of. I think that population is increasing.
That's the Quran alone, man. Charles Johnson. This used to be Charles Johnson. He used to be a Christian. I remember he used to be like, he said he ain't classified Christian. He used to defend the word. Now he on some other stuff, man. He on a spiritual journey, baby.
Talking about, what you say, Charles Johnson.
Ain't you Charles? Didn't you used to have a different account on this app named Charles?
No. Yeah, my name is always Charles. I'm not Charles Johnson. I think you're talking about somebody else. Because you were talking about me. No, yeah, you and me. There's a different room you and me used to be in a lot together. Usually I was just.
Yeah, where you're suited.
I would be in there usually just listening.
I remember you.
You said what?
I remember you used to have a different PTR.
Yeah, I had a different picture. I actually didn't figure out how to do it. It's not important. But no, yeah. If you're talking about me being somebody somehow changing my spirituality.
That wasn't your last name.
No,
that wasn't your last name, Robert.
No, that was always my last name. That's my actual last name. Yeah.
I'm talking about
No, that was my last name. I've never changed my last name. Yeah, on Clubhouse I've never changed my name. I've never once changed my name. See, this is where we're getting. So again, bear false witness, brother. Come on, brother. I'm telling you, I've never changed my name on this app.
Put your other picture you had on Clubhouse before.
Let me see if I can. Let me see.
I don't forget faces and voices. That's one thing.
Oh yeah, I had the one where I had the tie on.
Yeah,
You
was a mouth cover.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was never Charles Johnson. So, and never would you have heard anything from me that would indicate a change in my theology in the time period that I've been able to do. That would have never happened. So again, like it's the same thing. That's not true.
You call it theology, what you was talking about?
Well, I mean, call it a theology, call it religion, depends on, I guess, what parameters you want to put on it. But there is absolutely no point at which anything I'm saying today that you and me would have known each other, that it would have been anything. That's impossible because I wasn't on this app before the point I reached my current theology, theoretical framework, conceptual understanding, etc. So the fact that you would say it changed in some way, I already know. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but you're kind of like inadvertently bearing false witness, right? So now you're talking to Sean, saying something about, oh yeah, Charles, whoever, meaning me, but what you're saying is unequivocally false. It's an untruth. It's an untruth what you're saying.
Do me a favor, Charles. Stop trying to outsmart God.
I'm not trying to outsmart God. I'm outsmarting you because you thought you could just say something about me. You thought it was going to be correct. It's false. It's incorrect. And the other brother, Virgil was humble, and Virgil eventually we got to a point where we said, you know what, you're right, I don't know these things about you. And now, so I'll be where you're doing this. You're not.
Virgil mopped the floor with you, and you still talking. I feel like Tupac when
he didn't mop the floor with me. If you want to perceive it that way, that's fine. But what he did was, and then what the other guy came in the room and then left the room saying is, animals can teach you. So why on earth would I think I can't teach Moses anything and an animal can teach Moses something? That's weird. That would be weird.
You remember when Tupac used to diss when he'd be like, y'all still talking? You still breathing? That's how I feel when you talk. How you still talking? Like how you always.
You got Ishmael, you on rhetoric, bro. You already know what you want. You're on rhetoric, bro.
I don't talk you. Listen, you said rhetoric so time. You didn't wore it out now. No diddy. How many times you gonna keep saying rhetoric?
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's the beautiful part of it, because now that you know what it is, you know you know. But it's cool. I'll be quiet. You're right. Whatever you say is right. That's
those inspiration and those things you talking to ain't gonna help you talking to me. I already know what y'all type of energy y'all want. Y'all also talking to them jams. Y'all receiving something. Y'all talking.
Because you just made several. No, you don't. You don't know anything about me. You just made several statements about me that were false. So are you a liar? Because you are literally saying you know things about me after I corrected you. You even thought you knew my name, which was incorrect, and you thought I changed it, which is incorrect. So now at this point, you're a liar. So are you deliberately lying about me? Is that where you're going? I can't hear you in the matrix, bro. My bad. You're in the matrix. But I do want you to think about what I asked you. Because I already corrected you and you're still trying to bear false witness. Now you're a liar.
Well, so if you're in the matrix, Virgil, you back? Nah, Charles, I think you're getting too defensive, man. It's not that serious. Yeah. Yeah, you cutting off, Selfie.
I'm not getting too revelation shot. I'm not getting too.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Charles, did you say that?
Yeah. Well, Sean, what's happening is I'm not getting too. The problem is we are encountering logical errors as people make arguments against me, like saying my last name is one thing or another thing, or saying my belief system is one thing or another thing, or as Virgil, he admitted to, so you can say, oh, he mopped the floor. Virgil admitted he made statements about me that he can't validate, he has no evidence of, that actually were false, which is about my humble nature and being a worm, not a man, a reproach of men. So I think what we're really doing is miscommunicating, which tends to happen on Clubhouse as we get into the later hours, because typically the later it gets, people start to retreat into whatever the doctrine they believe in, and we have less of a dialogue. So earlier in the room, we had open dialogue, things were going great, but when we get groups of people who all believe the same thing, and they want to kind of pile on, that's not as useful,
Because
Charles, the piling on is not happening. I think it's just a difference of agreement or a difference of opinion. Because the part where like everybody was, and even if we're Christians, like I think the reaction would be the same. Is where you said you could teach something to Moses about God. You know, so I think it's not a group thing. I think Christians will have an issue with what you just said. Jews will have an issue with what you just said.
And I would argue those Christians have an improper understanding of the text they're reading, which I repeatedly also said concern. I'm not defending Christianity or any denomination of Christianity, although I would offer probably my own definitions of what those things meant, and most Christians would not agree with it. I would also identify as Hebrew, and in a certain way, I would identify as an Israelite, but I'm not an Israelite, right? So, again, my point is there's understanding the content of what you're digesting and reading, which is very different than having humans tell you what things mean, which I think is probably the bigger disagreement having my brothers here, and maybe yourself, right? Where, yeah, it's helpful to have another human teach me what they understand and what they learn, but that can never supersede the intervention of God telling me this is what it means, because what that intervention would mean is that we can't have prophets, because prophets receive direct communication directly from God, and in order for there to be a such thing as a prophet means that there can be a human teaching something, and God can say, here, prophet, teach them something new, different, progressive, whatever you want to call it, but that is the whole point of having a thing called a prophet. So there cannot be a world in which we can have humans that cannot receive direct revelation from God and must go through humans. Hopefully that makes sense.
You ever seen this movie with Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby, Charles, before? Let's do it again.
You want to talk about movie references now? I guess you can.
Thanks, because you talk about religion, you remind me of the clock. See, if you know the movie, it's like the clock, right? Where you try to hypnotize somebody.
What? I'm not trying to hypnotize. Nobody here follow me. I don't want anyone to follow me. When it's time for you to follow me, if that time comes, I will say follow me. But no one here should follow me. That's why earlier, it's a lot of I said, I'm not a prophet, because just because I received a revelation doesn't mean
you don't have to tell me you ain't no prophet. I'm the last person you need to tell.
Well, you will be the very last. If I ever get to a point where I must be a prophet and prophesy, you will be the very last. I will make sure. I'll be like, Salafi's at the bottom of the list. He's going to be the last dude I talk to. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, make sure I'm the last one, because
you're going to be the last. You probably won't be.
I don't believe you're no prophet. I don't believe you're no messenger. I don't believe that you talk to God. I don't believe none of that. I believe you talk to the jinn. That's what I believe. And I
don't really care what you believe, but just know on my list you're going to be at the bottom and not all. That's fine.
I can listen. I understand talking to a person for like 30 minutes with their point. Not even 30 minutes, about 15 minutes, I can identify it from your speech.
Well, no, you can't, because you thought my last name was Johnson. I have no idea why you thought that was my last name. You don't even know what my name is, and now you're saying you know in 30 minutes everything that things about me. You didn't even know my name. You totally mischaracterized me. You bared false witness. You're a liar. You did that. You did that.
So you just like
you literally misunderstood me to be a completely different person. So now you're going to say, oh, in 30 minutes. We've been in this room for over 30 minutes, and you still don't know who I am. You don't know who I am.
Just like a person of bid'ah. What do I mean? A person of innovation and misguidance. They always cling to something when you may have misspoke or they got a subject. That's like a win for a person of innovation and misguidance. when I told you, for example, I know you by your speech, I'm talking about your belief system, like what you stand for. Like I knew from your tongue within 15 minutes that you thought that you was type of like, I don't gotta follow no man, and I don't gotta listen. You jealous that God didn't choose you to be a prophet or a messenger, so you want to feel important. And then then you say I wrote a book of Muhammad.
That's a lie. You're bearing false witness again. I just explained all that. You're a liar, bro. You're a liar.
Let me tell you the truth about your life. If you was to die today or tomorrow, your reality is people gonna read for you about for a month or so, or maybe a year. Your family members, God, bless them. After that, right, that reality, like after 20, 30 years, you're not gonna be remembered about. Like your whole existence and everything you stand for is gonna be like dust. But the prophets, for example, they're gonna be remembered in this thing called life here. You know why? Because they left something that you can't never leave behind. You understand? So don't ever compare yourself to a prophet of God again. That's very.
Compare myself to a prophet. When did I ever compare myself to a prophet?
You said that you left a book behind. I wrote a book. Muhammad didn't leave a book. He didn't write the Quran. I wrote a book.
When did I? Now you're dancing. When did I compare? See, you're a liar, Sloppy. You stop it. This is bad.
What book you write?
Because now you're being disingenuous. When did I compare myself to a prophet?
Listen, when you said I wrote a book and Muhammad didn't write no book.
Is that when I compare myself to a prophet, or did someone ask me a question and they said, well, a prophet did this, and I said, well, I did this? What you mean you did?
No, Brother Charles. You specifically said Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam didn't write a book. He didn't write a book. No, but you said But when you say that, like for example, me and Salafi, we argue about who's the GOAT, Jordan or LeBron. I'm like, Jordan didn't take more than one team to the championship. LeBron did. That's a comparison. So you made a comparison. You're saying an individual didn't do as much as you did in a particular field, so I'm better than them. That's a comparison.
I'm not. I didn't say I'm better than him. And then in fact, when I talk about Muhammad, peace be upon his name.
No, I'm not saying that you were better. I'm saying you did make a comparison that in one aspect, which is being an author or a writer, you did something that he couldn't do, right?
So here's where I would slightly disagree with you. I'm being asked by people to validate my belief system and how I approach certain texts. And then they're asking me questions. And then I must respond to their questions or critiques by saying, hey, if this is how you understand what a prophet is and what they do, this person didn't do this thing. So you're right. If you want to call that me, okay, making a comparison, that's fair. But my point is, I never, ever tried to say, like, I'm better than the prophet or anything like that. I'm just saying, when people start elucidating their understanding of what it means to be certain things, I start to notice flaws, and I say, well, I did this other thing. So how do you know the thing I did?
Charles, I feel like you're saying two things at the same time, and it's not adding up. Like right now, you're being humble. Earlier, you were saying they're men, I'm men. They can't teach me nothing I can't teach them, and they can't teach me nothing that I couldn't teach them. So now you're being humble. Now you're like kind of backtracking a bit, where earlier you were basically saying they're humans just like me, and they're no better than me, and whatever they can teach me, I can teach them something else, right?
Everything I've learned in life has been taught. Everything. So let's put the spiritual matters aside, because I think it's an important way to compare the problem we're having. When we bring spirituality is where we get emotion. Everything I've learned, so the language I speak is taught to me by humans, first of all. So even to read the text that I think I understand, some other human taught me a language, or I at least watched their use of the language in order to learn it. Then I would say they taught me the languages because I speak more than one language. So I have learned from humans the things that allow me to access the information about my creator. Great. That does not mean my creator does not speak to me and talk to me and communicate to me directly. He is not limited by language. He doesn't care what language I speak. He can communicate to me in whatever language he wants to. And in my case, times he's communicate with me is actually not through verbal, vocal communications that would even require a language. So at no point am I saying that I am somehow better than any prophet, and that these prophets don't mean anything and I'm just above them. What I'm saying is the way God works is once he wants to reveal something, he will pick someone to reveal it to, and whoever he reveals it to has the message. This is exactly the way Islam is developed, right? Because Islam is not first, it's not oldest or anything like that. It is, hey, I am here now giving you this message so you can understand it, so that you can communicate it. Which means if it's true, then the people before you somehow, you know more than them or better than them. Because I do have the texts that are recorded or ascribed to Moses, etc. And then we can argue about whether they're prophet or not. But that's irrelevant because then we can argue about did Muhammad actually write anything? Which the answer is no, he didn't. So, again, my point is it's okay to let people teach you things when God speaks to them. And the real challenge, which Brother Salafi Ismail brought up earlier, because I think it was a good point, is you do have to have discernment. Who is who and who is speaking to who, which is why I don't speak to people and tell them, oh, do things a certain way. Because that's not what God, Allah, Elohim, Yehovah, Yahweh, any name you use, come out and teach people to do things different. That's not what happened.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Salam alaikum. Shalom.
Somebody been giving you dawah, Brother Charles?
What's a dawah, bro? What's that?
Dawah is an invitation.
An invitation to what?
Islam.
I think they're trying to. I think they're doing that. They're doing a good job. They're doing.
The greatest thing you did. Hey, Sean, you know the best thing you did since you came to this. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi. The greatest thing you did since you came in this room. Let me say what that is.
Go for it, bro. You're a mod. You got it.
And this is the only reason why I'll talk to you always, right? Unless you insult, because the best thing you did since you've been in this room, you said peace be upon him. Prophet Muhammad, you said peace be upon him, and that shows me that you have some light in your chest for you to even utter those words. So this is why it's good to be kind and soft to people like Charles, because at the end of the day, even though we don't agree with your way, but for you to say peace be upon him, you said it more than once. I pay attention to stuff like that. So that's good on your behalf.
May Allah guide you, Brother Charles. I mean,
and no matter how frustrated you got it with this conversation, you never said your prophet did this with a girl. You never said well your prophet was possessed. You never brought up none of the arguments, which I'm sure you heard before. You stood on your belief as a man, and I honor that, and I respect you for that. You better know that.
No, I believe you. I trust you, and I trust you guys. And I think this is a good run. This has been a great experience since I've been in here, and I appreciate you brothers. You guys got to keep doing what you're doing too, because as you guys have been pointing out, you talk to the run-of-the-mill type person reading the Bible, they're not going to understand a lot of things. So I think it's a good thing. This is why we have diversity, so we can challenge each other and make people think. To your point, there's a lot of people that just read, or really they don't even read, in my opinion. They just get taught things and they don't think. So no, absolutely respect, peace, and the prophets, love and respect. And if anything I said, so for people listening, hopefully it's understood that like, even if it might seem like, oh man, I'm saying I'm this or that, that's not what I'm saying. The prophets hold a special place. We love and respect the prophets, and always we're going to wish peace on them. And then as we get into more intellectual discussions, you may hear things that may sound a certain way, but at no point ever you're going to hear me disrespect the prophet. And I'm never going to disrespect other people. But that's another thing.
And Charles, going forward on your journey, if you don't hear from me no more, because tomorrow, I promise, let me tell you something. Always remember this: when you're talking to a Muslim, right? If he ever is being harsh with you, right, and when he's being firm, let me say firm, right? The Muslim believe that they're upon the truth, right? And you can't tell them that they know they're upon the truth in their mind. Muslim man, they believe and they know with certainty they're upon the truth. And sometimes they're harsh towards you because they want what's good for you in regards to their firmness. They believe everything you say out your mouth in regards to God or what you're saying is falsehood. So I want you to put that in the back of your mind when you're talking to a Muslim. So that's all I wanted to.
Thank you for that.
It's not personal. It's from a place of love because we want what our brothers. We want for the children of Adam what we want for themselves. Definitely the ones that we believe that's sincere. You know what I mean? That's why we give them our time, and that's why we speak to them. You know what I mean? So just understand that, y'all. Jews earlier we were speaking to, in regards to the Jews we were speaking to earlier. What you hear, Sean, when we was talking to the Jews earlier?
No, brother. I came in when you were speaking to Charles.
Yeah, they got a load in their feelings. So I was talking to Israel earlier, right? And I thought we kind of, I'm not going to hold no grudge, but my thing is this. I ain't bring up this title of this room. This is not my room. They brought up this. And the thing is, I don't got to talk about your Bible, but you're not. So the thing is, when they can't deal with a mid bringing to them or whatever, they try to talk about our book and this and that. He said the covenant, who the covenant was for. I said, man, the covenant was for the children of Adam, man. You keep talking about this covenant, I'm talking about the covenant is to worship one God and one other. Nobody don't care about promised son and all that stuff. That's small talk. What y'all talking about promised son and this son and that son? Why y'all always trying to divide? And what you think God gave them the land for? Is it because they're tribe or is it because of their excellence of their worship of him alone? These people, they don't even know what these people don't even be knowing the true stories of the prophets, man. You think God care about your tribe and your race and your color and your, you know what I mean? Always talking about the promised son. And this one wasn't the promised son, because this was the barn woman. And this, it was Eve that ate the tree. And then, it was the woman fault. And then, man, it's like these people, I don't know what's wrong with these people, man.
Brother Southern Feet, the thing is, they don't want the covenant to be for nobody else. Listen to their reasoning, listen to their logic. Everything is solely for them. Nothing for no one else. Every property was for them. The covenant is for them. Paradise is for them. Nothing is for nobody else.
Yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, I don't know, man. I don't like talking to Jews for real, man. That stuff away. Because it's like, I feel like when we talk about the Bible, I feel like we get a validation. I feel like even playing in that, it's like, because whatever we say that's true about the scripture, right, and we want to address it, it's like they always cling to some other story or some other part of the verse where it has, like, they never address what we say. It's like they read some falsehood of verses that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's why I'm like,
that's why we're approaching them with that approach, like showing them what's true in their book. Because if I do that, then I'm going to validate. And I thought to myself, cut that out. So I stopped doing it. I approached them to what's a contradiction only. Because even if it's a truth in your book and it's a lie in your book, which is the truth and which is the lie? This is how I deal with them. This is the manner in which we should approach with them with. To make them really, really come to the truth and come to their senses and really reason. And know, all right, this saying this. Dang, how can I come with the truth?
Yeah. It's a book you can look at. It's from Ibn Taymiyyah, Rahim Allah. If you get his it's a book online. You can get it or you can order it. But if you look at it, right, his PDF, it got those who altered the religion of Christ, right? And when you look through his like books. I mean, look through the paperwork or whatever. Man, all the answers about their books, man, and the stuff they ain't gonna be able to answer, to prove them people. He mopped the floor with them people. I see why they hated him. When they say Prophet Muhammad not in that Bible, he mopped the floor with that. Hey sister, how you doing? Lisa. I ain't know to shut your room down.
You talking about the book Dean Al-Misi. Yeah, that's a deep book.
Yeah, that's a deep book. Hey sister, next time, do you want me to close your room down at a certain time? Because I ain't had the authority to do that, so I happen to just let it rock out. I ain't even delete nothing, bro. I ain't know what to do. But yeah, that's a deep book. Yeah, you should check it out though. Yeah. Because I don't overstep. When I come to other people's houses, even in real life, I don't overcross my boundaries. You know what I mean? I respect other people, all the time. I don't, even though this is Clubhouse, but I don't overabuse my power. You know what I mean? So that's just me, man. That's how I treat people on the streets too. I don't. Oh man. But I like the question that Elisa asked. I want her to ask the Muslim questions too, like, what we say about this and can we explain? Because that's good, man. When people ask like questions, man, because that's what we study for. You know what I mean?
I noticed that too. They don't ask the right question. They ask like the age Aisha. They ask about the direction in which we pray towards. They ask they ask these questions.
But you gotta think we live in a sex-driven time, right? You all they see is sex. You know what I mean? Through the tapes, so the first thing they want to know is about sex anyway, because they sex-driven people anyway. You see what I'm saying? So all they want to talk about sex. I mean, and the hadith don't even mean that. Hey, did you ever do the research on the hadith?
And when they study the hadith, it's not even narrated by the prophet. It's narrated. It's a single narration by Aisha. And when they tell me,
meaning it don't translate to mean he said he had sex with me either. That's another thing they lie about. It meant we constructed or did. They see that's the problem with these people. And she said she was a woman. This is the point. They don't tell that part of the hadith either. She was a woman. I didn't want to say she wasn't, whatever, man. I don't care what the people, I don't care. One thing about the idol worshipers, I don't care what they got to say. I don't care nothing about no idol worship. What they got. No disrespect, Charles. I ain't talking to you, man. If you don't listen, I'm just speaking, man. Listen. I'm just saying, how dare you talk about what I'm saying and you believe in all the crazy stuff you believe in? I'm telling you about your God, and you want to tell me about the prophet.
And if they want to do some calculations, they need to go add up the time of Ishmael age. The time of Jacob age, and the time of Rebecca age. If they really want to do some homework, during that time, it was permissible to marry an individual at the age of 3. They say, how was a 3-year-old able to talk and carry water?
Hey, Sean, did you look at the Salafi? Type in Salafi Richard account real quick, man, so you can see.
Yeah, you told me about it yesterday. Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Man, I say, you see who made that account? Who you think did something like that, man? You know what's interesting is that, man, Allah got a way exposed to people, man. I'm gonna tell you something. When you do something to some righteous people or play with somebody and try to call yourself embarrassing somebody, Allah embarrass you, man. I'm telling you. But I think either they did it themselves or an Israelite did it, because ain't nowhere in the world, you know what I'm saying?
It might have been a fake account about you.
No, not about me. It's about a woman. Somebody did her fake account about her. I don't know what the hell going on, but I said. I don't know. I wouldn't even do that. You couldn't even pay me $1 million to post no picture like that of no woman. Me personally, it's like, man, I got a lot of, you gotta fear a lot, man. I don't know what be going on.
Gotta fear a lot. When it comes to these social sites, though, man, these social sites with show temptation.
Yeah, shoot.
I seen the sister yesterday garbed up on my social site, smoking a backwood. I said, how you got your jab on smoking a backwood? How did these work? Like, you got no fear of Allah? I had no father like stuff a lot.
Some dope fiends I know, man, back in the day, like when I was in the city or whatever, they used to be locked up. They used to be waiting to catch them, what they say, pack day. They used to be waiting to get the drugs in or whatever. And I approached them or whatever. Like, man, come on, man. They be like, why you coming to Salat, man? They say, come on, man. I can't go to Allah like that. They at least had some fear, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, they real though.
Yeah, they had some fear.
You trying to say something about a job?
I don't think he know he on. Hey, Charles.
Got a hot mic, man.
Just imagine, that's why I be thinking the hadith for this. Y'all ain't on no heroin or no hard drugs or nothing. Y'all don't follow the sun. Can you imagine some of them dope fiends and just like people that's like getting high as Cooley Brown? They still the same. Abu Bakr Sadiq and man, look, we ain't going against that out. They still holding on, but here you are. You ain't on no heroin or nothing. And you a big freaking like that.
They got a mustard seed of faith in their heart.
That show you they the shaitan for real. Just think about that for 1 second. All the hard drugs in the world, in America, in the Muslim community, that get high, they still believe in this thing called the Sunnah of the Prophet. They say, ain't that something? But here you are, a hadith rejector. Ain't doing the heroin, ain't doing none of these drugs, and you have your intellect, right? And you tripping like that. They gotta be shaitan.
I hope Allah made them rectify their ways this Ramadan.
They ain't rectified. They still doing the same thing. When Ramadan over, I'm gonna say, when is Ramadan? And they gonna say it just passed. I'm gonna say, how you know that? I'm gonna do. Hakeem Abu Nabili. Hey, Sean, is Kyrie Irving? What's Kyrie Irving? Is he a Muslim or not? I'll be confused.
Yeah, he's Muslim, but he's not Quran alone, but he believes in his own stuff, though.
So what is Jim? I didn't know Jalen Brown the Muslim, bro.
Jalen Brown Muslim, yeah. He went to Mecca right after the championship parade. And, he did Hajj.
I ain't gonna lie. Even if he go against my team in the second round of the playoffs, I'm gonna root for Jalen Brown. I ain't know but I didn't know. We got a lot of NBA players that's Muslim though. That's good, man. Somebody told me he was an Israelite though.
No, he's not an Israelite. Shaq was a Muslim.
He was?
No, I mean he is. My bad. He is. Not was, but he's been a Muslim for a long time. Yeah, for a long time. Like he was born a Muslim. Yeah, Google it.
For real?
But for some reason, like he never talks about it though. I don't know why. But
Hey, brother,
his name is a Muslim name. Like his middle name is like Jaheem or something like that. Like he has a Muslim name as his middle name.
No, he ain't no Salafi. He could be a Sufi.
I don't know what he is. But, I mean, I don't know if he practices Islam, because he never really talks about it. But he's a Muslim though. Like, and all his kids, they got Muslim names like Sharif, Khaled.
Yeah.
I don't know what the girls. I forgot the girls' names, but they all have Muslim names. So.
Shaq say he'd be a Sufi if he was a Muslim, though, don't he? Don't they say he'd be a Sufi, though?
Probably, man, because he's always in somebody's DMs, man. So he's definitely not following the setup.
What Kevin Gates, man? Kevin throwing me off, man. Is he be on some, man? You know what I don't like? I don't like when Kevin Gates be rapping, man. He rap when he say a prayer and he start rapping. I don't like when Kevin Gates do that. That's a bad. I don't like when he do that. If you want to sin, just go ahead and sin, bro. But don't be mentioning a lot, man, and then start sinning, right? Don't be doing that, cause that's bad, bro.
I'm gonna be real, bro. When it comes to speaking about, bro, it be so hurtful. Cause if you think the journey, it was so beautiful at the beginning to now. It's like, what in the world? Like it's like a tornado came through in real time. Man, it's so unfortunate in that situation. Man, from a standpoint of a revert that's coming in from the street, they gonna be like, man, this the coolest thing in the world. They gonna look at that as so high inspiration, like, but to a real study Salafi, gonna be like, what in the, gonna get goosebumps thinking like, hold on, what's going on? Like, in a setting like this, like, is this really like scripted?
Hey, brother, let me ask you. Hey, Charles, you there, Charles? Can I ask you a question?
Mike Logan.
Charles. Mike Logan, let me ask you a question, brother. Can you hear me?
He said, what's up?
When you took that picture, right, with that shirt off and the selfie like that, what you was thinking about? I said, when you took the picture with your shirt off, what was you thinking about in that moment right there? Can't hear you, bro. Can you hear him? Can anybody hear him? Yeah, I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you, bro. Yeah, Charles.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, yeah. You said, what was I thinking about?
You took the picture with your shirt off like that selfie like that. What you was thinking about?
Yeah, man. I'm in Hawaii, man. I'm on the beach. So let the people see an image of me, what they want to see.
I thought that's why you took it, because it's like you living, like that picture, it shows that you living. You know what I'm saying? You out there, you in the world, you just living. That's why I asked, you know what I mean? I wasn't being funny, but yeah, it's like you doing you living, baby. You know what I mean? I understand.
Yeah, and in particular, because I'm on an island right now, right? Because my career, I move around, or I have the ability to move around.
Man, I thought Charles was white the whole time. I just clicked on his profile picture. I thought he was a white guy.
Man,
this whole time I thought you were a white guy, honestly.
See, now I'm not white. Now I'm something different. I'm not white. But I'm black now. See, I love categories. But yeah, I'm in Hawaii, man. It's cool out here, but time zone different, so I can hang out later, you know, and engage, have these kind of conversations. But then to me, it's not bad because it's not as late. But yeah, man, the beach is a thing. We don't have real winter. There's no winter time out here, so it'd be like people be on New Year's, they got snow and stuff. I'd be like, all right, New Year's, I'm going to the beach. Everybody else getting snow. We take some pictures on the beach, right? Beach like that. That's the vibe out here. That's how.
when I look at you, right, when I listen to you speak, right, I think you would be a better Muslim than me. For one, you it sounds like you're a very passionate guy, right? And you're passionate. It's like you have a good memory as well. So I think if you decide your time, Charles, like to study Islam, like with sincerity, I think you'll benefit the Muslim community, man.
That's possible. I'll talk to my. I got a brother at work. I'll talk to him about that. You know, when I say that, I'm not lying. I'm gonna talk to him. I'm asking. You know, I had a conversation. Yeah, with me, religion and spirituality can be a little bit more complex just because the way I see things, the way I approach those topics. But yeah, I got somebody. I can talk to him about it. Cause I got a Muslim brother that's at work, and me and him talk all the time. We're good.
Yeah, because my thing is like one thing I love about our book that we read from the Quran, for example, right? I can see the reality of the verses in my life, like I can just see it. Like even if it's not talking about me, if it's a verse, I can look at it and I can see like you learn something every time you read it, and you know. And there's many prophecies that's in the book itself. You know what I mean? Which the humans can't reject. That's what I love about our book. So many.
Yeah.
So you agree?
Yeah. But yeah, so many lessons in it, man. And like one of my favorite verses in the Quran is in chapter 94, verse 4, right? When somebody asks me, they be like, prove your book is from Allah or God or whatever they say. I'd be like, okay, let's go to chapter 94, verse 4, right? So they understand that the verses was revealed in stages, right? 23-year period. So I say, that verse that you read it say, today we exalted to your remembrance. Why I not like a thick rock. So, example, I exalted for you your remembrance or your reputation or your religion, for example. That's what the scholars say about the verse. But that verse was revealed where the Muslims was little with numbers. And the Prophet Muhammad was just known, you know, in this little old community in town. No problem. He's a nobody, I would say. But now you see the reality of that statement there. You see what I'm saying? The reality of what came true about that statement there. And you see, and nobody becomes a Muslim, man. I mean, into Islam except they say there's no God but God, and Muhammad is a slave and messenger. So he's remembered in this world in regards to the religion that he brought to the table. You know what I mean? So that's what I love about the Quran. And there's so many verses like that as well. Other verses is and even when
I think that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
Even with the verses when it says the polytheists, it says even the polytheists, Surah 9:33, when it talks about how Islam is going to, when it talks about the religion prevailing, right? It was like a lot of idol worshippers. They defeated a lot of men out there. It was a lot of, the Prophet had a lot of opposition back in those times. You feel me? Yeah. A lot of men was killed about this religion of Islam. A lot of men. We lost a lot of Muslims, you know, and women. And hey, Sean, you there, Sean?
Yeah.
And you know, think about the rejectors. It's kind of disrespectful even talking to them about religion because it's almost like they just imagine this. They're accusing the whole nation of Muslims of being liars. That whole group of community, they saying they was liars. Ain't that something?
Yep, including the people that gave them the Quran that they claim to believe in. They're liars too.
And I always
always ask him. I say, so the liars, the Shiite. So who was the truthful ones? Can you name me some men outside the prophet and that was upon the truth? They gonna say nope. Might say Zayd. They might say Zayd. That's what they gonna say. They gonna say Abraham. They just gonna nobody upon the truth except the people. The people crazy as I don't know. And I looked at all the reasons a person will reject the hadith, and I realized that it's things you can work around if you don't follow the sunnah. Like you can get tattoos, you can eat dog, you can do a lot of things if you don't follow those hadiths. You can do a lot of things which is prohibited.
Brother, like you were just mentioning, that's one of the things I look into. Because if anything is strict, so you can have a religion or a practice that's very strict, but if one person can do it, I can probably also do it, right? So that's fine. But what I really pay attention to is how people negotiate, and what they start doing is figure out ways they can do whatever they want, as opposed to just follow whatever book tells them what the rules are, right? And I pay attention to stuff like that too. So yeah, when people think, okay, it's very strict, this is what it is, this is what we're gonna do, I can communicate very well in spaces like that. I can go anywhere, I can be in a setting, in a group. But when I start to notice people like, oh, okay, you just want to be able to manipulate it and you can say something different, you don't really want to follow it. It's when I start noting like, okay, this person, they say this thing, but they don't really believe in it, or they can't execute the functions they're supposed to execute. So for me, the way I approach, as a spiritual person, that's how I approach it. Okay, you say you have a belief system, but you can't actually do everything. You can't do it, and I start paying attention to stuff like that. So definitely having diversity and having my brothers and sisters in Islam with their traditions helps, because that helps me like create a template of here's all the diversity, and here's all the people that can do what they say they should do. And now I can figure out the people who they say things and say they believe things, but they can't actually do it, or they won't do it. Usually it's what they won't do, right? but you get what I'm saying?
I agree with you. I get what you're saying.
What is this channel about, guys? If you don't mind asking.
We just popped on it now. The title of the room had been over with. But man, this ain't my room, right? But I don't play them different. This ain't the type of room, bro. I don't play them games, bro. I don't play them games, bro.
That's fine, bro. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. It's just a little joke.
Nah, I don't joke like that. We don't joke like that.
Well, I mean, like you said, it's not your rules, and it doesn't matter. So, yeah.
But I got to exercise my right to do it. So you want me to exercise my
right? Rights or not, rights or.
I just removed him.
Thank you so much, man. Cause I don't understand why even. I know why. I only know why. Assalamu alaikum, sis. What's up? My sister down there in the building. Ramadan is almost over, sis. Lisa, you still at work? When you gonna be able to talk, Lisa? you almost off. What's you asked some good questions.
Peace and blessings, everybody.
Peace, peace, peace. What's up, Wish?
Good, brother. How are you, man? Well, you said listening in. I guess y'all wasn't talking about.
I think I spoke to you before, but yeah, everything cool.
I think you and me do. Thank you for brother Bill money.
Yeah, where you was from again, brother? You was from...
Wait, what you mean? Like where I'm from?
Yeah, were you from Philly or no?
No, I'm from Baltimore.
Baltimore. Oh, yeah, you was from B-More. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, you are cousins. What's up with you, man? I remember speaking to you.
I'm good, man.
What's up? Someone from Baltimore? What's hey, bro? What's up? Hey, we got a problem. We let it know, bro.
It's good, man.
So what I don't understand is how you and what's this called? B-Boy, right? You in Baltimore and you're not a Muslim. I don't understand that.
Me being from Baltimore got me doing being a Muslim.
Because I understand that community in Baltimore, for example, they got a lot of beautiful brothers, you know what I mean, who fear Allah out there. Yeah, they have mistakes in Baltimore like everywhere else, but for the most part, they some brothers of knowledge in Baltimore. I know a couple of them. They okay. They got a lot of magic.
So let me make sure I understand it. If I have knowledge, that means that I should be Muslim, or that equates to me being Muslim, or is that a prerequisite? Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that Islam is the truth, and Islam is built upon knowledge.
But here's the question: don't you think every religion say that?
No.
So you think that a religious person would come to me or come to my door and be like, "Yo, we teaching the lie. If you want to come follow Allah?"
No, so the Christians believe they say that they got the Holy Spirit giving them understanding and just I love you, like a Farrakhan type. You know how Farrakhan be talking, for example?
Right.
Yeah, like he make you feel good. Farrakhan, he can move the crowd here and there, but I'm saying it's that type of energy type time. You feel me? And then you got the other group that be like, oh, some Black Power. They give you like a Nation of Islam type of. Yeah, you know where you from, you know your lineage, you know Shem, and you know him, and all that. They give you that. It ain't built upon nothing, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I mean, since you asked, the only reason why I'm saying this because I like to just keep my personal business to myself. But I don't feel like I'm fit as being what you call a religious organization. So I stay on the outside.
Okay, but you do believe in a God, right?
Yeah. But I stay on the outside. I don't run the organization. I stand on my own 2 feet. You know what I mean?
Well, that's well. Listen, you believe in the God, you be sincere in your approach, man, and you'll find it. You'll find out. You'll find. I mean, you believe in one God, just one, right? It's good. You believe in one God.
Does it matter? What if I believed in 1,000? Why does it matter?
I think there's some.
No, hold on. Let me answer the question. Why does it matter? Like, what if I believed in 1,000?
You would never win. We're gonna be stuck.
Yeah, what's the end result of
you? Man, I was asking him a question about what he just said.
The end result of you believing in 1,000. So you believe that it's 1,000 gods?
No. I said, why does it matter? What if I believed in 1,000? I'm asking you a question about what you just said.
Because if you believe in that, that means when you resurrected, that means you're gonna stay in the hellfire forever. That's why it's important.
Oh, okay. See, I understand a little bit more about your ideology. I like your style, man.
That's the look.
That means that I follow it, but I understand more of what your point of view is.
Yeah. Can I, if I could offer, hey, brother, you step in when I don't let me misrepresent, right? But so this is an interesting, when you get this intersection of religions and then areas, then if you're from a certain area, your area might be a part of your religion. So I could easily identify if somebody said it from Baltimore, then we can just start vibing out in Baltimore. Because actually being from that location, right? So if you were here a couple hours ago, I was talking about, you have local gods and stuff like that. I'm not asking anybody to believe in that, but I'm pointing it out to say, like, I can identify with somebody in the local area and be like, okay, yeah, we found out we have the same traditions because we could be more Baltimore, York Road, Northern Parkway, whatever, east side, west side, we can do all that. And then we can form actually a connection. Religions really are trying to do the same thing, but we can also do it regionally. So you can go to Baltimore and people are going to really dig into their spirituality. They'll be the same spiritually as people from Baltimore or people from Maryland, for example. But then when you start trying to pick apart the religions, you'll realize the religion is very different in this one area than versus another area. So I think this is like a thing to keep in mind as we deal with people. This is why religion sometimes can break down or can appear very different in one place or another place. Because you gotta remember, if I say to my brother, "Oh, you I'm from Baltimore," I'm like, okay, Baltimore, instant connection, instantaneous connection. The religion is an afterthought that we will maybe talk about later. But we both will start doing rituals and practices and start engaging each other in a certain way because we're from the same location. Just something to think about from a spiritual perspective. Just to offer.
Hey, John, you say you from Baltimore, right? Where you from?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, York Road, Sheridan, York and Woodburn. Woodburn is a big street you might know, and then McCabe Avenue, all that.
Right.
I don't know if you know about Old York, but you know.
Yeah, I used to stay on Cater.
Right. Exactly. Right. These are identity markers, right? It's how people identify each other, so we know how. Like, all right, I know where you're from. I know how we behave in these areas. This is it. So we can always connect, right? This is what religion. This is really a major part of what religions do. It's allow people to connect. They know, all right, if he's from here, he behaved this way. I can go talk to him. This how you're able to negotiate. I got cousins, like my cousin from the Central Park. He's from the West Side. I go talk to my cousin. Oh, he's from the West. He let everybody know, all right, he's not from the West Side, but he's my cousin. Then you gotta treat him like he's from the West Side. So that's really what we're doing. We're negotiating. It's all negotiation.
Hey, brother, I asked you a question, brother. What did you hear about the Deen of Islam, though, bro? Because I remember I was speaking to you before. What did you hear, though, as far as Islam?
Me?
Yeah. Be more, yeah.
What you mean? I couldn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to somebody else.
No, I was saying, what did you hear about the Deen of Islam? Because I understand it. I know you come on this app, but I know you know Muslim where you from or whatever.
I'm a historian, bruh. That's all I can tell you. I've been reading the Quran before you. I went to a mosque before you. But the point is that I just like to come and congregate with people. I ain't here for a whole bunch of, saber rattling and none of that. I just like to congregate with the fellas personally, I like Islam in a sense. And the only credence in Islam I give to the Nation of Islam. And everything else, I don't deal with Islam. It's Islam. So me personally, I don't. Yeah, I try to keep it in my own lane. You know what I mean? Like y'all got y'all thing, I got my thing. You know.
All I can do is smile, man. The prophet said, "I could just leave argument even when you're right, man. You right, man." All I can do is smile. Hey, look, you like it, I love it, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, I keep.
You got to know the book.
Hey, when you came across the hadith, you said, trying to tell you, set you free from clarity.
I'm gonna leave that.
Right?
No, for me, for you,
a lot of these books of wisdom goes back to a lot of the same ancient teachings. What I like to do is travel back and understand the source. So to me, I feel like a lot of religions came later. And they came into the deep source of information. So I don't move with that. I try to move with the source of information, if that makes sense.
So you off your brother polite Pan-African bag?
Yeah, that's what he giving, ain't it? Polite.
Nah, I don't. Nah, and I think that was real disrespectful. Come on now. That was disrespectful.
We ain't saying the aspect of him.
Nah. Hold up. Let me explain. You ain't even said that, so it ain't even much for you to even. You know, let me speak to it. Let me understand why I got a problem with that. Because one, I feel like you're putting a barrier around my learning and my understanding to equate me to Brother Polite. First of all. Second of all, is someone who so detrimental to the black community. Like, that's disrespectful, bro. And to me, his knowledge is kind of low. So I don't equate myself with Brother Polite at all. I don't even speak his name, honestly. So please don't do that.
My man, what about for Umar Johnson? Because I'm just saying, like, how they be talking.
I like Umar Johnson, but I don't think I fit into a barrier of people. I don't think there's someone you can say that's like, oh, you like him. I'm not like none of those people. I like to listen to people. I like to learn from people, but I don't think I fit into a group.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, because everybody got a speech. Like, if a Muslim's talking, you know our speech. You know, we all, Christians, everybody got their own, like, little, okay, this how we coming. So I'm just saying, how you, no Diddy, how you doing your thing, right? It's just like, I just feel like a black people, and they stole it from our ancestors type of energy. And when I hear people talking like that, I just think about Brother Kabite and Umar Johnson, because that's how they be talking. That's the only people out here talk like that. Our people and
you ain't done enough research. What about people like John Henry Clark, Dr. Yosef Ben Yaakov? We can take it on down the line. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people who spoke. That's just the people that you
know you knew the pioneers.
Assuming. And I'm only saying this out of assumption, so I could be wrong. But out of assumption, it just assumed to me that that's people that you know. But I'm just saying, they're the rock. That's why I said, that's, I'm just letting you know they're the rock. When you go,
say students though, you should take a few.
Your Jewish Jacksons. We got to take it back to Ishkamar Barashunga, Amos Wilson, Francis. We got a lot of people out there. Just saying, and got to be them.
Okay, well, no, that's cool though, man. I don't mean I ain't trying to change. I never try to change nobody's religion. Okay, that's cool, but that's cool. But when you say the Nation of Islam, what they done for the people? Since you said they what they do so upright, Nation of Islam, what they do?
So it's not about what they did. We were talking about theology and philosophy. I thought that's what we were talking about when we were talking about religion earlier, correct?
Yeah, that's cool. But what even
So I'll explain. So to me, I feel like Islam, like Christianity, comes from a source practice. But to me, Islam, cannot be held in its high esteem until it connects back with its actual roots. And I think that Nation of Islam tried to do that. Now, do I look at them as a great organization? Like, hey, I'm just gonna go jump with them? No, that's why I ain't with them. But what I was saying to you is the fact that if I was going to join Islam, it would be through the nation. That was my point that I was making.
Yeah, the only thing good I see with them brothers is their cologne sometimes. But outside of that, I don't see too much.
You see how he paying homage to the NOI over the Moore signed to. NOI ain't nothing but the military Moore signed to.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying that though. I said that if I was to join Islam, I never said that they was better than those people. They were better than me. I was just speaking as Islam. That's all I'm talking.
As a brother, Baltimore, right? So you mentioned something about the historic, like tracing the lineage of the understanding. I think you alluded to that. Can you tell us a little bit more about like how you would trace that and why that might lead you to certain paths versus other paths? Is what I'm saying making sense?
So, and I think, you know what, this is funny. It's funny how this come full circle, because I believe this is the conversation we was having the last time we was in the room together, Salafi. But I was speaking of history of this. What'd you say, Stan?
No, I was saying it's pronounced Salafi.
Salafi, okay, thank you for correcting. All right, so what I was saying is that there's a history, and I think our history stops when our religion begins. So, for example, we pick up history in Islam when Muhammad did, let's say when Bilal ibn Rabah was the first to call to prayer. But a lot of the history that precedes that, most people don't know. And to me, that's where the knowledge about the book that Muhammad was supposed to have read. Because it doesn't explicitly speak on it like that, but it does speak on the fact that the angel Gabriel in the cave asked Muhammad to read. And we always ask, like, what was the book he was reading? So people was like, oh, it wasn't a book. He was reciting.
Yeah,
but the story of Abraham. Go ahead.
You know how you hear a song? You like this song? Mm-hmm. And you remember the lyrics to this song?
Right.
You ain't need no book, did you?
Right? But that's conjecture. Because either way, it doesn't get to the point. I like your style. I'm not mad at you. But that is conjecture, and it does actually tell him to read. Right? You don't read something that you already know. That doesn't even make sense. But I like your style. That's conjecture. And I'll allow that. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. Is that I believe that information came from a much, much older culture. And I think that a lot of Christian information also comes from much, much older cultures. And we don't pay homage to those cultures anymore. We pay homage to people that either won wars with those people and took information or was given information.
What you doing, you reading the transliteration where it's saying read. The actual saying, though, the actual derivation is to be translated as recite. So that's why the context and the understanding misconstrued. So if you get the correct understanding where it's telling them to recite the name of the Lord, it does not take a physical copy book to recite.
Yeah, but the point, I get that. I'm way past that, though. The point that I'm trying to make is not even about a book anymore, bro. It's about the older cultures and their practices.
Yeah, but you know,
how we move from one culture to the next culture to the next culture, one book, one language to the next culture, and then things start getting missed. So this is why I say it's always good to start back at the source and work your way up. So that way, focus change.
That's what we just did. You asked about how did he get a book that was told to him to read, and gave you the understanding that was told to him to recite, and then you kind of lost it there.
Yeah, but you know, outside, bro, just because you find other stories similar, like that goes further than from you saying our people, different people. We believe that Allah sent like 124,000 prophets to mankind. So it's prophets that we necessarily that don't know about that had their own that God sent to humanity. That's prophets as well that we don't know about. You feel me?
So Timothy, am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, you say it right.
All right. So, were people practicing the Islam before Muhammad, the great scribe, and the Arabians or Persians at the time? Is that what y'all saying?
Yeah, it was Muslims. It was Muslims before the Prophet.
Okay. No. Cool. Let's stop there. I just want to ask you that question. Next, I want to ask you another question. Where were those people? No. Let's skip forward because I just wanted to know were there people practicing Islam before Muhammad, the great scribe, and the Arabians? You said yes. Cool. Let's move forward.
Talking about the region of. Listen, I'm speaking about Muslims existed before the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam. So when you saying so let's separate the two.
I answered a straight question. Did Islam exist before Muhammad, the great scribe, and the Arabians? You said yes.
Yeah, but they had their own thing. They was in
That's fine. That's why I didn't want to get caught up on that. That's fine. I'm not trying to make those points. Okay, you can have that. My question to you is, where did it exist?
I'm not a historian. I just know God sent other prophets because the Prophet Islam said in all things. I don't know.
Okay, cool. See, but this is what I'm trying to say. The reason why I asked this question is there is a history to this. And if those parts of history is lost, then how can we tell the full story? And I always think to people is that if we're reading these religious books, all these religious books are from history, right? They're historical, supposed to be messages, laws, songs, edicts, whatever you want to call them, epistles, however you want to cut the cheese here, but they're from history. So therefore, for us to actually make understanding of what they're speaking about, we need context of history. Wouldn't you agree?
No, because why would you investigate if there was other prophets and cultures when?
No. I didn't say anything about investigating other prophets. You just made that up. I didn't say anything about investigating prophets. I'm talking about history and understanding the context of history as it pertains to whatever it is that you're reading.
I get what you're saying.
But the scholars have emphasized it's a difference between history and truth. Like history and the truth and clarifying the truth is two different matters.
So if I die today and I go up to heaven or wherever it is that y'all saying whatever's going on, because I know y'all might believe in something different. Now I go to the heaven. And Allah, God, Yahweh, whoever, right, tells me, oh, you did it the wrong way because you listen to such and such. I'm not about to take nobody's word. I'm going to research it for myself, bro. What are you talking about? I'm not waiting on Pastor John, Sheikh Dean, none of these people. What are you talking about? This is on me, not on you. if my soul don't make, like, I can't go up there and blame you. Hey, yo, Selah Fee told me to go left. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Are you telling me that you can't blame people?
Who am I to blame? When it's my job to figure it out.
So that's incorrect because of the day of judgment, people are going to blame people because.
I'm pretty sure they can blame somebody, but it's not on them. It's on you. God told you to work it out. He didn't tell them to work it out for you.
Want to know if it would suffice them blaming them, would they still be recompensed paradise, even though they failed, to follow what was correct?
Yeah, so for ignorant, so the ignorant people, for example, that was sincere, for example, and believed in one God, right? They go through it. We believe as Muslims, they go through a test on the day of judgment because the message, they might have been misled by ignorance. You see what I'm saying? Genuinely being ignorant about an affair, right? And if the message, God knows that they would have accepted the message. So these people go through a different, it's a different situation with these individuals. So, but a person that investigated Islam, there's no excuse for that individual.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not getting enough that I can't investigate. I'm sorry. I don't care what it is. Alone, a woman, I don't care what it is. If I can't investigate, we can't be together. So I get you. So maybe religion just ain't for me. Maybe that's what it is. Because if I can't investigate, I can't do some research, some history, maybe it ain't for me.
Because he said he sent Muhammad to all the mankind. He sent him as a mercy for all of mankind. So that means that's for every single soul
soul, like the brother told you in previous conversation. He sent 124,000 prophets. So no one on the day of judgment when they resurrect can stand before Allah and say, "Yeah, right. Well, I never knew," because Allah said He never punished a nation of people without sending a messenger to them first. So this is the stipulation to it.
Nah, that's good stipulation. What the brother is saying, though, because this is kind of related to what I was saying earlier. So,
Salam alaikum. You speak.
What the brother is talking about is related to what I was talking about earlier. So, who are you in a relationship with? Because if you're gonna force me to be in a relationship with other men and have a hierarchy, now I'm subordinated to other men. What he's saying is there a way that his God can communicate with him, and now he's in a personal relationship that might supersede all these other strategies about hierarchical relationships, right? That's really what it comes down to, because if you're gonna say, "Oh, I got to do it the way you teach me," and then the way your teacher taught you, and all that, I'm really in a relationship with you and your teachers, as opposed to being in a relationship with a God, which is a completely different thing. Because if I'm in a relationship with a God, then that God can speak to me and teach me things and expose things to me, and then now I got to figure it out. So, it's funny. Another brother from Baltimore came in here and he was saying something, but you gotta understand how different people from different backgrounds think.
But that's the whole purpose, though, Brother Charles, because Islam is to subdue. To be a Muslim is to submit one will. So this is the whole purpose. Because Allah say when Allah decrees a matter, when Allah and His messenger decrees a matter, the believer has no say on it. So
submit to who?
Submit to these laws. If not, we can go about our way and just find out in the end.
Give me the person. Submit to who?
Charles. Submit to Allah and His messenger.
Submit to Allah.
Hold on, Charles. Let's go back to it, because he just made a good point, right? Did Abraham?
You said what? NGU?
No, I was gonna say that Abraham. I was gonna say that Abraham practiced Islam in 2200 BC.
Yeah, he practiced Islam.
Hell no. Was it no Islam according to God? 2200 BC. You know he learned by saying something like that. Was it no? Hold on. There is no archaeological evidence that supports that no God named Allah was being praised in 2200 BC.
Brother, listen.
By no culture,
Ibrahim alayhi salam thought that the sun was his God.
You guys remember that?
He thought that the moon was his God.
Listen. Hold on, because I don't want to make this to an argument. We just talked. But at the end of the day,
I'm just elaborating with you.
I know, but
Ibrahim thought these things, right? When the sun said it, he said, "Where did my God go?" When the moon went away, he asked, "Where did his God go?" Until he came to recognition that his God created all these things.
Because he was worshiping the sun and the moon. That's why.
You said what?
Oh, he wasn't.
Because he was worshiping the sun and the moon. That's why.
He didn't worship the sun and the moon.
That's exactly what it said. That's in Surah 6, 75, 76, 77, and 78. I don't know who you think you're talking.
That's what I'm elaborating with you.
I don't know who you think you're talking. That's exactly what it says.
We going over there.
My man, hold on. He said that Abraham. First of all, hey, my man, listen. You said Abraham worshipped the star. Bring it. First of all, bring it.
That's what he think, huh?
And I just told you. What you mean?
Hold on, brother. Why you yelling? Listen.
I'm just saying. I just told you the verses, the surah, and the verses in the surah. I just told you where it was at.
Where did you get the evidence to say that Abraham worshipped that thing?
That's what they did before. That was the whole point of that. They teach you the same thing in the Bible about Abraham and his people. Because God, it says that God took them from the other side of the flood, and him and his fathers were practicing in a different land, in a different cultural worship. That's exactly what it says. So when it goes into your book, right? When you go into Surah 6, when we start in 75,
5, I believe it is. It goes on to say that he was worshiping the sun, and then he saw that it didn't, whatever. Then he said that he was also worshiping the moon, and then he saw that it didn't give him whatever. Then he was worshiping the star. This is exactly what it says. So you can't go back and say that it didn't say that when it did say that. And I think we get it to.
I'm sorry. Who from the nation of this Ummah understand that verse upon your understanding of what you just did?
Who?
Who upon the nation of who of this Muslim nation that believe in Islam ever said that verse meant what you said?
What that got to do with the facts of what it's saying?
It's the point back to what I was going to tell
you.
You
can't make up a narrative when the book exactly says what I just said. You act like I just made that up.
Brother argued the point of the fact that you saying that he worshipped these things. The book indicates that. Slow down. We don't want to listen.
I got you. But what does it say in the book? What does it say? Does it say that he worshipped or what?
I can screenshot it. It does not say he worshipped.
So what does it say?
He referenced it as his Lord.
I'm going on mute, bro. I'm going on mute because y'all playing games. And go referencing something as your Lord without worshiping, bro. Like, we're not talking. Hey, Charles, do you hear this, bro?
I hear it, bro. I hear it, bro.
He saw a star and said, "This is my Lord." But when he said, "I do not love things that say." Then when he saw the moon rise, he said, "This one is my Lord." But when it disappeared, he said, "If my Lord does not guide me, I will certainly be one of the misguided people." Then when he saw the sun rise, he said, "This must be my Lord. It is the greatest." But when it set, he declared, "O my people, I totally rejected whatever you associate with the law and worship." That's what it says. He says, "I have turned my face toward the one who has originated." One second, let me finish up. He said, "I have turned my face towards the one who has originated the heavens and the earth, being upright, and I am not one of the polytheists." That's what he said.
But he did it. He did it. So what is the point that you're trying to make? Exactly. Hey, Charles, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question, bro. Hold on, real quick. I'm just going to ask one question.
My man, hold on, my man. Listen, man. Listen. One thing we don't do, we don't play Quran. I ask you, who upon the scholars of Islam, the Sahabas, who said that verse meant what you said? If the answer is nobody, listen. I know y'all do that with the Bible. Listen, I know y'all play like that. But in our religion, we don't play like that.
Man, that's what they did, bro.
We're not playing. He was talking to
he's worshiping. What does he say? He's worshiping.
He was talking to the people when he said that. He did not worship it. He did not worship no sun, no moon, no stars. He said, "I'm free from that."
How you gonna be free from something that you was never around?
Around that he was doing it.
Come on, bro. Like y'all just making yourself look bad right now, bro. You was making yourself look bad. The book says what it says. Why y'all lying on the book? You don't read it. That's not read, brother. Let me ask you a question, because the brother muted me before I got a chance to ask my question. So maybe I was coming off a little bit too intense. Do we not call Allah Lord? Like, did someone not call Krishna Lord? Okay, when you call someone your Lord, that means you're looking at them in a state of reverence. That's the whole point of what the word praise means. So how is it that you're going to say that in one instance that he's calling them Lord, but he's not praising and worshiping?
He was talking to the people.
That don't even make sense, bro.
He was talking to the people who worship him. Read.
That's what they did in Sumeria at the time. This is why you need contextual. There was no Allah, there was no Islam in Chaldea.
Revelation to them, brother.
Prove that Chaldea in 2200 BC that it was Islam was someone praising Allah.
You're not listening to the verbiage of the sentence.
Prove it.
In source 6, he said, after all that, he said, and his people argued with him. He said, "Do you argue with me concerning the law? Well, he has guided me. And I fear not what you associate with him, and I will not be harmed unless my Lord should will something.
My Lord encompasses all things in knowledge. Then will you not remember? Come on, bro. You rambling, bro. That's all you're doing.
Y'all sound crazy. What you just read didn't even make your point. Like, honestly, it didn't even make your point. But the point that I finished, and if you go back, if you go back and read what's in both, in the Bible, in the Quran, and all the books, what they say about the situation, it all comes together and it all equates. It's all similar. The same story. And what the story shows, hold on, brother. What the story shows and how they speak on it is that Abraham and his people were worshiping gods in a different land. That's exactly what it says, which is why it goes on in your Bible in source 6 to show you exactly what that was.
Because the scripture,
and y'all are in denial, right?
Ain't got to say nothing else about it. The scripture, bro.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Y'all are in denial right now. I just got one thing to say. Show me in 2200 BC, Islam was practiced in Chaldea.
We just did.
Somebody told me that.
We just showed you in the verse. The verse is birth witness against it. I mean, either you go adhere to the verse.
No, you didn't.
Ain't nothing else to talk about. The verse.
Show me something you didn't say. Right. The Arabic language wasn't even around in 2020.
If the moon was to pass away, how could this be your God?
Bro, the
stars was to go away, how could this be your God? He said, I fear none but my Lord.
Bro, you know you've been intellectually dishonest. The Arabic language wasn't even around.
Every Muslim in here who has a kitab can open it.
Bro, but you keep trying to skip past what I'm saying. The Arabic language wasn't even around in 2200 BC.
Monotheism was. 30. Listen, Stan. We don't argue with fools because this man.
No,
stuff a lot.
Now I'm a fool. No, you're not a fool, but you gotta slow down. You gotta slow down.
If you argue with a man that's speaking like him, the person, they're gonna be like, well, we fools because this man don't even know what he's talking about.
Everything that I just said is true. Show me what I just said that wasn't true. Tell me about anything I just said. Show your facts.
Listen, you're a man of your desires. You just established.
I got you. Since I'm a man of desires, desire the facts and show the facts.
Charles, let me tell you, Charles. You said you agreed with him. Listen, let me tell you something, Charles. In your speech, first of all, when you say you believe in a God and you affirm He exists, you don't have a right to worship on how you feel or what you think. So this idea is incorrect from the door.
Well, you're presupposing
how you want to worship. You can say, let me ask you something. You believe you can worship God how you want to and when you feel like it? That's what you believe?
Well, you're presupposing things that are logically going to be correct. Do I believe you can worship God however you want? Is that what your question?
Listen, do you believe you can worship God how you want to?
I believe a human being can. Hang on. Yeah, no, well, let's follow this logic. So, yes, I believe a human being can choose to worship God however they want.
Okay.
Now, how does that
Okay, because for one, you don't have that right. Because why? Because when you love, first of all, God loves, for example, and God hates, for example. So to be able to establish what God's love and hate, first you got to believe in His messages, because He sent messages and prophets to show man how to.
That's not what you're asking.
1 second.
Listen, to show mankind how to worship Him correctly, because that's an act of ibadah, that's an act of worship. So you don't have a right to worship God. God would doodle in your drawers, with being stinky and funky, or anytime you feel like it. When you in need, you want to go. You worship Him based upon how He told you to do it and how He wants you to do it. You don't got no right to do that. So that's incorrect. So you lied about it.
So because you said that. Wait, let me respond. Let me respond. That's not what I said. And then again, you've been disingenuous again, and now you bear false witness once again, Brother Salafi, because what you have said is I just said that I can do all these things and I'm supposed to receive something. No, that's not what I said. You asked me, can a man worship God in whatever way he wants? And the answer to that question is yes, he can do it. Does that mean it has any effect? No, not necessarily.
maybe no effect even by the logic you or even me would say if you're not doing a ritual in a correct way that you don't get it. But what you can't say is that what I'm saying is that you can do it whatever way you want and you're going to get what you want, get what you expected of it. That's a different statement. So this is like the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time that you have misrepresented something I've said. Brother, stop bearing false witness. It's not what I said at all.
God, speaking to the people of Bid'ah, they cleanse statement. I'm talking about God accept your worship. Can you do an action? Let me clarify to you. Can you do an action, right, in this day and time, right, how you want to, and God is going to accept your worship? Can you do that right now in 2026?
Yeah. So I think where you and me would agree. I can do. Let me try to close it out with them. So whatever God wants me to do, whatever He wills me to do, I can do, which can be different than whatever a prophet said to do, because there can always be a new prophet or a new recipient of a message that could be different than what you expect me to do, and that could be the thing He wants me to do. Does that make sense?
No, because the Prophet ﷺ has already lived and he has died, and he's the seal of the prophets. So in order for your worship or any human or man to walk this earth, after Islam is presented to him or her, not after we talk about it has been made clear to you that this is the truth. We talk about a person that Islam has been clarified to, and you choose to reject this Islam and you have another way to worship, your worship is in it. It's not accepted. It's not allowed.
So yeah, you can I don't mean to speak about it. You can presuppose Islam, and we can do that, but that's not really going to help with people who are actually spiritual, because then I'll just say, okay, you presuppose Islam and we disagree, and I go my other direction and I do my own thing. That's not helpful in terms of.
See, this is something you want the world, Charles. See, this is the first matter. This is the first matter that the human being's soul will be resurrected upon.
If you understand,
this is the first question to be asked.
If you understand, if you understand the role of a prophet, the prophet is always contradicting the priest. So as soon as you say, I have a prophet and he gives me laws and I got to do it this way, and then another prophet comes and that prophet says, no, do it this other way. That's the role of the prophet, to contradict the priest. And this is what, I haven't studied Islam enough to understand, your ways. And I always respect, like me and Salafi were talking about earlier, it's always respect. But this is the things we got to understand, because there's always the opportunity for correction and understanding of things.
But see, Charles, contradiction leads to what? Confusion, correct?
Not always. Confusion for some or many, right?
It's a misleading to hell. So God does not confuse his humanity. He sends people with uprightness and correctness. So that's the correlation you will find when you read about the prophets of Islam. Each prophet is with the same teacher, same message. So the biblical narrative that's kind of embedded in your mind do not come with their pre-notion when studying Islam. Because you will see the total difference. You will see the total difference in the mannerisms, the character, and who the prophets are in Islam versus the biblical narrative.
So you make it seem like it was so far-fetched, right? And the reason why I said what I said, right? If you go back and read in Joshua in the 24th chapter, Brother Charles, it explicitly explains what I explained it too. And so you see it saying in both books what's going on. Now, these brothers are in denial. You can be in denial. That's fine.
Can you quote the verse you said again, Joshua what?
24th chapter in the 14th verse. And you can actually go back to the second and the third verse where they actually start.
Joshua 24 in the
you can read the whole chapter.
12 verse right there. Let me see.
Starting at verse 1.
because it's really is in verse 2 and verse 3 where it say that they was and Abraham's father. And that's the funny thing. It's like just like with Muhammad. And let's give all respect due, but at the end of the day, he grew up under the Quraysh tribe under Abu Talib. Abu Talib was not practicing Islam or Allah.
But you gotta understand.
So with this Muhammad grew up.
See, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam lineage was a Hashemite. He came from the Hashemite people.
Okay.
Yeah, so
they didn't practice Islam.
You see that book in my PTR called The See That Nigga?
Yeah, they wasn't practicing no Islam before Allah came along.
Let me show you.
They was practicing Canaanite religion. That's what they was practicing.
They all Canaanites.
No, they weren't. They was practicing a god called
the Canaanites, bro.
That's a Canaanite religion.
The Canaanites, yes. That's what they are.
Means the house of Baal. And Baal was a Canaanite god under Asherah and El. That's what they was practicing. And we know that as a fact. Today. We actually have writings on it. We have archaeological finds on it. We have everything we need. So my whole thing is
I did a thorough research. Like Allah said, follow what was in the news about.
I just follow the history.
It comes from another believer. So that's what I did, right? I went to Joshua 24. I read from 1 to 15. I have not found one evidence where he's mentioned Ibrahim worshiping anything. So do you have anything else that can substantiate your claim?
Right. It says that his fathers worship on the other side of the Nile. The other side of the flood.
You say his who?
So listen. It says right here. It says, oh no, I'm gonna read it. No. I'm gonna read it. We're gonna leave it there. And you take what you will from it. Because if you don't see it, then maybe you're right.
No. Read what you say. You say it.
All right. And Joshua, this is the first verse. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel and for their heads and for the judges and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said unto all the people, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, and even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. Now remember, Abraham was born there, serving them gods. Now people.
What does it say?
Hold on, listen.
Okay.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seed and gave him Isaac. Okay. Now it also goes into verse 14 where it says, now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods which your father served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord. That's telling you that they were serving other gods. And if he took him from the other side of the flood, what do you think he was doing on the other side of the flood? He was doing what they was doing.
Even the Bible didn't substantiate your claim that you.
Come on, bro. You done.
I don't even.
You done. You want to play games. You want to play games with him. Listen, I see you don't like facts. You don't want to play games with him. At the end of the day, it clearly showed what he was doing on the other side of the flood.
No, my man. If you were worshiping them guys on the other side of the flood, my bad, Southern people. It don't make sense. If you were worshiping them guys on the other side of the flood, why did God keep them over there with them? Why did he bring him to the other side of the flood?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Remember, Abraham didn't get changed.
So then he made a disclaimer with him saying, do not worship them guys over there. Worship me only.
All right, but listen, nobody's trying to give a deference to say which one was good and which one was bad. We're saying that he did it. And we put it bad.
Why did God not keep him over there worshiping them?
It doesn't matter.
Because it don't make sense.
Like, man, you trying to skip past the part. Even when how you trying to build a straw man, bro? Well, why didn't he stay over here? And why didn't he do like it doesn't matter. He was doing it. You just claim that he did.
Are you making them?
What he's trying to, he's giving a good example of what I was talking about earlier. Where if you follow the history of the text, and you can go through being a Hebrew or Israelite, then a Jew, whatever that means. I don't like that word, but whatever that means. And then you go into Christianity and then Islam. The problem is, if you start trying to trace it backwards, you're going to run into problems, because the main problem you're going to run into is strict monotheism, where you're like, oh no, there's only one God. That's never going to work if you understand the history of the Bible, because there's more than one God, and then you got to figure out which God is your God. And that God is usually your provincial God, and then that's how you trace yourself to the Most High God.
So let me ask you something. Before everything existed, did it need something to bring it into existence?
I'm sorry, can you ask again?
Before everything existed, did it need something to bring it into existence?
What is it?
Whatever it is, a rock, a molecule, whatever.
Yeah, well,
right. So therefore, it declares that it was something
God does is He comes upon materials, and then He creates things out of the material that He comes.
Good. So we're in the same alignment. So we're in the same curriculum. So therefore, we can say that monotheism always existed before henotheism, monolatry, and polytheism.
Who was monotheistic in 2200 BC count dead? That's what we need to know.
One second, EG.
Let me.
1 second, brother. 1 second.
EG, yeah.
One second, EG.
Let me build with the brother a little bit, because I think the confusion becomes when we talk about monotheism is what we mean by it in that semantic drift of what people mean by being monotheistic. And it begins by being, hey, I have my God, which is my God, which is my route to the Most High God, and then my provincial God being in the middle of that. And that is the beginning of monotheism. So then there's more than one God, and then I go through my specific route. And then eventually with that, when we get to Second Temple Judaism and the early Christianity, is now they're saying, like, no, there's really only one God. And that's a very different thing. So what Islam is doing, hang on, let me finish. Islam grabs that understanding of monotheism from the Second Temple Jews and from the early Christians, and says, let me polemicize how you guys understand monotheism. And Islam attempts to correct it. And I'm not saying Islam is wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Islam, how it does it. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, Islam is polemicizing not the cause of the problem, but polemicizing like
for the better good.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is how you guys can't understand these things, and now we got to try to correct it. But not addressing the root of the problem, which happens to be there's just more than one God. And then now, in 2026, we can all disagree about what a God is. And that's basically what it does to us. Now we're all going to disagree about it.
Let's start with the first one. But go ahead, Salafi.
Let's start with the first man who walked. Oh, do everybody agree? Let's come to a common ground. Everybody believe that Adam was the first man to walk the earth here, for the most part, right?
No.
Oh, no, you don't. Okay, so you already disbelieve. What about
the people in Africa from 250,000 years ago? We know damn well we don't know that. Hell no.
It depends on the way. It depends on the way you
find exclamation points.
The story.
So what souls we come from? Who all men and women was created? So where we come from then? We don't all come from.
We're in the image. So let me get some thought and theory today, Salafi.
He said we're in the image of God.
So hold on, let me get some thought and theory today, Salafi, because this is where history. Because you have to remember, to be a priest, you have to be historian, bro. This is what we're talking about. Is history, bro. All right. So listen, what we know is if we go back to our oldest cultures of people, they spoke about time immemorial, right? And this is where these stories would have to come from. You can't tell me there's some people in the middle of living and tell you about the beginning. They had to get that story from the oldest cultures of people.
is that the oldest cultures of people come from the Nile. That's just what history tells us. That's what archaeology tells us. That's what linguistics tells us. That's what DNA tells us. That's what every study of anything we've ever known shows us.
Who were they with?
Listen, it wasn't no Allah. Now, let's move forward.
Who were they? I just want to know.
Can we move? Can I finish my thought, though? Can I finish my thought, though? I just want to finish my thought, though, real quick, though. So listen, with that being said, what they spoke about is different than what Christianity speaks about and what Islam speaks about. There was no people that knew the first man in their culture. You can't go to Africa and learn about the first man. Now, if Africa doesn't know the first man, you niggas clearly don't know the first man. I'm just going to leave it at that. Because we know that the oldest tribes of people on this earth come from Africa. So if they don't know the first man, you definitely don't know the first man. I'm sorry. Like, we just got to make it make sense. Like, I always roll with what I like to call the experts in the field.
So what type of
the older people living, that's the people that would have the information.
What type of historian are you?
Huh?
What type of historian are you?
Oh, I'm just a baby historian. You know, without a
baby historian.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that classification.
Huh?
I've never heard of that classification.
It's meant to be funny, bro.
Every time you say man, like it ain't a joke.
It's meant to be funny, bro. Like, come on.
Like seriously, we trying to get like
too hard. It's not bro. You gotta open up. Open up.
Like I have soul on the line right now.
No, but I'm being serious though. So what I'm saying about this whole story is that the way that they speak about a lot of the stories is that they had what's called mythologies. These mythologies were a plateau of science that they had built over tens of thousands of years. Okay? Those mythologies became what we know today as religions. And this is where a lot of people get these stories from. Now, to me, I just address it from the fact that to learn these mythologies and what they mean, it means that you have to go through an occult school because these are occult teachings. That's why they call it secrets. That's why it's called gnosis, Gnostic teachings. Now, a lot of people don't really want to go that far to really learn about this stuff. They want to read pages on the book, but they don't really want to understand the pages on the book. So, for example, when I said what I said about Abraham, that's because Abraham, in this story, is known to be a prophet. What do prophets do, Stan?
Prophets come with the law that the previous prophet came with, unless they were a prophet and
prophets prophesy. And what is the meaning of a prophecy?
Understanding of prophecy.
I got you, but that's what the point of the prophet is for someone who prophesies.
With the laws that the previous prophet has come with, unless he is a prophet and a messenger, then he can abrogate those things.
Right. So the point is that a prophet prophesies. And that means that you got to know the sacred science to do that. What's called the holy science. I'm leaving it there. And all I'm going to say is that a lot of people are on this tangible understanding to say, I understand. No, Abraham was on a different level of understanding. And that's what he passed down. And that's why it becomes a story that's so deep. But people look past that and they'll say, well, why was he even dealing with stuff like that? Well, how did you get days, months, and years? That can't do sciences like astronomy. How did they learn how to heal people? That came like sciences of health that came from the occult systems that only priests knew. Like all these things were there. But we'll sit up there and deny it and just say, oh, God did this and God did that. Listen, a lot of times what I've learned today by studying religions, and yes, I've studied many religions, bro. And I go to the religions. I go and learn the religions. Like, I don't just talk about it, right? But what I've also learned is that what anybody cannot prove with physical evidence, they'll proclaim that it's God.
So if a man wrote down that into you,
listen, but just because you can't explain it doesn't mean someone else can. So to you, God is this, and God to someone else could be totally different. That's why I say so many people have different understandings of worship and different understandings of God. I don't claim to say no one's right or wrong. I don't go in a room and be like, yo, you praising Allah, you stupid. But then the brother came out his mouth and said, well, what he said earlier, Salafi, he said earlier, like, well, if they not praising praising like we praising, or they're not doing everything under the rights of Islam, then they're not doing it right. And I'm like, well, how does that make sense? Because what if those people had a culture of God before you guys had a culture of God? And what makes that culture of God different or better or worse than yours? Like, who gives the barometer to stuff like that?
What does culture got to do with what God legislated? God legislated for us to pray how we pray. What are you talking about?
So what was the holy books back in 1500, 2000 BC, and 2500 BC? What was the holy books back then that they was reading?
Why are you asking me about that? The particular books?
I'm just wondering what was the holy books back then?
Listen, I already told you God sent 124,000 prophets and 313 messengers.
So meanwhile, you see what I'm talking about, bro? This is crazy work, bro.
I told you,
I think
he like talking to a dude.
Brother, knowledge. Let me say something. Knowledge to some people is asking questions that has no dalil and evidence to it. That's not knowledge to us. Knowledge to us is fear of your Lord who created you, right? And asking about things, beneficial things that we can prove, right? With millions of evidence. Like, I can prove my book from God. I can prove it. Can you prove what you got this from God right now?
You can't prove the book from God. You can't even prove an original copy, bro. What are you talking about?
So what's your evidence?
Watch what you say.
From God, you ain't even got an original copy, bro. You ain't got the original copy, boy.
Hold on, stop it. I'm finna prove you wrong. But the brother,
you got an original copy. You got an original Quran.
The book you quote from.
Do you have an original Quran?
Bro,
I just asked you one solid question. Do you have an original God? Listen, Stan, do you have an original Quran? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Where is it?
I'll show you. 1 second.
All right, shit.
No, sir. It's going to take me 30 seconds. I'm about to show you.
All right, go ahead.
Can you
prove
to us that what you have is the word of God?
You already said, listen, for a guy that said that he don't even know which religion is the truth, and the guy don't have no deen at all, how you want him to, how you charge him to do? You say you don't even know
Who said I didn't know what? I said your religion did not contain what I know. That's what I said.
Oh no, are you upon the truth?
I leave that up to you, my man.
See, you're not sure. This is the, and you see, you're not sure. This is the point.
That's up to you. If you believe that I'm not sure, then what does that have to do with me?
Listen, just like the Jews, just like when they stand before us, they never say they know they're upon the truth.
You're not my disciple. Like, you don't have to believe me.
Exactly. That's a rhetorical.
You know you're
Salafi, that's a rhetorical thing you're doing. You know you're doing. That's rhetorical, bro.
How?
That's rhetorical. It is because if you ask me if I'm on the truth, I'm gonna say yes, and then I'm gonna start explaining to you the truth. You're gonna be like, "Oh, that's not the truth."
Right. If you say you're upon the truth,
I'm not about to get into that.
If you say you're upon the truth, I'm gonna say, "But may God curse the line between me and you."
Nah, see, I'm about to get into that.
I understand your.
And you ready to get that deep, but they got a video of the earliest manuscripts of the Quran, and I'm about to show you the earliest manuscripts of the Bible, not matching. Let me show you. These are the earliest manuscripts of the Quran, matching the same exact.
Come on, bro.
Words.
This ain't gonna cut it, bro. Like, what we doing, bro?
Yeah, I know.
What we doing, bro?
I know.
Hey, look, what we doing, bro?
I know.
The YouTube video. Hey, Stan, look, I ain't messing with you right now. Hey, look, say like me, all I'm saying is that what I feel from you is that hold on.
I may be wrong.
I got you. I got you, Stan. I heard you first time. I heard you first time, bro. Look, say like me, what I'm saying to you is, bro, I just feel like there's an era of fundamentalism that's attached to how you think about religion. And I think that that's my problem that I have with you right now. That's all. It ain't nothing about what you believe in or anything from that point of view. But I'm just saying, like, if you got the only point that your religion is the only religion, that's right. And I think that that's a very fundamentalist view.
How many truths? How many truths are
position to argue from, though?
Yeah. How many truths are there, brother? Is there one truth?
That's
Exactly. So all these religions can't be correct. It's only one true religion.
But how do you know the truth?
If I can,
hold on, Tom. How do you know the truth?
How do I know the truth for what?
I can come in and claim right now and claim with a bump chest that I know the truth and explain 10,000 ways how I know it. What does that make me different from you?
Because listen, the book that I uphold dear to my chest, right, my heart, is from God, and it could be proven. It could be proven, right? And not only that, the sunnah of what I hold, which the Prophet Muhammad, his revelation he received outside the book, I can establish for you that's revelation too from the Lord, because it's things in the Hadith corpus, for example, that wasn't known to man. That's proven that it's divine revelation. I can prove that.
It's divine revelation. So God came down and taught Muhammad some information that we already knew. We already knew about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, Moses. We already knew that story back in, when was the first? What was that? 1272 BC? Then they had another Torah written in 500 in the 5th century BC? Then we had a Septuagint in the 3rd century BC. We had other books in the AD time. But somehow, make this make sense, bro. All of this information is in wide circulation.
I'm asking you respectfully. If you had a
Septuagint, you gotta sit back and think about this, bro. Logically.
If you had a Septuagint in that time, can you show us the earliest manuscript and today's manuscript and see if they had the same exact word? That's all we asking for. Because the consistency must be there.
I ain't got that
If the consistency is there, then we can have something to validate. If the inconsistency
I ain't got that on right now.
If the inconsistency
we asked for archaeological evidence, right? So listen, I don't really readily have that on hand. Even though I do know when their manuscripts were written, I know we don't have original copies of a Septuagint. So there's no way to actually know that.
It's okay. Let me ask you a question before we wrap it up. Do you know Saul in your book that you read?
Saul that became Paul?
Oh, so you agree that he became Paul?
I'm asking you, that's who you're talking about.
I'm confused.
I'm asking you, that's who you're talking about.
I don't know, because in 3 of these verses that we have found, right, in 1 Samuel chapter 31, verse 4, where it subsequently says that he himself committed suicide by falling on his own sword. And in 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 6, it says that an Amalekite slayed him. And in 2 Samuel, same chapter, same book, 2 Samuel chapter 21, verse 12, it says that a Palestinian slave slaughtered. So I'm trying to see if these are the same people.
Probably not the same people.
Probably not, huh?
Talking about. That's why I was asking. So I'm gonna have to go and look back at it and see what you're trying to say.
It's interesting to say that this is the same individual but died 3 times.
But here's my thing. I don't like.
I'm showing you the inconsistency.
So hold on. Let me say this. You're making it seem like I get you. I get your point, right? But I don't really argue Christian understanding because I look at the Christian book as more of an esoteric.
It's not a Christian argument.
Hold on.
It's about what it says on the paper.
He's talking Hebrew.
You gotta pick up a Quran and pick it up and read what it say on the paper. If it says that Saul subsequently died in one area, then you go to the next chapter. It says Saul subsequently got killed in another area. Then you go to the same chapter but in another verse. It says Saul was slayed by someone else. And then you pick up a Quran. And then it says Allah is Allah. He is the Lord of the heavens. Then they go to another verse and say Allah is the Lord of the rain. And then you see the inconsistency versus the consistency.
It's inconsistencies in the Quran, bro. Like, what is you trying to say? Like, what is the point? So anything that man writes is inconsistent, bro. Hold on, bro. Let me say this. Anything that man hold on. Can I talk for 1 second, bro? Like, why every time I talk, you gotta cut me off? Don't get worked the last time I was talking, bro.
Don't get worked on,
bro. Like, stop that, man.
What's the sweat, man?
I got you, man. You don't trying to jump off the mic.
You just need to pay attention, man.
All right, bro. Mute up, bro.
No.
All right,
out this mind. You ain't put a dollar on me.
You done, bro? Can I move?
Bro, I ain't never interrupted you. Go ahead.
All right. So listen, what I'm saying is, right, I don't think it's worthwhile to try to make it seem like because the Bible's inconsistent. The Bible's inconsistent from a person's viewpoint of the Bible. That's what makes it inconsistent. So when people jumping off, hey, bro, can I get through a sentence, bro? Jeez, like, come on, bro. Like, you just taking over, bro. Like, I understand, like, if you out-talk me, it doesn't mean that you're right. You do understand that, right? Just let me get my piece and you can get back in. All I'm saying to you is, I just don't think that the inconsistencies mean a lot because, to me, it's a viewpoint that allows inconsistencies to be held within books. And I think that the viewpoint that a person's looking at it will always make it seem as though something's inconsistent with each other. So that's a person's philosophy, which is why I don't follow doctrines like when I say the word Islam or Christianity. These are doctrines of the book. The book has nothing to do with these religions.
You know what I learned?
I'm gonna finish. This information precedes these religions. Okay, this information is old, very old, right? And your job should be to go and to look as to where they came from, and how these people got it in their hands in the first place. This is the problem that we have when people just pick up a Bible, pick up a King James, pick up even like going back to the Latin Vulgate, any of these books, or like even when we say the Quran. Like, where did the information come from? It didn't just drop out the sky. God don't drop no books out the sky. Like, y'all got to get that stupidity stuff out y'all head, man. This is the real world. Books do not fall out the sky.
See, the thing with you is, you have openly admitted that you okay with flawed text because now it's room for you to go in there and critique it and put your own twist and spin to it. It's just like any trillionaire today. They take every idea that someone has already invented and just make it better. This is the same position that you hold. You okay with the flawed errors. Because that gives you room to go in there and say, hey, I'm going to put my spin on it. I'm going to put my twist to it. So critiquing what they did wrong is not acceptable. That does not validate it to be something that we should hold firm as the truth. And this is where you're missing the conversation. We looking for what is the truth.
But this is exactly what the prophets do.
Hold on, bro. Let me say something, bro. Hold on, y'all. Let me say something. The difference between, like, the brothers, let me piggyback on what Snap just told you. See, with us, our book wasn't inspired by no man to come up with it. And see, the Bible got different man's spin on it, right? And you get what you get, and you got to take that. Like, did it? No, did it? With us, they claim it bust a cow to tell you. The book, it say, if it wasn't for me, and y'all find it says, prove it's wrong. Bring your evidence. Bring it right now. I'm gonna show y'all. He say, I'm gonna show y'all within this Quran that it's from me. So bring something. Bring a contradiction with us. Try it. Challenge anything that's in that book. From the science in it, from how man was created, woman. Say anything out your mouth, and we're gonna establish it. This was an illiterate man who couldn't read or write. Bring it.
You got something for you?
So
my question is this, right? I have a question for you. I want you to answer it, right? How did Muhammad become a prophet, right? If the covenant skips his father, Ishmael. According to the covenant, right? That God made with Adam, that passed down to Noah, that passed down to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? The covenant skipped Ham, it skipped Japheth, it skipped Esau, it skipped Ishmael. Okay. I want to know how did Muhammad become a prophet if his forefather didn't receive the covenant? Because God said that would never happen ever.
It's so easy. Who chooses who are prophets? People of God. Who chooses who was a prophet? People of God.
God said that.
Thank you. So therefore you have your answer. God chose Muhammad.
No. God said he will not choose him now. God, that's a God.
Argument you want to start?
Hold on, brother.
It's the notion that you want to come with.
So
you want to say that God chose Muhammad?
So hold on. If you use
why he didn't say that from the beginning?
So let's establish a premise. So you use the Bible as your foundation to establish what a prophet is. So what is so first of all, what's a prophet? Before Stamp engage with you, so everybody can benefit. So what's a prophet?
A prophet is somebody who's gonna deliver God's message, God's purpose for the earth. When God sends a prophet to warn the people, teach the people, or guide the people. So a prophet only, according to the Bible and according to the covenant, and mind you, now the covenant is what established all of the Abrahamic religions. According to the covenant, you cannot become a prophet unless you come from the covenant. Your father had to be chosen for you to have the blood of the prophets in you. So, for example, the Chinese people can't just pop up that they like, hey, I'm a prophet. That's impossible. You wasn't with Moses in the wilderness when God gave them the commandments. So saying you had to descend from the covenant.
Show me a verse in your book where your Lord says He only going to make the prophets from children of Israel.
Got you. I'm gonna do that right for you real quick. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to go right
descended people. So, and them African descended people, like you sit back and talk about King David and all that.
Not according to the Bible. According to the Bible, Africans are descendants of Ham. The Israelites, the chosen people, are descendants of Shem. So remember earlier I said the covenant.
Them is African people, bro. What are you talking about?
No, not according to the Bible. Not according to the Bible. According to the Bible, Ham is the progenitor of
white people was not African descended people.
Absolutely not. I can get that for you too if you want. But first, let me get the first thing you just asked for. I can get that for you right out the Bible if you want. Now check this out.
What are you talking about, bro?
Well, I mean, you just asked. I can show you, right? All right. So check this out. First, let's deal with Romans 9, right? It says. Now you say, show me a verse that says that only the Israelites can receive the covenant, etc. Right?
Oh, good.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Romans 9 when God talks about the covenant as a whole from the beginning to the end. And he said, who are the Israelites? To whom pertaineth the adoption? Now, we know that the adoption is when God said, I gave you the power to become the sons of God, right? So in the end, when they get their new glorified spiritual bodies, that can't be contaminated with sin, that is the adoption because they're going to become like the angels. It says, whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants as in plural. That means all of the covenants from the very beginning that God made with Adam and them that passed down to the Israelites, right? So that Christ can come out of that root to fulfill his promise to Adam from the very beginning. And the giving of the law, meaning that only the Israelites can give you the law. You can't go to Ishmael. You can't go to the Arabs. You can't go to the Africans. You can't go to the Chinese because God didn't give them the law. They never received the covenant. And the service of God. The service of God, meaning the ministries, the prophethood, right? You cannot be a servant of the Most High. He is not going to send you out like Jonah did. Like he sent Jonah. He is not going to send you out to do anything because he didn't choose you. And the promises. Now, God just now said in Romans that all of those things that God promised in the Bible from the beginning to the end, the covenants, everything, belong to the Israelites. Ishmael got his blessing. They got Dubai, they got gold, they got oil, they got a military, they got a foundation right now. They are in their heaven. Right now, the only Israelites has been destroyed, scattered throughout the world, and everybody is trying to steal what belongs to the Israelites. Just like when we read in Jubilees, even the Africans know that we're all black. The Africans know that we're all black. The Africans are trying to use colorism to blend in with the Israelites.
Chapter. This substantial.
Now, I just now read it for you. Romans chapter 9. You got to deal with that. I just read that. God just now said it. That it's only for the Israelites. So you can't include Ishmael.
Brother, you have not shown me precepts where God explicitly said, even in your book,
he just now said it explicitly. Who are the Israelites?
Prophets to the children.
He just now said it. Who are the Israelites? So whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promise. So that means that. So guess what? That's the covenant that passed down from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It skipped Ishmael. Ishmael is not a prophet. He is not a prophet. It's impossible for a prophet to come out of his bloodline because God didn't choose him. That's like if God chose you as a king. Your brother can't 2,000 years from now pop out saying he the king. He can't do that because the kingdom was given to you.
At some point too, though, bro. Like you got like give us a chance.
Bro, witness against him. He did provide a verse from his book.
And
Hey, look.
I mean, hey, so I'm gonna let you speak, but the Bible just now said it. Can you contend with that? It just said it, and the Bible predates the Quran. So that means that if the Bible said it first, and then the Quran pop up later, giving another doctrine, that means that the Quran is false. Because Muhammad has to be in perfect alignment with the rest of the prophets. All of the prophets agreed on one thing. Then Muhammad popped out at the very end talking about something. Well, wait a minute. We the chosen people, not the Israelites. Well, guess what? It's too late, bro. It's already been sealed. Christ already fulfilled the promise, and now you just arguing a dead argument because you can't stop the end of the world. You can't stop World War III, and you can't stop Ishmael from falling like we see right now happening in the Middle East.
So you telling me, hold on, so let me make it make sense, first off, because I swear I'm kind of lost with your argument here. You saying that Abraham was what, white?
No, Abraham. So here's the confusion. What people like to do is they like to take anybody that's black or melanated and automatically say that they're white. He was black. He wasn't African.
All right. So did he have woolly hair? Yes or no?
That's not African, bro.
Just answer the, bro. Just answer the question, bro.
Yes, he was black with woolly hair.
Okay, so he was black.
He was a Negro. He was a Negro.
Hey, Stan.
What's up, EG?
You hear what this dude just said, bro?
Where are you saying, bro?
Bro, I'm done with you. Hey, Chosen, you my man, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and add you just because I like you, bro. You're a cool dude, bro. And I appreciate you for taking the obvious, but listen, that's African, bro. That's the whole point.
So what
yeah. And I need you to know something too.
Chapter 10. Hold on. Right down the genealogy. He is not African. That's a lie.
Genealogy in the book does not.
The genealogy in the Bible breaks down the genealogy.
Hold on. The genealogy of Christ.
Hey, Stan, let me respond to him real quick, Stan.
Genealogy does not add up in the book.
Listen, the Chaldean people, right? They come from the people called the Sumerians. The Sumerian Babylonian culture of people. These are descendants of Africans, bro.
No, they're not.
They are. That's a fact.
If you go into the book of Jasher, it talks about how Nimrod made war.
Hey, Chosen, can I get a chance to
Nimrod ruled over them, but they were not African.
Chosen, can I get a chance to respond, bro? We can have a conversation, bro. You spoke for like 10 minutes, bro. Let me just get a chance to respond to you.
Yeah, we gotta have some order. You gotta have order. You gotta have order when you're having a discussion. One man.
My apologies.
We building, bro. We ain't at each other's throats, man. We just building.
Yes.
My apologies.
All right, so listen. My point is, right? If you go back to where the Chaldean people come from, these are descendants of African people, bro. And that challenges the whole theory to say that the Abrahamic Shem descendant was not African descendant. Were they the same as those people that were of Ham? No. I do agree with that. But do you know how many different types of Africans they were, bro? Like, and you sit back and think about, like, the Khoisan people, they don't look like Ethiopians, do they? No. But they're some of the oldest people on the planet. Could they be the Shem line? But they do have woolly hair. They do look Asiatic. You see what I'm trying to say? And I just think that the way we look at this.
That's why that nationalism stuff is not working, because if that was the case during the time of Cain and Abel, God would have never punished Cain for killing Abel. You see what I'm saying? So why would he subsequently eradicate his people to going into nations of other people to savagely harm them and be justifiably okay with it? If that wasn't the case, why not pardon Cain for killing Abel?
So here's what the problem is, right? Here's what the problem. I see that the problem that many people are having today is they are completely ignoring the genealogy of the Bible. They, like, literally, it's literally chapter 10 of Genesis. How did you make it to Exodus if you didn't understand Genesis, right? What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go into actual Bible scholars quoting these verses in World Encyclopedia definitions, all proving what these people the idea is your book was constructed to misguide you.
You don't mean that they correct.
No, listen. These sources that I have is correct. These sources that I have is correct. I'm going to read it. I'm going to go right into the World Encyclopedia real quick. And mind you, I'm going to start off in the World Encyclopedia. What I'm going to do is this. It says this. It says Noah, the eponymous ancestor of the major racial or linguistic groups. Ham was the ancestor of the dark-skinned peoples of Africa. Shem of the Hebrews, Negroes, and their various cognates, and Japheth, the ancestor of the Medes, Persians, Greeks, and other people who many centuries later came to be known as Aryans. All of this line up with perfect actual history. If you take actual history, let me finish. I'm only read the breadth of it. All of this lines up with actual history. I can go into many history books to prove this. I got a book called Idum where you eat them, where Esau, the white people, is explaining their origin and showing you that they are Esau in the Bible. So there's no way you can get around it when scholars from 3,000 years ago already revealed who they is. You can't try to change it now. But here's the thing. It says Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of the 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor, as in forefather, of the dark races, Africans, not the blacks. It is very specific. It said not the blacks, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. Now, when you read Jubilees, according to Jubilees, Ham had 4 sons, and they went to populate Africa after they all came off of Mount Shinar when they dispersed after they made their covenant before God and Noah, where they divided the land. And then it says this. It says Shem, relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. And it says, relating to people who spoke Semitic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic, the Hebrews are Negroes. And then I have a quote right here. I don't believe in the Talmud, but I have a quote right here that comes from a Jewish rabbi out of the Talmud. He's speaking on the Bible, the actual Tanakh, the Old Testament. He said, he blessed Noah and his sons, as it says, and God blessed them. He blessed Shem and his sons, making them black and comely. Now, we know comely means beautiful. So even when you see black and beautiful, that's a terminology that's always been with Black Americans because it's always been with our people. Black and beautiful. He blessed Ham and his sons, making them black as the raven.
My beloved
and he blessed Japheth and his sons, making them white and beautiful. So according to the Bible, Noah had 3 sons that repopulated the earth after the flood. Ham, the father of the dark race, and Rebecca was mad at him because he broke the law by not staying within Semitic bloodline. He went to mix with the Africans.
Brother Chosen,
yes.
Did you just say that the Canaanites mixed their blood with the Nephilim?
Yes. Yes. When you go, the Canaanites mixed they remember the angels came down on Mount Paran.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when book chapter verse where you can like direct me to where the Nephilim.
I got you. I'm gonna pull that up for you, and I'm gonna let the brother continue. I'm gonna let the brother continue. I'm gonna read one thing real quick out of Jasher chapter 7. It says the sons of Canaan. Yeah. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna pull that up for you. I'm gonna pull this one thing up because it connects to what he was saying earlier. It says, and the sons of Canaan was Zidon, Heth, Amori, Girgashi, Habai, Arki, Sinai, Aradi, Zemati, and Shemothi. These are the sons of Ham, according to their families, and their numbers in those days were about 730 men.
What does that have to boys?
Bro, that connected with earlier when you was basically trying to say that only 2 people can be
find I can respond, bro, because that is crazy, bro. Listen,
you can respond to that while I pull up the verse for the other brother.
I got you. So this is what I was gonna say, man. Like, this is why I feel like a person needs to know their natural history, so that way you can line up what actually happened. I'm not saying that the Bible's descendant tree is technically wrong, but again, I think that this viewpoint to me seems a bit skewed because you're basically saying that these were fair-skinned people, but we know that fair-skinned people didn't make darker-skinned people darker-skinned.
Never said that they were fair-skinned. The Bible said that they was black and beautiful.
Hold on.
They was literally what black people look like today.
I heard
Negroes.
You gotta be disciplined, beloved. You gotta be a little disciplined. You gotta be able to. When you're having a discussion, you gotta hear the other side. Got to.
My apologies.
Don't.
So
take it over.
So my point is that I don't ascribe to the narrative that you're saying that these scholars are giving. Now, again, That's your viewpoint. I just feel like it's skewed. Okay, that's my personal conclusion of what you're saying, because it's making it seem like Noah with one wife had a dark black child and a lighter skinned child. So it's like you're saying that these people came from two different tribes or something. Like, I'm not even understanding the point here, because something is missing from this conversation.
So
and
let me
I
ask you a
think it has
question.
to be common sense.
Brother N'Gu, let me ask you a question. So Noah, his descendants, his wife, they bore children, right? Once they bore children, right? They was from a certain ethnic group, right?
Right.
Noah was a certain. He was a certain ethnic group. His wife was.
He had to be African. You can't tell me he had an African and wasn't African. Like, that makes sense.
African is the forefather of the Africans. They don't all descend from Ham. Ham is the son of
Bro, you can say whatever you want, but you're not about to tell me you creating no African if you're not African. Like, that ain't happening.
Bro, black people are not African. There are other black people who are not African.
Hey, long as they was black with woolly hair, I get
Africans are not even African. Africans
you
saying Africa in the 1900s.
Are you saying they were black with woolly hair, children?
Listen, no. Africans are dark as the raven with kinky hair.
So were they black with woolly hair?
We have a different texture in here. If you look at most of the people in Africa.
All right, can you answer the question? Was Noah black with woolly hair? Yes or no?
Noah was an albino. He was the world's first albino. Yes. That's right. When you go into the birth of Noah, in the book of Enoch, yes, his father went to Enoch because he was like, yo, why is my son born like this? He is born white, like one of the children of the angels, because we know that that's one of the traits of the Nephilim before the flood, that they were fair skinned because they were hybrids. Many of them came out white skinned. So he went to his father and said, yo, why is my son Noah born like this? And he said, don't worry, God is doing a new thing in the earth, and God is going to establish new nations. So when it comes to the table of nations, God used Noah to establish the table of nations that was spread out on the earth after the flood. So God was establishing new people in the world, and he used Noah to do it.
I see you relying heavily on Jasher, Enoch, certain other.
Everything that I quote has to be in perfect harmony with the first 66 books of the Bible.
I'm saying to you this, beloved. It's interesting, man. You know how you coming. It's interesting. I mean, I'm listening. It's interesting.
And the reason why I'm bringing out these verses particularly is because I noticed that when it comes to the canonization of the Bible, first of all, it was the Romans, the white people, who decided that they wanted to canonize the Bible and take out whatever books they wanted to take out. Can I
just have like a little quick one-on-one with you, real quick? It's like just a real quick one-on-one, like. So basically, the main idea of the story is that we talk about descendancy from Noah in particular. And you're saying that everybody that came from Noah, they came from Noah, and then they began to branch out into different nations, from Edom to Shem to etc.
Yes.
They came different nations, right?
Absolutely.
The brother asked you about Noah's wife, right? And now I'm asking you, like, his sons, right? They spread through the earth. I mean, their descendants, they spread through the earth. They all came from Noah. Now, I would like for you to can you explain like how people like change to colors and stuff like that? Like how they went from white to brown to Chinese to what happened? Like how that like took place in this action from your perspective.
And that's a good question. That is a great question, actually. What they like to say is like the sun, when you go further away from the sun and live in these type of lands that, it affects your melanin and it makes you lighter and darker. But that is something that we have never observed in the history of mankind. We never seen people go to another place and just all of a sudden grow melanin or develop melanin. If that's the case, you would see white people who've been in South Africa for the past couple hundred years right now beginning to be black, and they're becoming more red and getting more skin cancer. So we know that that's not true. We know that that is a lie that the satanic science pushed out in order to disregard the Bible, right? Now, according to the Bible and according to actual history, especially when you go look at things like Hidden Colors 1 through 6, you will see that wars and migration is what caused these lands to be whited out. We know that originally Asia is the land of the Semites. These people were melanated. But when you go into the history of Genghis Khan, I'm not sure if anybody heard of Genghis Khan, but Genghis Khan once upon a time ruled the world as well. His kingdom took over the world.
I just want to hold you to explaining to me how, like, I'm gonna just be like, how did the white man become white?
So the white man was born red all over. He was born like that. This is why when they go into the birth of Jacob and Esau, it never described Jacob, because Jacob came out like everybody else. He was black. But Esau came out different. He looked it different. This is why it was highlighting his description, right? So God was still establishing new people. Remember, God told Rebecca, she was asking why her stomach was hurting while she was pregnant. And God told her, 2 different nations is in your belly of 2 different manners. So Jacob and Esau, even though they was twin brothers, they was 2 different nations. They looked it different. They acted different. They had different customs, right? And so God was still establishing the table of nations on the earth. Remember, God didn't fulfill his promise yet. Christ didn't even come into the world yet. But God was establishing his people so that he can come through those people to fulfill his promise. God was still establishing nations at the time. So
I'm asking, like, as far as, so are you saying, this is a question, are you saying that Jacob and Esau, one came out white and one came out black?
Right. This is where we get that.
Is that what you're saying? Is that
yes.
You're saying that when Isaac had babies, one baby came out white and one baby came out black.
Right. That was the first time in the world that happened. You see how we see that now when people even say black people can't be born from 2 white people, but a white person can be born from 2 black people. This is a fact. The first time that ever happened in the world was recorded with Jacob and Esau.
So when Esau and Jacob were together, it was a distinction between them.
Yes.
And the distinction was skin color?
It was skin color, and it was well, let's look at black people and white people today. The Bible said Jacob was a smooth man. When we look at black people today, our skin is very smooth, especially when you take care of it. You stay hydrated. You would put lotion on daily, right? But when you look at white people, they are very hairy. If they don't shave their hair like consistently, they look like the Wolfman. This is why when you go into the history of Europe, when you see like when the original Anglo-Saxons who were black people, when they was fighting against those cavemen, you see the images of the white people, but they got hair all over their body, and they fighting the kings and the queens inside of the castles. Well, that's one of Esau's history when he took over Europe. That is an actual history when you see that white people went into those areas and took over the areas. They fought many wars. And remember, that was also the blessing of Esau, that he would live by the sword and live off the fat of the nations. So Kamanja, because he didn't receive an inheritance. Jacob was the last one to receive the inheritance, the promise, and the covenant from God. Esau was left with nothing. So his father blessed him and said, okay, you're going to live by the sword. So that means that Esau will go forth in the earth, killing and destroying other nations to enrich himself and come in power, and that will fit the prophecies of the Most High as well.
So basically, the white man, Esau, he did not get a covenant from Jacob. From Isaac. He didn't get the covenant, but right. Jacob got the covenant.
Right, and this is the origin as to why white people hate black people today.
Let me ask you. was Esau supposed to get the covenant?
Yes, he was the firstborn. He was supposed to get the covenant because he was the firstborn.
Why did he get it?
Well, because first and foremost, God knew everything before it happened, right? God already knew Esau's heart. And then you got to think about it. To be born with white skin was a curse in the Bible. Do you think God was going to allow his son to come? Mind you, if Esau would have got the covenant, then Christ would have been white. Christ would have actually been born through his lineage. But according to the covenant, he can only come through the promised seed that received the covenant. So I'm saying Esau hated God.
But let me ask you this. So did Isaac want to give Esau the covenant?
Well, yes. Isaac loved Esau. When you go into the Bible, obviously it's his son. But when you go into the Bible, it says that Isaac loved Esau and he loved his venison because Esau was a great hunter. Remember, Esau killed Nimrod.
Okay, so do you respect Isaac? Do you respect Isaac?
I do respect Isaac, but the thing is, Isaac is not bigger than God. God had a will and an agenda, and it's nothing Isaac can do about that.
Okay, so so do you think
and this is why Jacob's mother knew that Esau sold his birthright. She was already mad that he married 2 Canaanite women, and so you got to think about it. God got an order that he established from Adam all the way to Abraham to Jacob, right? God was trying to establish his holy people on the earth and bring his son through those people. If Esau would have been chosen, Esau already took 2 Canaanite wives. The Canaanites already mixed in with the Nephilim. So that means that they would have corrupted God's seed. Satan always has been trying to prevent Christ from coming into the earth, to prevent God from saving the whole world. So
so I don't want to get too far. I just want to stay like right there for a second. So do you believe that Isaac? You believe that Isaac loved Esau, right?
Right.
You believe that Isaac loved Esau, right? And you believe that Esau was the firstborn who's supposed to have got the covenant, right? He's supposed to got it, right?
Right. I'm gonna say one thing to that.
Let me finish. Okay. So he's supposed to got the covenant, right? But somehow or another, he was tricked, or Isaac was tricked with the covenant. He was tricked out of it, right? He was tricked out of giving the covenant to someone else, right? Was he tricked?
I want to say it's complicated, but I'm gonna just say yes, just to give you.
Okay, yeah. So all right, so that's it. So he was tricked, according to. He was tricked out of it. Let me just keep it. So he was tricked out of the covenant because of whatever. You know what I mean? Do you think that was correct to be tricked out of something?
So that's why I was trying to answer your question before you asked it, right? So look, the thing is this, right? Say like, for example, me and you place a bet. We play in a basketball game. And you beat me in the basketball game. I'm the firstborn. I got the covenant. But you like, I'm like, man, if I win, I want that new car you got. But if you win, I'm gonna give you the covenant. And you like, you serious? You really gonna give me the covenant? And you like, all right, and then you play a basketball game and you beat me. Now God seen that, and their mother knew about that basketball game. Now it's time to receive the covenant. We talking 20, 30 years later, and it's time for
their mother know about that.
Yes,
their mother know about Jacob, Esau selling his birthright to Jacob. Their mother knew that.
The mother knew it. She was already upset.
Do you have a book, chapter, and verse?
Hold on, brother. I think that
you can go to the account when she was.
So far, I've been doing that all night, brother. You just gonna make me do it again and go into the verse and read it, and then.
No, I'm talking about.
You heard Brother Joseph? I think you can read what God said to Rebecca. What did God say to Rebecca when she was pregnant?
She said
the elder gonna serve the younger. 2 different nations gonna be born from out of your womb. There was a struggle in the belly. 2 different nations was born she said the elder was going to serve the younger. But the first person who came out was Esau. And Jacob came out grabbing his heel. You know, it was already prophesied, you know, prior to all that happened.
I want to know where it says that she was aware of Jacob or Esau selling his birthright. I want to know that. As far as the narrative of that, the older was served the younger. That's a good point. However, it appears that this interaction, this particular passing of covenant and everything and birthright, etc., it stemmed from
selling his birthright.
It stems from trickery.
No, see, it doesn't stem from trickery. Like I said, if me and you played a basketball game and you won the game, and then 30 years later I'm trying to act like you didn't win that game and you didn't, and I didn't sell you my birthright because I lost that game. No, you already served your birthright. You gotta honor the contract. You gotta honor your word, and that's what. And so that's not trickery. So if the mother knew, like, oh, Esau trying to take the covenant anyway, after he lost the bet, and he already mixed it with two Canaanite with women, the promised seed is not going to come through a Canaanite hybrid mix. Because now, what Satan successfully did was destroy God's possibility of actually saving the world. Because Christ had to make it pure.
It makes everything that you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but you are evading the fact that you have a person there, Isaac, the father. He's the leader of that family.
But Isaac wasn't aware that he sold his birthright. Isaac wasn't aware that Esau sold his birthright.
So you saying that Rebecca was aware of it. That's why you said Isaac wasn't aware, but Rebecca was aware of it. Whatever happened, one man, him, being in a position of leadership, he was deceived by his wife.
Well, listen, God said there was no man who didn't sin.
Listen, God said, let me actually make a point, Brother Jordan. Listen, if you think about this, though, wouldn't it have been honorable for the older brother who have already sold his birthright to his baby brother, and then it comes time for the birthright to be made, right? And his father asks him to make some venison for him, go out and get that venison that I like, right? But he know he already done sold his birthright, right? So, but he still goes out the door, and obviously the mama must have had went to what was going on, so she said, hurry up, and you know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna make the venison for you. I'm gonna do it, and you do it. And Jacob was trying to be honest. Well, mama, you know, my brother already went out there to get the venison. I ain't gonna get the blessing. You know what I'm saying? Well,
I get what you're saying, brother. So I understand how you're reasoning, but that's all nasty work when it comes down to morals and principles. It's all nasty work when you're looking at morals and principles.
Wouldn't it be morally right for the oldest brother who sold his birthright, right, to not go get that venison? And be honest, look, Father, I sold my birthright. To be honest, I really did, and that really go to Jacob. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead on and slip out the door. I ain't about to let my mother know. I ain't about to let my mama know. I'm about to get this blessing because I'm realizing the value in it now. Not in a motive, but I'm gonna go out here and get this blessing. I'm gonna go out, hunt this venison down, and come back and try to get the blessing anyway. Although I sold it to my baby brother. Now I'm still about to go step on my baby brother anyway. I'm about to step on you, dog. And my mama already got prophesied to her when we was in babies in the belly. You know what I'm saying? So God's word came before everything else. Before all that nasty work, God had already did that. He already laid out that.
He said the older shall serve the younger. And we know that the whole world gonna serve Christ. Christ come out of Jacob.
All right, so I understand the position from a belief point of view. I understand. However, when you read in the text, it appears that a lot of trickery went on with that. A lot of deceiving went on with that. Rebecca deceived her husband which
righteous. She deceived him, but she was righteous because she did the righteous thing to fulfill God's will.
She deceived her husband. It appears, I'm not taking a position. It appears that she deceived her husband.
No, actually she did, brother. You were absolutely right. She did. But he did it righteously.
Cox the plan to get a birthright given to one person that he didn't want. He didn't want that birthright. The father didn't want that birth. He didn't want that blessing to be given to Jacob. That's clear.
No, he didn't want it to be given to Esau. God prophesied it.
I'm talking about Isaac. He did not want to give that blessing to Jacob.
No. See, I'm doing this. We diving into how Isaac felt, and we don't know how Isaac felt. All we know is that Isaac was honoring.
We know that he realized that he was deceived, right?
Right, but
so he realized that he was. Once he realized that he was, when he realized that he knew that he was deceived, like just from a point of view of, I don't understand. Like, I mean, coming from like, I understand that people believe in God and they believe that God can do whatever He want to do and everything. Yes, people believe that. But we pick and choose when we want God to be moral and when we don't want God to be moral. We want God to be moral.
Another thing, bro,
hey, I got my brother finish, man.
My bad.
It's like we pick and choose. We want God to be moral sometime, and then when He get immoral, then we justify His immorality. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if God ordained certain things to happen, it's going to happen, right? Now, the in-between in that is up for question. How is it going to happen, right? So we start judging. We can judge how it happens. In this case, it appears that it happened through trickery. It happened through deception. It happened through, the switcheroo. Her husband was blind. He didn't know who he was blessing. His intentions was to bless one person and wind up blessing another person.
What up, Virgil?
What's up, brother? So it's like, it's interesting. I'm just saying, for the least, just as least in at this moment, I yield there. I'm I'm a yield there, and I'm happy.
I got a
Yes, I just want to bring the room back. I want to bring the room back to the owners, to the person that owns the room, and greet her because she's here. Elisa, are you here, Elisa? Elisa, I see you on stage. You know what I'm saying? And, this room been open for like 15 hours. This is a room, you know what I mean? But it's delved into many subjects and stuff like that.
Hey, you can also say this, right? Because I was waiting for somebody to just go to the text. It's a lot of conflation, conjecture, a lot of stuff. But you can also say when Esau came in, and he's saying, hey, I'm at the point to die, like he's coming from the field. You could say Jacob could have even suggested something else, right? In regard of, okay, if you want this stew, do this for me or do that. But Jacob said he persisted to sell me your birthright. Right? He could have did something else. Right? Totally different from saying sell me your birthright. And so
you talking about the sense that he could have waged something else besides the birth. He could have asked for like
you could have said give me a cloak. You know what I mean? Give me a couple swords. Right? But he sell me the birthright. And so Virgil, I see what you mean by, if this is ordained by the Most High, why do they have to interject themselves and, go that route, go that far down the road to get this birthright to be able to get Jacob blessed?
But you do understand that people, when they view God in a light like he's immoral. Yeah, when he's sovereign and he can do what he want to do, and it's okay for him to do it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but guess what, Virgil?
Isn't it okay for him to do it?
We don't see the Most High in this particular verse.
Right. That's a good question.
Hold on. Jacob.
Out of respect, let me bring one more thing.
Hold on, like, and Virgil. So that is true. The Most High is sovereign. But if you read this text, if we just going according to the text, the Most High is not. We don't see a spirit coming over Jacob saying, to do this. We don't see any of that happening in this particular instance. So this is just betwixt man. That's why I say Jacob could have did something else in regards of, just my opinion. He could have said, give me this or give me that. But rather he chose to say, sell me your birthright. And as if Jacob and his mother only knew about what was ordained, at the time of their birth. And then when Isaac is finding out about it, he does seem to be a little upset, a little weary. Why did you deceive me? Like, he should have already knew about this thing being ordained by the Most High. Remember, he's the father. He has the birthright. He can give it to whomever one of his children that he wants to, and we can read this in Jewish literature. But it's just something that...
Hey, y'all, I just want to elaborate on that real quick. Hey, you gotta, the way I see it, God already ordained it. He already gave a prophecy, like the brother read earlier, where he said that the older shall serve the younger, right? Now, at the time, because, the way we're seeing it, Esau is born the firstborn, right? So logically, it's like, how is the older going to serve the younger? How is that going to happen when Esau is the first, he gets the birthright, et cetera, et cetera. But God already knew it. Also, in the actual verse where it talk about it, it says that so Esau despised his birthright. It also said that his response to Jacob when he said that was, what good is this birthright going to do me anyway? He said, look, I am about to die. Esau said, what good is the birthright to me? Right? So you got to think about it. He is not a spiritual man. Esau does not believe in God. Even today, we see that in white people today. They are not God-fearing people. They do not care about God. Black people was the more spiritual people. So we see it in our characteristics. But so what we're seeing here is that God already know the future. He already know Esau hate God. Esau is rebellious. He married two Canaanite women. They was
give me 2 seconds, brother Chosen, real quick, because I gotta respond to my sister because she's typing and she's telling me what to do. Okay. This is a quick reset of the room. This is Elisa's house. Peace and blessings to the family. This is what she said. Peace and blessings to the family. And welcome. She said, please respect the mic. Please respect the mic. Give each other a chance to speak one-on-one. And on top of that, please don't forget to join the room at the top. Join the room, join the house. It says to be coming up with different topics, nice topics and whatnot of interest, interesting topics. So join the house. You're able to speak here. This is a space where you can express yourself. Gets heated sometimes. Sometimes it's worth that. So please join the room. Please respect the moderators. Please respect each other. You dig what I'm saying? With that, turn it back over to you, brother. Brother Chosen, you can continue your explanation.
Right. Thank you, brother. Thank you to the host too. But basically, all I'm saying is that Jacob was wrong, yes, because he suggested like, yo, let me get the birthright. But Jacob's name literally means supplanter. And that would make sense why God would change his name later to Israel, meaning Prince of God, right? So God changed his name from Jacob to Israel. But Jacob means supplanter. His name literally, he fulfilled literally his name. And what we see is that God is ordaining all these things because God already knew that Esau was going to be rebellious. Now just think about that. Imagine if Esau would have got the covenant, but he would have broke every law, and mixed in with the Nephilim bloodline. How is Christ going to come through that lineage?
I got what you said. I understand where you're coming from, brother. It's just that when I think in terms of certain things, it appears, and it may sound strange, it appears that he's supposed to have got it. If nothing would have been laid as stumbling blocks for him to get it, he would have got it. And that right there is interesting to me. You know what I mean? But if anybody have anything else,
I have one more. Hey, brother, check it out. Think about this. Also, when God had put enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent, right? All the way from the beginning, the spirit, the foundation behind everything. God separating the light from the darkness. I find it interesting that you bring up the Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? Like it said in Genesis chapter 6, the sons of God seen the daughter of men that they were fair, they came down and made it with them. But all that happened after the fall of Adam. You know what I'm saying? After the fall of Adam, sin and death into the world, and then you have Cain killing Abel. And God replaced Abel with Seth. We're just thinking about that enmity that he was going to put between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. And that, what it said, that he was going to strike at her head, you was going to strike his head, and he was going to bruise the heel, right? But then you have the whole flip thing out, Jacob coming out, grabbing the heel of his brother. Right.
But the brother, I just want to remind you. I want to remind you that the brother, he made this statement. He stands on the brother. He stands on that Esau and Jacob. One was white and one was black. One was white, one was black when they were born. And his position is, from that point on, the distinction is there. It's distinct. Because I had asked the question, like, where did the white man come from his perspective, using the tools that he can use from the descendancy chart, Noah. How could, and if we walk down this path to where we are now, you get what I'm saying? It's very interesting, though. It's very interesting.
Right, and right, brother. And check this out. Think about this: how Enoch says that the Nephilim were white. Look at how Esau, who most likely mixed in with the serpent seed. Look how Esau is also white. He got too many characteristics that relate him in spirit to like the Nephilim and to like Cain. Like he got that Cain spirit with him.
How did the serpent seed or the Nephilim survive the flood?
The Book of the Giants talk about it.
What does it say?
According to the Book of Giants, God allowed some of them to go live in the earth.
Can you read that? I've never read that before. Can you pull it up and read it for us?
Right. Let me see if I can find it.
I thought, hey, good dog, what's up, man?
Hey, good dog. Good dog on one.
I'm
not even on that.
Like I said, but good dog, I got a question for you in that subject right there. Ain't the Raphaim and the what's the other two groups that was here that doesn't have a descendancy chart that goes back to Noah?
Yeah, the Nahar is also. I know what you're talking about.
So you got them. You don't think they survived the flood, Gadar?
No. Only people that
they
survived.
Came back on the planet. They came back after the flood.
Nephilim just means giant. Nephilim are not supernatural beings. They're just giants.
No, they're both.
Okay. Oh, wait, I got you now.
No.
I see where you're coming from now. But your position is that they can't. I got you. They're not like.
Yeah, they're just humans, you know.
They don't have special powers.
Yeah.
From my perspective,
I got you.
The Nephilim are like, they're all different. You got some that was giant. You got some that was like, I like to think of like Lord of the Rings. You see how you got elves and dwarves and the golems, these just different type of looking creatures. Remember, the angels also had sex with the animals. Said they sent against the animals. They had sex with the animals, so they was even having hybrid other animals. This is where like dinosaurs came from. They invented those things, and they literally was about to destroy completely all of mankind. It was like
you believe the Nephilim are a result of the mixing between the angels and the humans.
Right. They think of like Hercules. Okay. Man, you think how Hercules was a Nephilim, a demigod. Demigods are Nephilim. Remember,
hold on. 1 second, brother. I don't mean to cut you up, Brother Chose. I just want clarity real quick. So, you said Nephilims are the descendants of the gods sleeping with the sons of God sleeping with the daughters of men. You saying that the Nephilims is the descendants of them?
Right. That's how the Nephilim came into the world to be. It was when the fallen angels came down and had sex with the daughters of mankind, and they started teaching mankind magic. They started teaching us how to make weapons. And they started.
You getting that from the Book of Enoch?
Right. It comes out of the Book of Enoch. It talks about how they had sex with the daughters of men, and how their children came out giant, and some of them came out like as the men of renown. So men of renown mean like historical famous people. So when you look at like a lot of the Anunnaki gods, they're really referring to the ones who they worship before the flood in the antediluvian age, during the time of Adam and them. These people would they were giants, and then some of them were just like different. They were like the Lord of the Rings. Like you ever see Lord of the Rings? You got all them different type of creatures. That was Nephilim. They wasn't all just one type. So even today, when you talk about the reptilians, when you talk about the Greys, when you talk about the tall whites, when you talk about Bigfoot, when you talk about pixies, there's a lot of history on these people, especially in the Americas. These are Nephilim. These are descendants of Nephilim. That's the only way to explain who they are, how they got in this world.
Are you making a connection between them and the white man?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm making a connection between them, because think about it. God said what he said about the serpent seed, about how he put enmity between Eve's seed, who we knew was going to be Christ, and the Israelites, and against the serpent seed. Today, Esau mixed in with the serpent seed, and he came out red all over. He came out white. He came out looking similar to how the Nephilim used to look. So there's a spiritual and a physical connection, and he's fulfilling the prophecies that he was meant to fulfill. Because remember, God is fighting the devil. It's a battle, and they've been fighting ever since the beginning. And this is why God chose a particular lineage that passed down from Adam and went to Eve.
Was Esau a mixed seed though?
Esau himself wasn't a mixed seed, but what happened was, Esau, even though he came out looking different, God was doing a new thing in the earth, right? Eventually, Esau would later mix his bloodline with the Canaanites. The Canaanites had already mixed in with the Nephilim, because the Nephilim was living in the land. They was all living amongst each other. They was living with each other. And so later he would take a wife, 2 wives from them. So that means that moving forward, when he became Edom, this is how you get Edom. That's how Esau became the Edomites, by mixing it with the Canaanites. They became the Edomites. And
you're saying that when they was in Canaan, the Canaanites were there. And you said Esau was there, and they mixed their seed with the Canaanites that were there. And where did Nephilim came in at?
So remember, when you read the Bible, when it says that the Nephilim came back on the earth, remember, it mentioned right there in Canaan, or that part of Israel. Because remember, Moses and them had came into the land, and they had to fight them. Remember, they was fighting giants. It said that they was like grasshoppers in their sight.
they was fighting giants. The remaining of the Nephilim, because God said that they came back on the earth, but it didn't explain it, elaborate. God just let you know what it is. Like you got to do the work. You got to seek the truth.
Wait, Chosen. Let me ask you a question. So you so you got Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons and their wives, right? Mm-hmm. Who do Canaan descend from that group?
So here's what I'm gonna read for you. I'm gonna go into a passage.
Right.
He come out of hand. But I'm gonna do you one better.
Hold on. You gotta stay on track. If you do me one better, we'll get mixed up. So remember, the curse was upon Canaan, right? Which is a descendant of Ham. But what you're saying is, that the Nephilim are who again? Who do they descend from?
So the Nephilim are the
daughters of men. Right. The Nephilim descends from the son of according to
Canaan. Yeah, because
right. So that means
the Canaan also mixed in with them.
Wait, so that means that you're saying that this would have had to happen post-flood, because in order for that to happen, it would have had to be when Canaan is now born after the flood.
No, I'm gonna read it for you. I got it for you right here. Exactly to your answer, your question right now. What I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna read this passage out of chapter 10 of Jubilees. It says
no. We're basing it off. All right, go ahead. You can read Jubilees.
Because it's literally gonna answer your question. I promise.
We would have to base it off. Genesis 6. But go ahead. You can read Jubilees.
No, but this is a precept to Genesis 6.
I got you. Let's just make sure the timeline is right, though. Go ahead.
It's the same timeline. You know how God do precept upon precept. It might be talking about the same thing in 2 different parts of the Bible.
I got you. I understand, Jubilees. Go ahead.
All right, now it says this: in the 4th week, in the 1st year, in the beginning thereof, in the 4th and 13th Jubilee, were they dispersed from the land of Shinar. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which was acquired as his portion in the land of the south. We know that's. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance, that to the west, to the sea. Now we know that's West Africa today. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. So he basically dwelt in Israel. Instead of him going to his land that they acquired in the south, instead of going to the west coast of Africa, he said, I'm going to stay in Israel because I like it here. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said unto him, Thou hast settled in a land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so. For if thou do this so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. Now that actually happened when the Israelites came into the land. Moses had to fight them off, and then later on Caleb and Joseph did. Joshua did, right? So they actually fulfilled that, because the Canaanites stole that land. This is why many people think they're African, try to say they're African. They're not African. Canaan just stole the land, and when the Israelites came in, they had to slaughter them out. This is why when they do dig up bones and stuff, of course you're going to find Canaanite bones. They was there before us because they tried to steal it before we get a chance to fulfill the prophecy and get the land. And it says, and by sedition will thy children fall, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwelling of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed art thou, and cursed shalt thou be beyond all the sons of Noah by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the holy judge and in the presence of Noah our father. But he did not hearken unto them, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon from Ammon to the entering of Egypt, he and his sons until this day. And for this reason, that land is named Canaan. So God already told us, so he already nailed it right there. So that means that we don't know if the Nephilim was in the land already before Canaan got there. We do know it said after the flood, the Nephilim was back in the land. And they was in that part. They was in Canaan. They was in that part of the land. So that means that when Canaan went in there and settled, he mixed in with them. He mixed in with the Nephilim. See what I'm saying? And so later on, when we came there.
So you're saying Canaan mixed in with the Nephilim.
Right, when he came in, because he was living in the land, he didn't fight no wars with them. So he was living amongst them, and they mixed in. So that got into the land of Israelites, we had to fight them and take the land back. But then later on, when Jacob, but remember when Jacob and Esau were supposed to take a wife, Esau took a wife from among the Canaanites who was in the land already, who mixed in with the Nephilim.
Okay,
so that means that Esau would have contaminated the bloodline. He would have contaminated the bloodline if he would have received the covenant, because had to come through the one who received the covenant. So God already knew what he was doing. Like we got the scriptures, but we're all like didn't get understanding. You're supposed to get into a point where you was there and you can see it like, oh, you start seeing the plot.
I got you, Charles. Now, let me respond. You're saying a lot. So let me go to Genesis 6 real quick. Verse 4 and 6.
I read for you.
What's up?
How you feel today? So, this is the book of Genesis, chapter 6 and 1.
No, you can just jump. You can just jump to verse. You just go to verse 4.
All right, and 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, that they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown.
So chosen. Based on your preponderance of evidence, the Nephilim survived the flood. So wouldn't this negate the whole premise in terms of who the white man is and where he comes from? If, number one, Esau is the progenitor of the quote-unquote white races, being white from the womb, right? And then number two, if the Nephilim survived the flood and they have Canaanite bloodline in their, or Canaanite blood, a mixture of Canaanite blood, wouldn't that negate the whole premise of, this white man and where he's coming from and so on and so forth? Like, what would be the point of, mixing and mingling them in with the Nephilim if the Nephilim race themselves already survived the flood to begin with?
So here's what it is. If we actually sit back and watch the grand scheme of things, what we see is that all God's enemies had aligned into one allegiance. They became one people. All God's enemies, from the Nephilim all the way down to Ishmael, they all aligned and became one people, right? So this is who the royal bloodline is today amongst white people, the ones who actually rule the world. They are a mixture of Canaanite blood. We know the Canaanites mixed in with the Nephilim and Edomite bloodline, and they also mixed in with Japheth. See what I'm saying? And, what I noticed is that all God's enemies have become one people. Now I don't know why they mixed in, like, hey, let's mix in together. You know what I'm saying? But it's apparent that they become joint one force against the Israelites, against God's chosen people.
I got you. So check this out. Go to the next chapter, Virgil, because I'm under the evidence. I'm under the impression that through some of the evidence that I've come across, these individuals would have died. So it kind of negates a lot of the things that has been brought out, right? No disrespect to you, but Genesis 7, because it sounds like you would usurp Jubilees and Enoch in certain places over what we see here in Genesis. But you would also, I think, say that, hey, these fields are in the gap, precept upon precept. So now we will have to explain this in Genesis 7, right? Concerning still the Nephilim, who were mentioned in Genesis 6. Jump down to about verse 19.
Okay, this is the book of Genesis, chapter 7, and verse 19, and it says...
Actually, no, start at 17.
At 17.
Real quick, yeah.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 7, and verse 17, and it states, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth, and the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went upon the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered.
So this means what to me? What this means is, if you are, if you're a part of the human race, right? If you're a part of this race of people, and this water is taken over the earth so much that it's prevailing even above the mountain, some 15 cubics high, right? This would eliminate vegetation. This would eliminate the ability for mankind to be able to eat outside of those who are on the ark that are able to eat with that which was preserved. Verse 20, it says, the waters prevailed above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep. And it says, and all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds, livestock, beasts, all swarming creatures that swarmed on the earth, and all mankind. Everything on the dry land in whose nostrils was the breath of life died. So this would include even the Nephilim, because you would have to say, if not, you have to say, hey, they have the ability to survive in water like the aquatic life that wouldn't have died, of course, because they would have still been able to, move around according to their nature. But everything that had the breath would have died because, hey, they would have not only been able to survive in water, they would have also lost the ability to eat with that which was on the earth for their vegetation. So how do you see?
Right. The way I see that is God is not a liar. That is absolutely true. But notice he said everything on the earth. And then he elaborated twice. He said everything that is on the earth, right? Not everything that is in the earth. The earth is hollow. We also know that there's worlds underground that people can live in, right? And that, I'm pretty sure the Nephilim, like how the book of the Giants described, would be living underground until later on they would come out. So yeah, I would agree with that. That's 100% right. So everything on the earth died, but it didn't include everything in the earth. And I think that sometimes, it elaborated it twice. I noticed that sometimes when God does things like that in the Bible, there's more to it. But it's just not right there in your face. You know what I'm saying? You just got to figure it out, right? So, on the earth, not in the earth.
Yeah, I got you. And I see the brother put the Rephaim. So, yeah, that text where it's talking about the dead tremble under the water and their inhabitants. This is talking about those who are in Sheol, those who are actually dead. And the Rephaim is not the same as Nephilim, just like the Ananakim is not the same as the Emims, although they can be compared because of their tyrant behavior or even their height, just like we would do certain things today. But the Nephilim, I think it's not the best translation that we read there because there's some pseudo mythology in terms of Nephilim and what people perceive them as. But I think if you go into the etymology of that word Nephil, let's just go there real quick. So Nephil, and of course if you pull it up, they'll give you a depiction of who they look like, as if they had pictures back then during this time that Noah and this generation was on the earth. But if I go here to this word Nephil, or he Nephilim, that's exactly what it comes out to be. A feller, a bully, or a tyrant. I know Enoch, when it depicted them as the Nephilim or the giants, they actually added height stature to them. Two different translations that you read in Enoch. One comes out to be like 250 feet tall. Another one comes out to be about 400 feet tall, whatever the case may be. Although I disagree with the text, it is very interesting that these authors are scavenging and making these set claims as to what the narrative is saying. But nah, man, nevertheless, though, Chosen, I get your point.
You know what? The thing about the book of Enoch is good, right?
Real quick, though, Chosen, because I'm gonna be done after this. I'm just going back to listen. I think everybody's stance and points needs to be, it's fair to vet it out, and all presuppositions need to be brought on the table. I'm a student first, so I came not to get up on your grab, but just to ask you questions in terms of, my research. I know some other people may have had some of the same questions, if not more, or more scholarly. But nah, man, nevertheless, good build, man. Good approach.
approach. I hear the confidence and the passion that you have, man, and I'm willing to listen.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Hey,
Y'all
Brother
good too,
Charles,
man.
Brother Charles, don't they have something in the book of Enoch where it talk about the spirits of the Nephilim survived after the flood?
Right.
Like the spirits was in the earth?
Right. So that's the origin of demons. That's where demons come from. When people die, you either go into torments or you go into Abraham's bosom, right? Or Sheol, like you said, you either go into Sheol or you go into Abraham's bosom, right? But the thing is this, there is nobody spirit walking around here. Those are demons. When the Nephilim died, there was no place for their soul to go because God didn't create them. They're an abomination. So it's like you can't go into Abraham's bosom and you can't go here. So they just was wandering on the earth, tormenting Noah's and children. But God locked 90% of them up. When we read that in Genesis, God bounded 90% of them and left 10% to do so that he can use them to do the things he needed them to do on the earth to fulfill judgment. But the thing is this, that's where demons come from. The demons are the souls of Nephilim. So notice how it's really one big story. And it's like once we understand who is who, it's easy to identify things now because we know like anything that's demonic, you know that's just the soul of a Nephilim. Because when they die, their souls just wander. I'm gonna give you an example. Remember when Christ casted out the legion out of that man, right? And he cast him into the herd of swine. Remember, the legion said to him, they was like, "Yo, it's not our time yet." And he was like, because Christ was about to cast them all the way on the other side to a whole nother jurisdiction. And they like, "No, you just send us right there into that herd of swine, right?" And so he sent them into the herd of swine. And then what they do? Immediately they ran into the water to kill themselves. Why? So that the spirit that can come back out of the herd of swine and go back wandering to do what it was doing before when it possessed that person. So that's where like demon possessions and all this stuff come from. These are the souls of the Nephilim messing with people. Oh, but I want to read this one thing though, right? Concerning the book of Enoch. When it comes to a lot of these different types of the book of Enoch, like you gotta be careful. I only stick to the book of Enoch that was discovered amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was discovered in Cave 4 in the Kwame Caves. You know what I'm saying? And so I only rock with that. The Book of Giants was there. Melchizedek was there. Jubilees was there, and of course the 66 Bibles, because we know that's what we lean on. If these books are not in perfect harmony with the 66 books, we already know that it's fraudulent.
Yeah, but Chosen, you also have to factor in that these are fragments. These are not totally intact. So a lot of the passages that you are reading in Enoch are going to be scaled with they're going to have a lot of like a lot of commentary in it. Stemming from not having the entire scrolls written at that said time intact, right? So then, because the question will be asked to you, can you find the scroll of that particular verse and chapter in Enoch that succinctly speaks about the flood? And you more than likely are not going to find it, or you're not going to find it being intact.
You can actually go online. You can actually see the scrolls online. They have a website where you can go online and the actual pictures of.
No. Yeah, you're right. I have a copy.
And so it's something that's a reliable source. You see the Bible in there, Isaiah and all of that, the full Isaiah.
I got you. No, listen to the point I'm making. I have the composition of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? What I'm saying is this, right? Enoch, the book of Enoch, has at least 105 chapters in it, right? So if I'm asking you, all right, if me and you on the same page about there being findings of the book of Enoch at the Dead Sea Scroll, right? And I say, hey, now go to the scroll in which that chapter is speaking of, you wouldn't be able to find it because it's not in totality. It's not intact. It's only the fragments of what we have as far as these books. The book of Isaiah is in totality, but a lot of the other books that you find
jewelry and stuff like that. The thing is this, right?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. Can you post it in the chat? I haven't seen it.
Listen. If you actually go, you can line them up because the way the book of Enoch was written, I see that there's these other types where they add books and stuff. But the way it was written, whatever they don't got on the scroll, it just stops right there. They give you what they got, and so it's like you might see some chapters that's way shorter than others. That's because that's all they have. But they're giving you what they got. It's not like they adding commentary. It's literally just a fragment, and you see the translation, and that's all they got. So that's a good thing because they're not adding anything. That means that whatever we actually have, we can use that to compare it to the actual Torah and Injil. And if anything is out of perfect harmony with what the Bible was saying, we might automatically know like, this is type fraudulent. But we don't get that when it comes to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Any of the books that come out the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, so check what I'm saying, right? So the Book of Enoch was found in so we have what they discovered thus far, 4Q201 to 2, and then 4Q204 to 12. What I'm saying is it's the ratio of the narrative that we have as far as was found versus what we have.
I see what you're saying. And that's what I'm saying. They out of those extra books. What I'm basically saying is anything that's outside of what the fragments got, I stay away from that. So I'm saying,
right.
And
So
that's what I do.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying this. So the onus would be on you, right, who subscribe to it as a source that the onus will be on you to say, hey, let's go to Enoch chapter 6, right, where it speaks about this passage that we find here in Genesis, and let's make sure that they're not just plagiarizing something in English. Let's make sure.
Of a plagiarized verse. I'll give you an example because I had this experience earlier on in Enoch, and when they talk about Enoch becoming Megatron. Well, if you know Megatron, you know Megatron is Satan. Like when you break down the origins of Megatron is Satan. So automatically you know that that's something that was plagiarized. When it says that Enoch became Megatron, we know that's plagiarized, and that's not even in the. So that's a perfect example of some of those extra books that they try to add to Enoch. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just stay within the fragments. If it's not in the fragments, like, and honestly, I don't even think the actual book of Enoch is 115 books. Let me see right now. Hold on.
Yeah, and correction, that's Metatron. So Metatron. Yeah.
So it's only 108 books. It's 108 books, and they're not even full books. Some of them are very short because that's all they have for the fragment.
Yeah. And that Metatron and mysticism, which can be also identified, I believe, as the lesser Lord or lesser Yahweh. I wouldn't necessarily dismiss it simply because it is chosen. You can become Satan or Metatron to another ideology, depending on who you're fighting against, right? Not this spookism of Satan that we was taught in Christianity, but you could become a lesser or more violent character or villain, depending on who you're up against. Based on if you're dealing with like a Christian. And then they say, hey, man, you teach heresy.
From the basically from the opposition's point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'll give you a perfect right.
I wouldn't dismiss the thought. However, it does go back to, do we have this in what is?
But why would they include it in the rest of the book? Like that would be still fishy. Like why didn't they just come up with their own text? Like for example, if you go into the Emerald Tablets. And the Emerald Tablets, thought is the narrative. He's the writer of the Emerald Tablets. In the Emerald Tablets, he tell you how God of his fathers destroyed them, and his fathers' names were the Watchers. They were called the Watchers. To me, that blew my mind because the only time I read about the Watchers is in the Bible, and that would mean that thought is admitting that he is a Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? That would mean he is admitting he's a Nephilim, and how God destroyed their land, Atlantis, and the old Egypt,
According to the Emerald Tablets, the original Egypt was in America. According to Emerald Tablets, America was the it place before the flood. All the action was happening here, mainly. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we find so many pyramids here. This is why in the Grand Canyon they got all the different religions and all of the stuff. Because after the flood, supposedly, thought, according to the Emerald Tablets, thought came to the sons of Kemet after the flood, after the flood resided. And he brought, I guess, his faith and all this stuff to those people and reestablished Egypt there. So according to the Emerald Tablets, modern day Egypt today is the new Egypt, but the original Egypt is in the Americas. Before the flood, though. After the flood, nothing was here. You know what I'm saying? And this would make sense when we go into Second Esdras, talking about how God brought the lost tribes to the Americas. That means that when they came here, nobody was here, but you do hear a lot of Indian stories about them fighting giants and Nephilim in the land. Perhaps maybe some of those giants was underground. But what I like to do is I like to connect the actual truth of the Bible with actual historical events, because something got to explain logically, rationally, how I'm talking about real world events outside of the Bible, because there's a biblical explanation for it. But I thought that was interesting.
Because I be thinking about when they named the 4 bodies of water, and they said one, river of compassion about the whole land of Ethiopia, with a gold. I'm like, who was there to mine the ground to find out, if the gold and the dillium and all that was good? You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about that.
Yeah, man. All this is to sharpen each other up, man. I think I was explaining this to Virgil and Shael yesterday. That we're not basing certain things off being hospitable to each other first. It's going to always be a war. So no matter what ideology you come from, like a culture vulture when it comes to so many different cultures. Like I want to know about every single culture before we start getting into the religion side of things. I think those particular conversations are needed. They're more healthier, and to me, in a lot of cases, more educational. So yeah, Chosen man, I'm gonna follow you. And definitely hope to hear from you soon, brother.
Yeah, man, thanks for having me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I actually just joined the room. And yeah, man, I actually been here before. I think I do remember the shorty, but this was a great build today. Right, brother. I see your message in the text. Yeah, the watchers are the angels, and so what was so significant about what Thought said in the Emerald Tablets, because he identified his forefathers as the watchers, and the only place we read about the watchers is in the Bible as the fallen angels. So that would be Thought, who was an Egyptian god, admitting that he is Nephilim. admitting that his fathers were the fallen angels, and that would be the connection right there. So in the Emerald Tablets, a lot of people try to bring up these Egyptian books as opposed to the Bible, like the Bible stole from it, but they're not actually opposed to the Bible. They're telling you the same story, but from their perspective, the perspective of the opposition.
Hey, I got a theory. I don't know if it's true or not. I just know that my spirit is telling me there's more to it. When in Genesis chapter 3, when they say now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, and in Ecclesiastes 3 and 8, speaks on man being like beasts. They differ nothing from a beast. And I've been thinking about how the Egyptians wore the serpent on their headdress. And during a period in time when Abram was, told Sarah to tell him that you're my sister, they was going into the land of Egypt. But then you have dynasties and dynasties later, during the dynasties of Ramses, which was the 18th dynasty, when Moses come about, and raised as a prince in Egypt. So I always think about that, from those dynasties and kingdoms that was during that period of time. Like, how would you know that this land is called Havilah in Ethiopia before, Genesis chapter 10, when they talk about Cush, Mizraim, Libya, Canaan, and Put. It's almost like he said, nothing new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? What it said, the rivers flow into the oceans. I probably got it wrong, paraphrasing, probably killing it. But he said, but yet they'll never fall. It's like he got a circulation of all, when the scripture said that there's no end of all the people. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be physically, phenotypes, or the spirits.